Chapter 1. Pia. September 28th, 1918. The deadly virus stole unnoticed through the crowded cobblestone streets of Philadelphia on a sunny September day, unseen and unheard amidst the jubilant chaos of the Liberty Loan Parade and the patriotic marches of John Philip Sousa. More than 200,000 men, women, and children waved American flags and jostled one another for prime viewing space along the 2-mile route, while the people behind shouted encouragement over shoulders and past faces to the bands, Boy Scouts, women's auxiliaries, Marines, sailors, and soldiers in the street. Planes flew overhead. Draft horses pulled 8-inch howitzers, military groups performed bayonet drills, church bells clanged, and police whistles blew. Old friends hugged and shook hands, couples kissed, and children shared candy and soda. Unaware that the lethal illness had escaped the naval yard, the eager spectators had no idea that the local hospitals had admitted over 200 people the previous day, or that numerous infectious disease experts had pressured the mayor to cancel the event. Not that it would have mattered. They were there to support the troops, buy war bonds, and show their patriotism during a time of war. Victory in Europe, and keeping the Huns out of America, was first and foremost on their minds. Many of the onlookers had heard about the flu hitting Boston and New York, but the director of laboratories at the Phipps Institute in Philadelphia had just announced he'd identified the cause of the specific influenza causing so much trouble: Pfeiffer's bacillus. And the local newspapers said influenza posed no danger because it was as old as history and usually accompanied by foul air, fog, and plagues of insects. None of those things were happening in Philadelphia. Therefore, it stood to reason that as long as everyone did what the Board of Health advised, kept their feet dry, stayed warm, ate more onions, and kept their bowels and windows open, they'd be fine. But 13-year-old Pia Lange knew something was wrong. And not because her best friend, Finn Duffy, had told her about the dead sailors his older brother had seen outside a local pub. Not because of the posters on telephone poles and buildings that read, "When obliged to cough or sneeze, always place a handkerchief, paper napkin, or fabric of some kind before the face," or "Cover your mouth. Influenza is spread by droplets sprayed from nose and mouth." Pia knew something was wrong because the minute she had followed her mother, who was pushing Pia's twin brothers in a wicker baby pram, onto the packed parade route, a sense of unease had come over her, like the thick air before a summer thunderstorm, or the swirling discomfort in her belly right before she got sick. Feeling distraught in crowds was nothing new to her. She would never forget the panic she'd felt the first time she walked the busy streets of Philadelphia, or when Finn had dragged her to the maiden launch of a warship from Hog Island, where President Wilson and 30,000 people were in attendance, and the water was filled with tugboats, steamboats, and barges decorated with American flags. But this was different. Something she couldn't name seemed to push against her from all sides, something heavy and invisible and threatening. At first she thought it was the heat and the congested sidewalks, but then she recognized the familiar sinking sensation she had grown up trying to avoid, and the sudden, overwhelming awareness that something was horribly wrong. She felt like the little girl she had once been, the little girl who hid behind Muti's apron when company came, unable to explain why she always wanted to play alone. The little girl who didn't want to shake hands or hug or sit on anyone's lap. the little girl who was grateful to be left out of kickball and jump rope, while at the same time it broke her heart. Looking up at the boys in worn jackets and patched trousers, clambering up street lamps to get a better view of the parade, she wished she could join them to escape the crush of the growing throng. The boys shouted and laughed and waved their newsboy caps, hanging like monkeys below giant American flags. More than anything, she wanted to be like them too, carefree and unaware that anything was wrong. But that was impossible. No matter how hard she tried, she'd never be like everyone else. When she looked back down at the sidewalk, her mother had disappeared. She opened her mouth to shout for her, then bit her tongue. She wasn't supposed to call her Mutti anymore. Not out loud, anyway. Speaking German in public was no longer allowed. Her parents would always be Mutti and Vater in her head, no matter what the law said. But she didn't dare draw attention by calling her that in a crowd. Standing on her tiptoes to see over shoulders and backs, she spotted the top of Mutti's faded brown hat a few yards away, and hurried to catch up to her, stopping short and moving sideways to avoid bumping into people on the way. Finally, behind Mutti again, she wiped the sweat from her upper lip and breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing she needed was to get lost in the city. Bunching her shoulders to make herself smaller, she stayed as close to Mutti as possible, weaving and ducking to avoid the sea of bare arms and hands all around her, wishing her mother would slow down. If only she could crawl into the baby pram with her twin brothers and hide beneath their blankets. She had known coming to the parade would be difficult, but she hadn't expected this. As far back as she could remember, she'd been extraordinarily shy. Mutti said few people could hold her when she was a baby because she'd cry like the world was coming to an end. And she used to think being bashful was the same for everyone, that it was something you could feel, like a fever or stomachache or scratchy throat. Sometimes she wondered what would have happened if Mutti hadn't been there to protect her from men wanting to pinch her cheeks and little old ladies waggling their fingers at her to prove they were harmless. But gradually those feelings had changed, even more so in the last couple of months. She'd started to notice other sensations when she touched someone's bare skin, like a dull pain in her head or chest, or a strange discomfort in an arm or leg. It didn't happen every time, but often enough to make her wonder if something was wrong with her. Now, whenever she went to the dry goods store or vegetable market, she took the streets, dodging horses, wagons, bicycles, and automobiles to avoid the congested sidewalks. And handing coins to the peddlers nearly gave her the vapors, so she dropped them on the counter more often than not. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about any of it. Telling Mutti, or anyone else for that matter, was out of the question, especially after hearing about her great-aunt Lottie, who spent the second half of her life locked in an insane asylum in Germany because she saw things that weren't there. No matter how confused or scared Pia got, she wasn't willing to take the chance of getting locked up, too. Now, following Mutti along the packed sidewalks, her worst fears that something was wrong were confirmed when a man in a linen suit and straw gambler cut across the flow of pedestrians and bumped into her, laughing at first, then apologizing when he realized what he'd done. Having been taught to always smile and be polite, she forced a smile. She was so good at it that it sometimes frightened her. But then the man pinched her cheek, and a sharp pain stabbed her chest, like her heart had been split in two. She shuddered and looked down at herself, certain a knife would be sticking out of her rib cage. But there was no knife, no blood trickling down the front of her flour sack dress. The thin bodice was smooth and spotless, as clean as it had been that morning when she first put it on. She stepped backward to get away from the man, but he was already gone, the pain disappearing with him. The strength of it left her shaky and weak. Then a small, cool hand latched onto hers, and her chest constricted, tightening with every breath. She swore she heard her lungs rattle, but she couldn't be sure with all the noise. She yanked her hand away and looked down. A little girl in a white ruffled dress gazed up at her, smiling, until she realized Pia was a stranger. Then fear crumpled her face, and she searched the crowd with frantic eyes before running off, calling for her mother. When she was gone, Pia could breathe normally again. How Pia longed to be back in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, where open spaces were filled with blue skies, swaths of wildflowers and herds of deer, instead of miles of pavement, side-by-side buildings and hordes of people. In Philadelphia, she couldn't walk 10 feet without bumping into someone, and every sight, sound, and smell seemed menacing and foreign. The neighborhood alleys were strewn with garbage and sewage, and the biggest rats she'd ever seen crawled in nooks and crannies, scampering between walls and passageways. Trolleys and wagons and motor cars fought for space on every street, and more people than she had ever seen at one time seemed to crowd every sidewalk. The city reminded her of a clogged beehive, teeming with people instead of insects. Even the row houses were full to overflowing, with multiple families squeezed into 2 and 3 rooms. Certainly there had been hardships in the mining village back in Hazleton. The walls of their shack were paper-thin. Everything from their clothes to their kitchen table seemed covered in coal dust, and worst of all, Vater's job digging for coal was dangerous and grueling. But it didn't make her any less homesick. She was glad her father had found less dangerous work in the city a little over a year ago. But she missed the chickens in the yard and the neighbor's hound dog sleeping under their front porch. She missed taking the dirt path to Widow Wilcox's shack to learn how to read and write. She missed the mountain trails and the grass outside their front door. Vater said she missed Hazleton because she longed for the rolling hills and green fields of Bavaria. And when she reminded him she was only 4 years old when they boarded the ship to America, he laughed and said Germany was in her blood, like her fondness for sweets and his love for her mother. Thinking of her father, her eyes burned. If he were here with them now, she could hold his wide, weathered hand in hers and lean against his tall, muscular frame. He'd squeeze her fingers twice in quick succession, like he always did, which meant, I love you. Then she'd squeeze his back, and they'd smile at each other, delighted with their little secret. No one would guess by looking at Vater that he was tender-hearted and always whistling, singing, and making jokes. Instead, they tended to hurry out of his path because of his imposing presence and piano-wide shoulders. With him by her side, she could have moved through the crowd nearly untouched. But that was impossible because he'd enlisted in the army 3 months ago, along with 2 of his German-American friends, to prove their loyalty to the United States. Now he was somewhere in France, and she had no idea when he was coming home. Like Muti said through her tears when he left, moving to the city to keep him safe had done no good at all. Suddenly, a woman in a Lady Liberty costume pushed between Pia and her mother, jarring her from her thoughts. When the woman's bare forearm brushed her hand, Pia held her breath, waiting for the strange sensations to start. But to her relief, she felt nothing. She relaxed her tight shoulders and exhaled, trying to calm down. She only had to get through the next hour or so. That was it. Then she could go home, to their rooms on Shunk Alley in the 5th Ward, where no one but her loved ones could reach her. Then Muti stopped to talk to a woman from the greengrocer's, and a pair of clammy hands clamped over Pia's eyes. Someone snickered in her ear. A sharp pain instantly twisted near her rib cage, making her hot and dizzy. She yanked the hands away from her face and spun around. It was Tommy Costa, the freckle-faced boy who teased her during school recess, and 2 of his friends, Angelo DePrizzi and Skip Turner. They laughed and stuck out their tongues at her, then ran away. The discomfort in her ribs went with them. By the time Muti chose a spot to watch the parade, Pia was shaking. She'd begged her mother to let her stay home, even promising to straighten up their 2-room apartment while she and the twins were gone. But despite knowing how Pia felt about large gatherings, Muti insisted. Going to the parade is the only way to prove we are loyal Americans, Muti said in heavily accented English. It's hard enough after President Wilson said all German citizens are alien enemies. I follow the new laws. I sign the papers they want me to sign refusing my German citizenship. I do the fingerprinting. But I have no money to buy Liberty loans or make a donation to the Red Cross. I have to feed you and your brothers, so we must go to the parade. All of us, even your father, fighting in the war is not enough to keep the neighbors happy. But it won't matter if I'm with you or not, Pia said. Everyone will see you there, and the twins will enjoy it. I could make dinner and have it ready when you return. Nein, her mother said. As soon as the word came out of her mouth, worry flickered across her face. I mean, no. You must come with us. The radio and newspapers tell everyone to be watchful of their German-American neighbors and to report to the authorities. Before your father left, a woman shouted at me, saying he stole a real American's job. She spit and said to go back where I came from. I am not leaving you home alone. Pia knew Muti was right. She'd suffered enough bullying at school to know everything she said was true. Rumors were flying that German spies were poisoning food, and German Americans were secretly hoarding arms. Some Germans had even been sent to jail or internment camps. The city was plastered with posters showing Germans standing over dead bodies and ads directing people to buy war bonds to beat back the Hun. Churches with German congregations had been painted yellow. German-language newspapers were shut down, and school children were forced to sign pledges promising not to use any foreign language whatsoever. As if that weren't enough, a special police group called the Home Guard, originally formed to patrol the streets with guns to ensure adequate protection of important points in the city, the waterworks and pumping station, the electric light distributing plant, the telephone service, and various power stations at manufacturing plants, now also patrolled the south end of the city to keep an eye on German immigrants. Some companies refused to employ Germans, so Muti lost her job at the textile mill. And because she needed a permit to withdraw money from the bank, what little cash they had left was kept under a floorboard inside a bedroom cubby. Even sauerkraut and hamburgers were renamed Liberty Cabbage and Liberty Sandwiches. But knowing Muti was right didn't make going to the parade any easier. 3 days after the parade, while her schoolmates laughed and played hopscotch and jump rope during recess, Pia sat alone in her usual spot, on a flat rock near the back fence of the schoolyard, pretending to read. The air was pale, as gray as smoke, and the breeze carried a slight chill. Luckily, she'd remembered to bring her sweater, especially since the school windows were being kept open to ward off the grip. Her 3/4-length dress had long sleeves, and her cotton stockings were thick, but the flour sack material of her skirt and bodice was worn and thin. She put the book down, pulled her sleeves over her fists, and tried to stop shivering. Was she trembling because of the cold, or because she couldn't stop thinking about what she'd seen and heard since the Liberty Loan Parade? Mrs. Schmidt had told Mutti that within 72 hours of the parade, every bed in each of the city's 31 hospitals was filled with victims of a new illness called the Spanish influenza, and the hospitals were starting to refuse patients. By day 4, the illness had infected over 600 Philadelphians and killed well over 100 in one day. Pia overheard the teachers talking about a shortage of doctors and nurses because of the war, and that poorhouses and churches were being used as temporary hospitals. More posters went up that read, "Spitting equals death," and the police arrested anyone who disobeyed. Another poster showed a man in a suit standing next to the outline of a clawed demon rising from what appeared to be a pool of saliva on the sidewalk, with the words, "Halt the epidemic. Stop spitting, everybody." And because everyone was wearing pouches of garlic or camphor balls in cheesecloth around their necks, the streets were filled with a foul, peculiar odor that she couldn't help thinking was the smell of death. Most frightening of all, she heard that those who fell sick were often dead by nightfall. Their faces turned black and blue, blood gushing from their mouth, nose, ears, and even their eyes. She'd been having nightmares, too, filled with ghastly images of the parade spectators flashing in her mind like the jerky moving pictures in a penny arcade, each face with black lips and purple cheeks and blood coming from their mouths and eyes. Every time it happened, she woke up in a sweat, her arms and legs tangled in the sheets, her stomach and chest sore and aching. Just thinking about it made her queasy. The stench wafting up from the garlic tied around her neck didn't help. She took the putrid necklace off and laid it in the grass, then lifted her chin and took a deep breath, inhaling the familiar sense of fall, a mixture of moist earth, sunburnt leaves, and chimney smoke. But despite the fact that the air smelled significantly better than the strong odor of garlic, it still reminded her of her first dreadful day in her new school last year. She could still hear the voices of her mother and new teacher. "Did you see the letter I sent in to school, Mrs. Derry?" Mutti had said. "Yes, Mrs. Lange, I received the note, but I'm not sure I understand it." "Forgive me, I only wish to make sure," Mutti said, hesitating. "My Pia is, how do you say, delicate. She does not like crowds or anyone touching her. I am not sure why." Her mother started wringing her hands. "But she is a normal girl and smart. Please, can you be sure the other children—" "Mrs. Lange, I don't see how. Pia needs to learn. She needs to be at school. I don't want her to—" "All right, Mrs. Lange," Mrs. Derry said. "Yes, I'll do my best. But children come into contact with each other while playing all the time, especially during recess. It's part of learning. Sometimes I won't be able to stop it from happening." "Yes, I understand," Mutti said. "But if Pia doesn't want, if one of the other children does not know to leave her alone, please." Mrs. Derry put a hand on her mother's arm, looked at her with pity-filled eyes, and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of her, and I'll let the other teachers know, too." Mutti nodded and gave her a tired smile, then said goodbye to Pia and left. After that first day, for the most part, Mrs. Derry and the rest of the teachers had done little to look out for Pia, and the memory of that encounter, her mother wringing her hands and trying to communicate her odd concerns to a confused Mrs. Derry, while Pia cringed at her side and the other kids watched, recurred to her every time she stepped foot in the classroom. While the other children played duck, duck, goose or ring around the rosy, Pia stood off to the side, sad and relieved at the same time. Inevitably, when the teachers weren't looking, some of the kids taunted and poked her, calling her names like freak girl or scaredy cat. And now, because of the war, they called her a Hun. Thankfully, she'd met Finn before school started, while he could form his own opinion without the influence of the other kids. It was the day after she and her family had moved in, when Muti sent her out to sit on the stoop with strict instructions not to wander off while she and Fata talked. About what, Pia wasn't sure. She'd been homesick and near tears, frightened to discover that the jumble of trash-strewn alleys and cobblestone streets and closely built row houses made her feel trapped, and wondering how she'd ever get used to living there, when he approached from across the alley. She tried to ignore him, hoping he was headed for the entrance behind her, but he stopped at the bottom of the steps, swept his copper-colored bangs out of his eyes, and gave her a friendly grin. "You're a new lass around here, aren't you?" he said in a heavy Irish brogue. "I'm Finn Duffy, your neighbour from across the way." He pointed at the shabby building across from hers, a 4-story brick with narrow windows and a black fire escape. She nodded and forced a smile. She didn't feel like talking, but didn't want to be rude either. "Yes," she said. "We moved in yesterday." "Nice to meet you. What did you say your name was?" "Oh, sorry," she said. "I'm Pia Lange." "Well, nice to meet you, Pia Lange. Can I interest you in a game of marbles?" He pulled a cloth sack from the pocket of his threadbare trousers. She shook her head. "No, thank you." "Would you mind if I sit with you then?" he said. "You look rather lonesome, if you don't mind me saying so." She thought about telling him she wanted to be left alone, but she didn't want to start off by making enemies. Instead, she nodded and moved over to make room, gathering her pleated skirt beneath her legs and sitting on her hands. He smiled and sat beside her, a polite distance away. To her relief, he kept quiet, almost as if he knew she didn't feel like making conversation. Together they sat lost in their own thoughts, watching 3 colored girls with braids and pigtails play hopscotch across the way. One held a rag doll under her arm, the doll's limp head flopping up and down with every jump. A group of ruddy-cheeked boys in patched pants and worn shoes kicked a can along the cobblestones, shouting at each other to pass the can their way. Snippets of laughter, conversation, and the tinny music of a phonograph drifted down from open windows, along with the smell of fried onions and baking bread. Line after line of laundry hung damp and unmoving in the humid air above their heads, crisscrossing the row of buildings like layers of circus flags. People of all colors and ages and sizes spilled out onto the fire escapes, some sitting on overturned washtubs and kettles, all looking for relief from the heat. An old colored woman in a dirty scarf and laceless boots limped past, humming and pulling a wooden cart filled with rags and old bottles. She skirted around 2 boys of about 7 or 8, playing cards on their knees in front of a stone building 3 doors down. One of the boys glanced over his shoulder at her, then jumped to his feet, grabbed something from her cart, and ran, laughing, back to his friend. The old woman kept going, oblivious to the fact that she had been robbed. The second boy gathered up the cards and did the same. Then they both started to run away. Finn shot to his feet and chased after them, cutting them off before they disappeared down a side alley. He yelled something Pia couldn't make out, then grabbed them by the ears and dragged them back to the old woman. After returning her things to the cart, the boys hurried away, rubbing their ears and scowling back at him, muttering under their breath. The old woman stopped and looked around, finally aware that something was amiss. When she saw Finn, she shooed him away and swatted at him with a thin, gnarled hand. He laughed and made his way back to Pia, shrugging and lifting his palms in the air. Pia couldn't help but smile. "Do you know her?" she said. "I don't," he said, catching his breath. He sat back on the stoop beside her and wiped the sweat from his brow. "But I see her every day, selling rags and bottles on the corner. I know the lads, though, and they're always causing a ruckus." "They didn't look very happy with you," she said. "I suppose they're not," he said. "But they won't cause trouble for me." "Well," she said, "it was very nice of you to stop them and make them return what they took." He gave her a sideways grin. "Why, isn't that grand? You think I'm nice? Thank you, Pia Lange." Heat crawled up her face. She nodded because she didn't know what to say, then went back to watching the girls play hopscotch. Did he really think what she said was grand, or was he making fun of her? His smile made her think he appreciated the compliment, so she told herself that was the case. Not that it mattered. Once he found out she was German, he'd probably never speak to her again. He sat forward, his elbows on his knees, and watched the girls play hopscotch too. "We came from Ireland 3 years ago," he said. "How long have you been in the States?" "Since I was 4, she said. He raised his eyebrows at her. "That long?" She nodded. "Living here in Philly the entire time?" She shook her head. "We came here from Hazleton, Pennsylvania. My father worked in the coal mines." He forced a hard breath between his teeth. "That's a bloody hard way to make a living." She nodded. At least he didn't react to the German word. Or maybe he didn't notice. "This city can be a mite overwhelming when you first arrive," he said. "But you'll get used to it. My dad was the one who wanted to come, but he never got to see it." "Why not?" "He didn't survive the voyage." "I'm sorry." I appreciate it. My mom has been having a hard time of it since then, so my older brothers and I have been taking care of her and my granddad. Then the army took one of my brothers 6 months ago, and my other brother had to start working double shifts at the textile mill. I'm ready to take a job, but Mom insists I finish my schooling first. Things were hard in Dublin, but I'm not sure they're much better here. It makes you long for home, even when you know leaving was the right thing to do." She really looked at him then, at his kind face and hazel eyes. It was almost as if he were reading her mind. From that day on, they were fast friends. He didn't care that she and her family were German, or ask her to explain why she didn't want to play cat's cradle or any other game that might involve close contact. After he sent her a note on the clothesline between their 4th-floor apartments that said, "'Twas nice to meet you, lass," they started sending each other messages on Sunday nights when the line was empty, but only if the windows weren't frozen shut and they were able to find scraps of paper not set aside for the war effort. The notes were silly and meaningless, just hello, or a funny joke or a drawing, but it was their little secret, one of the few things Pia didn't have to share with anyone else. Once school started and they discovered they were in the same classroom despite him being a grade ahead, He offered to sit with her at recess, but she said she'd rather not have the added attention. While he played kickball and marbles with the other boys, he always looked over to offer a smile or a wave, and that small gesture made everything easier. Most days she didn't mind sitting alone, but today was different. She wished he'd stop playing ball and come sit with her, even if it was just for a few minutes, because no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop thinking about the flu and was constantly distracted by an overwhelming feeling of worry and dread. When a group of girls skipping rope began to chant a new rhyme, chills shivered up her spine. There was a little girl, and she had a little bird, and she called it by the pretty name of Enza. But one day it flew away, but it didn't go to stay. For when she raised the window, in flew Enza. What are you staring at, scaredy cat? Pia looked up to see who had spoken. Unaware she'd been staring, a thin girl with brown pigtails glared down at her, a disgusted look on her face. It was Mary Helen Burroughs, the girl everyone liked or feared, depending on which day you asked and whether or not Mary Helen was within earshot. No one had ever seen her get into an actual brawl, but permanent anger knitted her brows, and bruises marked her arms and legs. Two other girls stood behind her, Beverly Handsome and Selma Jones, their arms crossed over their chests. I wasn't staring at anything, Pia said, reaching for her book. I'm telling you, Mary Helen, Beverly said. She was staring at us, like she was coming up with some nasty German scheme or something. Mary Helen knocked the book out of Pia's hand. You spying on us? Pia shook her head. No, I was just... What's going on? Someone said. Are you all right, Pia? It was Finn. He was out of breath, his face red and his hair disheveled. Your girlfriend was giving us the stink eye, Mary Helen said. She's not my girlfriend, Finn said. Shut up, Mary Helen, Pia said. Mary Helen ignored her and glared at Finn. I just want to know one thing. What would your mother think if she knew you were friends with a filthy Hun? Especially with your older brother over there fighting to keep you safe? Pia bounced to her feet. Take that back. Mary Helen's head snapped around, and she gaped at Pia, shocked to hear her standing up for herself. What did you say? I said, take it back. Mary Helen held up her bony fists. You want a fat lip to go with that stink-eye, scaredy cat? Jesus, Finn said. In the name of all that's holy, shut up, Mary Helen. You're not gonna fight. Oh, yeah? Mary Helen said. Suddenly, her hand shot out and grabbed the front of Pia's dress. She yanked Pia forward and pushed her contorted face into hers, the stench of garlic and onions wafting from the bag around her neck, almost making Pia gag. Thinking only of escape, Pia grabbed Mary Helen's wrist with both hands and tried to pull her off. A quick stab of pain twisted in her chest, sharp and immediate, and she gasped, unable to get air. She let go of Mary Helen's wrist and tried to step away, suddenly disoriented and dizzy. Finn pried Mary Helen's fist from Pia's dress, moved Pia behind him, and stood between them. Pia sat down hard on the ground and tried to catch her breath. One of the teachers hurried over. What in heaven's name is going on over here? She said. It was Miss Herrick. She towered above them, willowy as a flower stem. Nothing, ma'am, Mary Helen said. You must be balled up. We were just playing a game. Well, it doesn't look like a game to me, Miss Herrick said. You and your friends run along now, Mary Helen, and leave Pia alone. Mary Helen harumphed, but did as she was told. The other girls followed, their faces pinched. "Are you all right, Pia?" Miss Herrick said. She bent down to help her up, reaching for her arm. "Don't touch me," Pia said, louder than intended. Miss Herrick gasped and clapped a hand to her chest. Pia instantly regretted her outburst. The last thing she needed was to get in trouble at school. Muti would never understand. She got up and brushed off her dress. "I'm sorry, Miss Herrick," she said. "I didn't mean to be rude. I was frightened, that's all." Miss Herrick sighed. "That's understandable, I suppose. I know Mary Helen likes to start trouble, and everyone is feeling anxious these days. But are you sure you're all right? You look like you've just seen a ghost." Pia mustered a weak smile. "I'm fine. Thank you, Miss Herrick." She wasn't anywhere near fine, but how could she explain to the teacher what she'd felt when she grabbed Mary Helen's wrist? She'd think she was crazy. The next day, Mary Helen was absent from school, and Selma Jones fainted while unpacking her sandwich during lunch. Miss Herrick rushed over to Selma and shook her while the class watched, mouths agape. But Selma didn't move. Miss Herrick ran out into the hall yelling, and 2 teachers carried Selma away. Beverly Handsome's mother pulled her out of class shortly afterward, scurrying into the room and wrapping a protective arm around her daughter, her face pale. On the playground that afternoon, the teachers spoke in hushed voices behind their hands, their brows lined with worry. Rumors flew that Mary Helen and Selma had the flu, and Mary Helen was already dead. After the last lesson of the day, Pia hurried out of the building and started for home. Her books held to her chest, her head down. Normally she would have waited for Finn on the school steps, but she had to get away from there. She needed to go back to her family's rooms, where she could close the door and hide from everyone and everything. A block from the school, a Red Cross ambulance sped by, and a man on a bench was reading a newspaper with the headline, "All citizens ordered to wear gauze masks in public." On the street lamp above him, an advertisement for masks read, "Obey the laws and wear the gauze. Protect your jaws from septic paws." Deciding she didn't want to walk the rest of the way alone, she ducked into a landing to wait for Finn, away from the congested sidewalks, and leaned against the doorframe, wishing she could disappear. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. 2 women with scarves over their mouths darted by arm in arm, walking as fast as they could without running. A gray-haired couple, wearing gauze masks and carrying suitcases, rushed out of a building and hailed a cab, the old man practically pushing other pedestrians aside with his cane. Even the motor cars and horse-drawn wagons seemed to go by faster than normal. A strange awareness seemed to fill the air, like the light-heartedness on the day before Christmas, or the shared excitement she'd felt before the fireworks display on her first Independence Day in Philadelphia. Except this awareness felt ominous and full of menace, like the sensation she felt at the parade, but 10 times worse. And now everyone could feel it. When Finn came walking down the block, her shoulders dropped in relief. She stepped out of the landing onto the sidewalk in front of him. "Hey," he said, surprised. "Why didn't you wait for me?" "I did," she said. "I'm right here, aren't I?" She started walking and he fell in beside her. "You are? But I didn't know where you were. I thought—" "You thought what?" He shrugged and shoved his hands in his pockets. "Everyone's getting sick. Remember we heard Tommy Costa and his family left town?" She nodded. "Aye. Well, his best pal, Skip, said he died last night." Pia stopped in her tracks. Tommy was the boy who had put his hands over her eyes at the parade. Was it the flu? I can't think of anything else that'd take him away that quick. She hugged her books to her chest and started walking again. Tommy and Mary Helen were young and strong. How could they be dead from influenza? How could Selma Jones be fine one day and fainting the next? And why had she felt pain when she touched them? Was it the flu she'd felt? No, she couldn't feel sickness in another person. It had to be a coincidence. Or maybe her shyness really was starting to become a physical ailment. More than anything, she wanted to tell Finn what was going on, to ask him what he thought. But she couldn't. Not yet. At the end of the 4th block, they turned left into Jacob's Alley, a cart path lined with bakers, shoe cobblers, tailors, and cigar makers working out of storefronts in brick houses, their families' apartments above. Some of the homes had been turned into boarding houses or rented out rooms to sailors. Crepe ribbons hung from several doorknobs, black and gray and white, swirling in the afternoon breeze. Some doors were marked with signs that read, "Quarantine influenza. Keep out of this house." At the end of the alley, a woman in a black dress came out of the silversmith's shop and tied a piece of white crepe to the doorknob, sobbing uncontrollably. Pia couldn't help staring, new tremors of fear climbing up her back. She knew what the different colors of crepe meant. She'd seen enough of it in the mining village after cave-ins and explosions, and during the wave of tuberculosis that hit the village when she was 7. Black meant the death of an adult. Gray, an elderly person. White, a child. She and Finn looked at each other. A silent alarm passed between them, and they started walking faster. When they turned the corner onto Lombard Street, they slowed. Dozens of policemen, all wearing gauze masks, patrolled the sidewalks, telling people to keep moving. A line of people snaked out the door of the pharmacy, holding empty glass bottles and barely speaking. Their faces were drawn by worry, their eyes hollowed out by fear. Some of these anxious souls wore white masks and kept their distance from others and the pedestrians pushing by on the sidewalk, newspapers held over their mouths. A sign in the pharmacy window read, "Formaldehyde tablets, melt under your tongue. Proven to kill germs and prevent infection and contagion. 50 tablets for 50 cents. "What kind of medicine do you think they're waiting for?" Pia asked Finn. "Anything they can get, I suppose," he said. "But whiskey, mostly." In the window of a sporting goods store next door, an advertisement for phonographs read, "This machine is guaranteed to drive away Spanish flu. Stay at home. Keep away from crowds and theaters. Doctor's orders. Hear the new October records on your new phonograph, and you'll never know you had to stay in nights or miss gasless Sundays." Across the road, people holding sacks and baskets crowded around a truck with a sign that said, "Eat more onions, one of the best preventatives for influenza." A gathering of colored people stood to one side, waiting to see if there would be any onions left over for them. Seeing the onion truck, Pia thought of what Mutti had said that morning. They were short on supplies, and she needed to go to the market, but didn't want to have to take the twins, so she might wait until Pia came home from school. Hopefully, Mutti had stayed home. Pia needed to tell her it wasn't a good idea to go out, not until things returned to normal. A streetcar rattled past and stopped a few yards away. 2 men in black bowlers hurried toward it, one wearing a mask. The conductor, also wearing a mask, came to the door and pointed at one of the men. "You're not getting on without a mask," the conductor said. He let the other man on, then blocked the maskless man from boarding. Anger hardened the man's face. "I have a meeting, and I can't be late," he said. "I insist you allow me to get on." "Sorry." the conductor said. "Those are the rules." A policeman approached, one hand on his billy club. "You heard him," he said to the man. "No mask, no ride." The man cussed and stomped away. The policeman waved the trolley on, but before the conductor could climb back up, a woman screamed, and the passengers scrambled out the door onto the street, nearly knocking the conductor over and running in all directions. Pia and Finn stopped to watch. The policeman clambered up the trolley steps, then jumped back down. Two more policemen appeared and spoke to him. One hurried away while the other turned to face the gathering crowd. "Stay clear," he shouted. "We're sending for the coroner." When Pia saw why the passengers were in such a hurry to get off the trolley, she gasped and put a hand over her mouth. A man sat slumped over in his seat, his forehead against the window, a stained mask ripped and dangling from his chin, his face a strange mixture of gray, blue, and red. Blood spilled from his eyes and mouth and nose, smearing the glass with dark clots. Horror knotted in Pia's stomach. She started walking again, as fast as her shaking legs could carry her. Finn followed. "Finn," she said, breathing hard. "I'm scared." "I know." "Aren't you?" "I am." They strode in silence for another few minutes. Then Finn said, "Have you gotten any more letters from your father?" If she hadn't been so terrified, she would have smiled at him. As usual, he was trying to distract her from her distress. That was Finn, always thinking about other people. She wanted to hug him, now more than ever. But at the same time, now more than ever, she was afraid to touch anyone. "No," she said. "We haven't heard anything from him in weeks." "You will soon, I bet." She nodded. My mother says we should any day now. I wish he was here now." Her chest tightened and she blinked back a sudden flood of tears. If Fata were here now, maybe he'd know what to do. Maybe he'd take them out of the city, away from what was happening, because for as far back as she could remember, he'd always been their protector. Like that time a sudden lightning storm hit while they were on a Sunday picnic and he'd herded her and Muti into a cave. Or when she accidentally knocked a hornet's nest out from under the front porch and he picked her up, covered her with his jacket, and raced her inside their shack. He wouldn't have been able to do anything about the flu, but just having him here would have made her feel safer. Finn glanced at her with concern. "Try not to worry so much, lass. It takes a long time for a letter to get across that great ocean." She nodded again, thankful for Finn's kindness, but unable to speak around the burning lump in her throat. After turning left on Broad Street, they made their way toward the congested maze of alleys and gritty blocks of row houses they called home, the section of Philadelphia labeled the bloody Fifth Ward because of the area's violent reputation. In the last week alone, 2 men on their block had been murdered, one shot and the other stabbed, and a colored man was beaten and left for dead in an alley behind a warehouse on the corner. Other than the ever-present Home Guard, whose job was to spy on German immigrants, it seemed like the only time the police came into the neighborhood was to raid the speakeasies, arrest women for vagrancy and night walking, and apprehend men for gambling, assaults, and drunkenness. Some people said crime had heightened because of the growing number of immigrants and colored who'd moved in looking for work since the start of the war. But Finn said the streets of the Fifth Ward had always been dangerous. He told her stories about a colored rights advocate being murdered, a church being torched, and a number of homes being destroyed during race riots. Pia and her family had only been there a few months when a policeman was shot and killed during a heated race for select councilmen, when 18 men called the Frog Hollow Gang came all the way down from New York to attack one of the candidates. Had her parents been aware of the dangers of a large city when they decided to move here? Did they know and decide to come anyway? She wasn't even allowed to go outside after dark anymore, which made her all the more homesick for the mountains, where she used to watch fireflies in the switchgrass and search for the Big Dipper in the stars. And there was no Spanish flu back in Hazleton, she'd bet. She couldn't help thinking how different her life would be if they'd never come to Philadelphia. But then she and Finn turned off the main street into Shunk Alley, and something strange happened. Whether it was the group of boys playing stickball or the little girls having a pretend tea party on a building stoop, she wasn't sure. But for some reason, her fear seemed to lessen. No one was wearing masks or running from a dead man on a trolley. No signs on doors warned of quarantine. No new posters had been put up. Everything looked normal. When they reached the steps outside her row house, she loosened the grip on her school books, and a sense of calm washed over her. Maybe the flu wouldn't reach their little part of the city. Then the sound of a woman sobbing floated down from an open window. Finn glanced up at the window, then gazed at her, his forehead furrowed. Clearly he was wondering the same thing. Had the flu already reached Shunk Alley? He opened his mouth to say something when his mother yelled down from the fire escape outside their apartment. "Finn, come quick! It's your brother!" He shot Pia a worried look, then turned to leave. "I'll see you later, lass," he said over his shoulder. "Take care of yourself, all right?" Before she could respond, he sprinted across the street and went inside. She fixed her eyes on the door after it closed, shivering. His parting words felt weighed down with apprehension and misery, like an omen or a warning. Would she ever see him again? Dread fell over her shoulders like a heavy blanket. She suddenly wished she had told him what happened with Tommy Costa and Mary Helen, how she had felt something strange when they touched her. He couldn't have done anything to help, but maybe sharing her secret would have made her feel less alone. Behind her, someone called her name. She jumped and spun around, almost dropping her books. Mutti stood in the open doorway of their building, scrubbing a calloused hand on her apron, the telltale sign that she was worried. Pia had seen her do it 1,000 times. Every day when Vater left to work in the mines. When the Black Maria came into the village, carrying the injured and dead after a mining accident. When Vater said they were moving to Philadelphia. When she thought she might miscarry the twins, the same way she'd miscarried 3 other babies. When Vater left for the war. "Hurry, Pia," Mutti said, gesturing frantically. "Come inside." Pia's heart skipped a beat. Had something happened to Vater? Or the twins? No. That wasn't it. Fear darkened her mother's eyes, not sorrow. "What is it?" Pia said, running up the steps and hurrying inside. "What's wrong?" Mutti closed the door behind her, giving it a little extra push after it was shut, as if trying to keep something from slipping inside. "The churches and schools are to be closed," she said. "All places for gathering, even the factories and moving picture houses, will not be open. No funerals are to be allowed either. Many people are getting sick, so everyone is to stay home." She moved across the dim foyer, scrubbing her hands on her apron. Pia followed. "How do you know everything is being closed?" Pia said. "Who told you?" They didn't own a radio and hadn't gotten the newspaper since Vater left because Mutti couldn't read. "Frau Metzger heard it at the butcher shop," Mutti said, and Mrs. Schmidt heard it on the radio." She stopped and pointed toward the front door, her face a curious mixture of anger and fear. "Those mothers still letting their children play outside. They are verrückt." She spun her finger near her temple. "You must stay inside until this is over. You understand?" Pia nodded and put a finger to her lips. "What?" Mutti said. "Why are you shushing me?" "You were speaking German," Pia whispered. Mutti gasped and put a hand over her mouth. Then she glanced at Pia's neck, and her eyes went wide. "Where is your garlic?" Pia felt for the rank necklace, only then remembering she had taken it off and laid it on the grass during recess, like she'd done the day before when Mary Helen came over to pick a fight. "I must have lost it," she said. "You must be more careful, Pia," Mutti said. "Mrs. Schmidt was very kind to give us the garlic, and I have no more." "I'm sorry, it was an accident." Mutti threw her hands up in exasperation, then started down the hall toward the back of the building. "Come, help with the water, bitte," she said, too upset to realize she was speaking German again. "The twins will wake up again soon." Pia followed her mother down the hall, squinting as her eyes adjusted to the deepening gloom. Except for the front apartments on each floor, which had the only windows in the building, the hallways and the rest of the rooms were shrouded in darkness, even in the middle of the day. She tried not to think about their little shack back in Hazleton, with windows on 3 walls to let in the sunshine and mountain breezes. Thankfully, though, her family lived in one of the front apartments, with a window in the main room to let in natural light. She couldn't imagine what it was like living in the back and middle of the row house, where the only light came from candles or lanterns, not to mention no fresh air to ward off the flu. With that thought, frightening images formed in her mind of the people in the back apartments, sick and dying in the dark, where no one would find them for days. Clenching her jaw, she pushed the gruesome thoughts away and followed Mutti through the back door and outside, into the fenced backyard that housed the water pump and outhouse. Mutti picked up one of 2 buckets and put it beneath the cast-iron spout. Pia set her books on the back step and pumped the handle, grateful to be getting water now instead of being sent to fetch it after supper. She hated coming down to the backyard alone, especially to use the outhouse. Sharing outhouses and water pumps with other families was nothing new. They had done it in the mining village, but the fences and closeness of the surrounding buildings made her feel like a pig in a pen, vulnerable to whomever else was in there at the same time. Like Mrs. Nagy, who kept asking questions in Hungarian, then stared at her waiting for an answer, as if Pia could speak the language. And especially old Mr. Hill, who rattled the outhouse handle when it was occupied and started pulling down his pants before shutting the door when it was his turn. Sometimes he talked to her until she came out of the outhouse, then grinned like they were best friends. He always shook his head and chuckled, making excuses about being old and senile, but she could see the cunning in his eyes. He knew exactly what he was doing. When they finished filling the 2 buckets, Pia picked up her books and helped Mutti carry the water inside, down the shadowy hallway and up the narrow stairs, their hard-soled shoes crunching on dirt and plaster. What seemed like 100 thick odors layered the floors of the row house: boiled cabbage, fried potatoes, warm curry, simmered tomatoes, sautéed sausage, roasted garlic, baked bread, each one more fragrant than the one before. Despite her fear and unease, Pia's stomach growled with hunger. It had been over 6 hours since her breakfast of rye bread and hot tea, and there hadn't been enough food to pack a lunch. On the third floor, Mrs. Forelli was outside her door, tying a piece of black crepe to the handle, her face red, her cheeks wet with tears. Dark streaks and maroon blotches stained the front of her yellow dress, striping the swell of her pregnant belly. No, Pia thought, not Mr. Forelli. He was too young and too strong, a broad-shouldered brick mason who filled the halls with laughter and had been hoping to see the birth of his first child before reporting for the draft. Not to mention he and his wife were one of their few English-speaking neighbors who weren't afraid to be friends with Germans. How could the flu kill someone like him? Muti came to a halt, and Pia stopped beside her, not knowing what to do or say. The bucket handle dug into her fingers. She felt awful for Mrs. Forelli and her baby, but more than anything, she wanted to keep going, to get to the safety of their rooms. "I'm very sorry for you," Muti said. "I'm sorry too," Pia said. Mrs. Forelli murmured a quiet thank you. "Was it flu?" Muti said. Mrs. Forelli nodded, her face contorting with grief, then hurried back inside. Muti glanced at Pia with tears in her eyes. "Did you know he was sick?" Pia said. Muti shook her head, her free hand scrubbing her apron, then rushed up the last flight of stairs. Pia followed her up the steps, across the hall and inside their apartment, closing the door behind them. At last, she was home. The dark-walled space consisted of 2 rooms, a combination kitchen-living room and a windowless bedroom no bigger than the chicken coop they'd had back in the mining village. An oil lantern cast a dim light over the necessities of life that filled every square inch of space. Rough-hewn shelves lined with graying eyelet doilies held a crock of silverware, a stack of white plates, baking tins, a mismatched assortment of cups and glasses, baby bottles, a clay pitcher, and a mantel clock. Frying pans hung from hooks above a narrow wooden table with 3 mismatched chairs that had been repaired and strengthened with twine and pieces of wood. Baskets, a metal tub, and empty pails sat stacked beneath the table, along with a bucket of cleaning rags and a short broom. Across from the table, a chipped enamel tea kettle and matching pot sat simmering on a coal stove with a crooked pipe that leaked smoke at every joint. A cloth calendar hung on the wall above a metal wash basin sitting on wooden crates, and clean diapers hung from clotheslines strung across the ceiling. The only decorations were a blue bud vase and a faded embroidered tablecloth that had belonged to Pia's late Oma. To the left of the stove, Pia's narrow bed sat beneath the only window, lengthwise, along a wall covered with newspapers to keep out the cold. Drapes made out of flour sacks fluttered above the peeling sill. Remembering how crowded it had been when they'd shared the rooms with her paternal aunt and uncle for 10 months after they arrived in Philadelphia, Mutti and Vater on the narrow kitchen bed, Pia sleeping on the floor, she knew how lucky she was to have an entire bed to herself. Eventually, her luck would change, either when the landlord found out her aunt and uncle had moved to New York and he needed room for more tenants, or when the twins got too big to sleep with Mutti. But for now, she relished being able to stretch out and turn over on the horsehair mattress. Thinking about it now, she couldn't wait to go to bed later. Exhaustion weighed her down, making her lungs and limbs feel heavy and slow, every thought and movement an effort. She couldn't wait to eat, then escape into sleep, so she could stop thinking about the little girl who grabbed her hand during the parade, and Mary Helen, and Tommy Costa, Mr. Forelli, and the man in the trolley. She wanted to stop thinking about the trolleyman's bloody face and the flu, and the horrible things happening in the city, and in this very building. It was too much. Then she remembered Finn's brother, and prayed he wasn't sick too, even though in her heart of hearts she knew the truth. Hopefully Finn would send her a note saying she was wrong, if she heard from him at all. After setting her water bucket next to Mutti's near the wash basin, Pia put her books on her bed, the familiar aroma of vinegar, boiled potatoes, and the sharp tang of lye soap wrapping her in an invisible cocoon of home and safety. She wanted to close the window to keep the comforting smells in and whatever was happening in the city out. It made no sense, of course. Fresh air was supposed to ward off influenza. But the urge to shut out the disease and fear-filled air everyone else was breathing outweighed any common sense. She knelt on the bed and put her hands on the sash, ready to pull it down. "What are you doing?" Mutti said. "It's chilly in here," Pia said. "May I close the window?" "We will shut it when the boys wake up," Mutti said. "The fresh air is good. We need to keep it open when they are sleeping." She went over to the table, picked up a spoon, and held it out to Pia. "Mrs. Schmidt brought this over to keep away the flu." Before getting off the bed, Pia glanced over at Finn's window. It was open, but no one looked out. She got down and went over to her mother. "What is it?" "A sugar cube soaking in..." Mutti furrowed her brow. "I cannot think of the word. Kerosene?" Mutti nodded. "Yeah. I took one and gave one to the boys, too, with a little water. This is for you." Pia made a face. Back in Hazelton, they ate violets and drank sassafras tea to keep sickness away, not kerosene. But no violets or sassafras trees grew in the Fifth Ward, or anywhere in the city as far as she knew. Knowing she had no choice, she took the spoon and put the sugar cube in her mouth. It tasted sweet and oily at the same time, as if she were eating a piece of candy rolled in tar. Trying not to gag, she chewed and swallowed as fast as she could. Mutti gave her a ladle of water from the bucket, but it didn't help. The inside of her mouth tasted like mud and lantern oil. She grimaced and wiped her lips with the back of her hand. "That was awful," she cried. Mutti put a finger to her lips. "Shh, don't wake your brothers. They have not been happy all day." She took the spoon and put it in the wash basin, then sat down at the table and picked up a darning egg from her mending basket. "They probably didn't like the medicine," Pia said. "Medicine is not meant to taste good," Mutti said. Hoping supper would get rid of the horrible taste in her mouth, Pia went over to the coal stove and lifted the lid on the simmering pot. Potato soup. Again. Due to the war, they were supposed to sacrifice by having wheatless Wednesdays and meatless Mondays, but she couldn't remember the last time they'd had meat at all. Maybe it was Easter or Christmas. Vater had tacked the newspaper articles on the wall before he left to remind them to keep sacrificing while he was gone, as if they had a choice. "If you eat these, you eat no wheat. Contains no wheat. Oatmeal, potatoes, rice, hominy, barley, and 100% substitute bread. 100% breads. Corn pone, muffins, and biscuits. All kinds of bread made only from corn, oats, barley, and all other wheat substitutes. Don't waste ice. Don't waste ammonia. A ton of ice waived may mean 1 pound of ammonia saved. 1 pound of ammonia saved may mean 20 hand grenades, 20 hand grenades may win a battle. Potatoes are a splendid food, excellent for your body, delicious when well cooked. What they do for your body: they are good fuel. They furnish starch, which burns in your muscles to let you work, much as the gasoline burns in an automobile engine to make it go. One medium-sized potato gives you as much starch as 2 slices of bread. When you have potatoes for a meal, you need less bread. Potatoes can save wheat. They give you salts, like other vegetables. You need the salts to build and renew all the parts of your body and keep it in order. You can even use potatoes in cake. If only we could get muffins and biscuits and meat, Pia thought. She glanced at her mother, who was picking up a tattered sock and scrubbing one hand on her apron. Her flour sack blouse hung loose on her shoulders, exposing her thin neck and jutting collarbones. And her brown skirt hung like a faded tent over her legs. Her jawline and cheekbones stood out in sharp angles in her pale face, and her waist-length blonde hair, which Pia used to love to brush, and Mutti now wore in a loose braid, looked limp and dull. Pia wasn't sure how much longer her mother could keep nursing the twins without eating more. But Mutti refused to spend what little money they had on formula when she could feed her babies for free, and she didn't want to use the jars of Melon's infant food on the shelf until absolutely necessary. Even though doctors said Melon's mixed with cow's milk was superior to mother's milk, but they only had water to mix it with anyway. Pia wanted to look for a job to bring in more money, but Mutti hoped the war would be over soon, Vater would return, and things would go back to normal. In the meantime, Pia was only 13 and needed to stay in school as long as possible, especially because the laws for Germans seemed to change every day, and there was no way of knowing how much longer she'd be allowed to attend. Finn had offered to teach her how to steal food at the open-air market, but she refused. Mutti would never eat stolen food, not to mention the trouble she'd be in if she got caught. The first time she saw Finn stuff a brisket under his jacket, she'd been shocked, and asked him afterward how taking meat was any different from robbing bottles and rags from the old colored woman. He said the boys who did that were trying to cause trouble by stealing from someone who already had nothing. But he was trying to help his family survive. Like him and everyone else unlucky enough to live in the Fifth Ward, she'd been dealt an unpredictable lot in life, he said, and someday she might need to slip a loaf of bread beneath her shirt to stay alive. Having been taught that taking something that didn't belong to her was wrong, no matter what, she hadn't been convinced. But she had to admit she was beginning to understand. Desperation was a powerful thing. Now she wished she'd listened to him. She supposed she could still try stealing if things got any worse. Then she remembered she was too scared to leave the house. "Did you go to the market this morning?" she asked her mother. Mutti shook her head. "I was waiting for you to stay with the boys. Then Mrs. Schmidt told me everything was closing and I should stay home." Just then, one of the twins started crying in the other room. Mutti sighed and pushed herself up from her chair, her hands on her knees, her face contorting in pain. "What's wrong?" Pia said. "Did you hurt yourself?" Mutti shook her head. "Nein, I'm only getting old." Pia frowned. At 32, Mutti wasn't that old. "Stay there," she said. "I'll get the boys." Her mother sat back down and sighed. "Danke." Opening the door a crack, Pia peeked inside the bedroom. Maybe whoever was crying would fall back asleep. The lantern light from the kitchen fell over a wooden washstand, a dresser with mismatched handles and crooked drawers, and her parents' rusty iron bed filling half the room. Near the head of the bed, a floor-level cubby and open closet took up one wall. The twins lay on the bed covers in cotton gowns and day caps, their rattles and swaddling blankets on the floor. One was on his back, with the toes of his foot in his mouth, the other on his stomach, red-faced and howling. Their names were Oliver and Maxwell. Ollie and Max for short. Good American names, according to Mutti, who wanted Pia to change her name to Polly or Peg after the war started. But Pia liked being named after her great-grandmother, even though some of her schoolmates used it as another reason to pick on her. And in the end, Vater said she could keep it. Max was the one howling. She entered the bedroom, lit the lantern on the dresser, picked up the rattles and blankets, and stood by the bed, waiting to see what the twins would do when they saw her. Max noticed her first. He stopped crying and gave her a teary-eyed grin, his drool-covered lips still quivering. She wrapped one of the blankets around him, scooped him up, and sat on the edge of the bed, cradling him in one arm. He grabbed a handful of her hair, and Ollie cooed up at her from the bed, then stuck his toes back in his mouth. Then she remembered something and stiffened. What if she felt something strange when she held her brothers? What if her chest hurt or her lungs burned? Touching family had never troubled her before, but that was before the parade and the flu, before Mary Helen and Tommy Costa. She took Max's tiny hand in hers, held her breath, and waited. To her relief, she felt nothing but his warm body against hers and the silky soft skin of his little fingers and palm. She exhaled, her breath shuddering in her chest, and wiped the tears from his face. "What's the matter, little one?" she said in a soft, sing-song voice. "Did you think we left you home all alone? Don't you know we'd never do that?" She kissed his forehead. "Never, ever, ever." Max grinned up at her again, bubbles of spit forming between his lips. Unlike everyone else, she could always tell her brothers apart. Even Vater joked about hanging numbers around their necks so he would know who was who. Looking at their white blonde hair and cobalt blue eyes, traits inherited from Mutti, it would be easy to get them confused. But Pia knew Max's face was the slightest bit thinner than Ollie's, his button nose a tad flatter on the end. His dimples were deeper, too. She'd never forget the day 4 months ago when the twins were born, the tense minutes after Ollie's appearance, when Mutti continued to groan and hold her still bulging stomach. Vater sent Pia to get Mrs. Schmidt, but by the time she returned, a second baby had arrived, much to everyone's surprise. Mrs. Schmidt, holding a jar of lard to lubricate the parts of passage, seemed unfazed. "I knew you were having more than one when you said the kicking felt like the baby was wearing hobnailed boots," she said proudly. While Mrs. Schmidt helped Mutti remove her soiled skirt and get cleaned up, Pia swaddled the newborn twins and studied their tiny faces, grateful and amazed to finally have 2 brand-new brothers. From that day on, telling them apart had been easy. "I know who you are," Pia said to Max now, as she cradled him on the edge of her parents' bed. "Yes, I do." She bent down and kissed Ollie's forehead. "You too, Ollie boy." Ollie smiled, chuckling around the toes in his mouth. Pia picked up one of their rattles and held it out for him, trying to get him to let go of his foot. Vater had carved the rattles out of wood before he left for the war, sanding them over and over until every spot was smooth and soft. He used twine threaded through holes to hold 4 brass bells on each side, and carved each boy's initials on the handles. The sound they made when shook reminded Pia of sleigh bells at Christmas. Ollie was more interested in playing with his feet. She put the rattle down and noticed Max was falling back asleep, his long, dark lashes like feathers against his pale cheeks. She rocked him in her arms and sang a lullaby in a soft voice. Ollie lay still and listened, then let go of his toes, put his thumb in his mouth, and gazed up at her with sleepy eyes. Within minutes they were both napping again. She covered Ollie with the other blanket, then stood and carefully laid Max next to him. After waiting a few seconds to make sure they'd stay asleep, she turned the knob on the oil lantern, and the thick wick receded, reducing the flame. Then she tiptoed out of the room, giving them one last look before letting the door latch slip quietly back into place. When she turned around, her mother was still at the table, her head in her hands, her mending forgotten in her lap. A knot of fear twisted in Pia's stomach. "What is it, Mutti?" Pia said. "What's wrong?" Mutti looked up. "Oh, Liebchen," she said. "Nothing. I'm only tired." Her words did little to lessen Pia's alarm. She studied her mother's face, worried she wasn't telling the truth. It wasn't like her to complain about being tired, or anything else for that matter. "Did you eat today?" Mutti nodded. "Kartoffelpfannkuchen, a potato pancake, and applesauce." "That's not enough," Pia said. "Why don't you have something to eat and take a nap while the twins are sleeping? I can work on the mending." To Pia's surprise, Mutti nodded, put the mending on the table, and stood. "Yeah, I think I will lie down for a little bit." She went over to Pia's bed, moved her school books to the floor, and got under the blanket. "The soup is almost finished," she said. "Be careful not to let it burn." She took a deep breath, then exhaled with a shuddering sigh. Pia dug her nails into her palms. Mutti never lay down in the afternoon. She went over to the bed and knelt beside her. "Are you sure you're feeling all right? Maybe I should get Mrs. Schmidt." Mutti gave her a weak smile. "Do not worry, Liebchen, I'm fine," she said. "Remember, I said the twins were fussing today. They were awake all night, too. I'm only tired from that." She closed her eyes. "And Mrs. Schmidt is not here." "What do you mean? Where is she?" "On the train to her mother's house in Pittsburgh." "Maybe I should go look for a doctor then," Pia said. The thought of leaving and going into the city again terrified her, but she'd do it for Mutti. Then she remembered what her teachers said about the shortage of doctors and nurses because of the war, that those left behind were overwhelmed and the hospitals were full. And a cold block of fear settled in her chest. Mutti opened her eyes and looked at her, her face serious. "I am not sick, Pia. I only need to rest. Just for a few minutes, then I will feel better." Pia sighed. She prayed Mutti was right, but she hated feeling so helpless. "Then let me close the window so you don't get chilled." Mutti turned on her side and pulled the blanket up to her chin. "Nein. Fresh air is good to keep away the flu." Pia lifted her hand to check her mother's forehead for fever, then froze. What if she felt pain in her chest or became short of breath when she touched her? What would she do then? Mrs. Schmidt was gone and the hospitals were full. Chewing her lip, she went over to the table, picked up the darning egg with trembling fingers, and dropped it into a sock. Maybe she should feel her mother's forehead. The sooner she knew if she was getting sick, the sooner she could try to find some kind of help. Maybe someone else in the building would know what to do. Maybe they'd have whiskey or some other kind of medicine. If only Mrs. Schmidt were still there. After a little while, she put down the mending, went over to the foot of the bed and gazed down at Muti. She was sound asleep, her mouth hanging open. Thin strands of hair stuck to her cheeks and lips. Exhaustion clung to her features, aging her beyond her years. Pia took a deep breath and let it out slowly. What should she do? She looked out the window toward Finn's apartment. If only she could send him a note to ask for help. But undershirts and baby wear filled the clothesline. She couldn't take them off without waking Muti. Who knew if he'd answer in time, anyway? She thought about hurrying across the alley and knocking on his door, but what if the twins woke up and Muti didn't hear them? Not to mention she didn't want to go out in the hall, let alone outside. As if roused by her thoughts, the twins started crying. Muti opened her eyes and started to sit up. "Stay there," Pia said. "I'll get them." "Nein," Muti said. "They're hungry and I have too much to do." She moved to the edge of the bed and stood, her hands on the small of her back as she straightened and started toward the bedroom. "Please take some soft potatoes from the soup for the supper." "Yes, Muti," Pia said. "And close the window. It may be too cold for them." Pia pulled the window sash all the way down, then went over to the stove. She took a slotted spoon from the kitchen shelf, fished several floury potatoes out of the soup, and put them in a bowl. Muti came out of the bedroom with Ollie and Max, laid them on the bed, unpinned 2 clean diapers from the ceiling clothesline, and started to change them. She smiled and kissed the boys' faces, laughing when they babbled and cooed. "You are the best little boys in the world," she said, cooing back at them, "and the most handsome, too. Are you hungry?" "Yeah? Your sister is getting your dinner ready for you." Pia mashed the potatoes in the bowl and softened them with a little broth, one eye on her mother. Maybe she'd been wrong to worry. Maybe Muti really was just tired, and the short nap had helped. In any case, she was acting normal now. Fear seeped out of Pia's chest, and relief loosened her shoulders. Muti picked Ollie up and kissed him on the cheek, then put him back down on the mattress. She made a move to pick Max up, then hesitated, put a hand to her head, and sat down hard on the edge of the bed. Red blotches bloomed on her pale face. Pia put down the soup bowl and rushed to her side. "What is it, Muti?" she said. Muti closed her eyes and moaned. "I'm not sure," she said. I'm feeling a little dizzy." Panic flared in Pia's chest again, beating against her rib cage like stone wings. "I'll go try to find a doctor." "Nein," Muti said. "You are not leaving. It's not safe." "But what if—" Pia hesitated, trying to keep her voice from trembling. "What if you're getting sick?" "I'm all right. I'm not coughing or too hot, only tired. Besides, there's no money for a doctor, and I don't want to help a German anyway." "Is there anyone else in the building like Mrs. Schmidt? Someone who might know what to do?" Muti shook her head. "Our neighbors have their own troubles right now. I only need to sleep. It is the best medicine." She pushed herself off the bed and stood. "Will you take care of the boys for a few hours while I lie down in the bedroom?" "Yes, of course, and I'll bring you some soup." Muti nodded and started toward the bedroom, walking slowly. Pia followed, struggling to stay calm. For as long as she could remember, her mother had never complained about not feeling well, not even after having the twins, when Mrs. Schmidt instructed her to spend 2 weeks in bed, not even when she had a horrible headache that seemed to last for weeks, or when she broke her big toe. Muti always kept quiet and kept going as best she could. She never gave up or gave in. To hear her say she didn't feel well sent a flood of terror through Pia's bones. Mutti sat on the edge of the bed, and Pia knelt down, unbuttoned her boots, and pulled them off. Danke, Mutti said, lying back on the pillow. Pia covered her with a blanket, wondering what else she should do. Out in the other room, Ollie and Max started crying. Bitte, feed the boys and let me rest, Mutti said, shooing her away with one hand. I will be much better when I wake up. Will you promise to call me if you need anything? Yeah. Now go. Pia started out of the room, then stopped at the door and turned. And tell me if you start feeling worse? Yeah, Mutti said. She laid her forearm across her forehead, her pale wrist turned up, and closed her eyes. Promise? Pia said. Yeah, Pia. With growing dread, Pia left the room and closed the door. Hopefully Mutti was right. She was only overworked and exhausted. It made sense, with the twins waking up several times a night to nurse, then barely sleeping during the day. Still, Pia couldn't help fearing the worst. She prayed she was wrong. After feeding Max and Ollie mashed potatoes softened with broth, she put them on a blanket in the middle of the floor with their rattles, then filled a bowl with soup and slowly opened the bedroom door, trying not to make any noise. A slice of weak light fell across Mutti's pale face. She was sound asleep again, her mouth agape. Mutti? Pia said in a quiet voice. I brought you some soup. She went over to the bed and looked down at her. Mutti? Mutti didn't blink or move. Pia thought about waking her, but decided to let her rest. The few minutes she'd gotten earlier probably weren't enough. She needed an entire night of uninterrupted sleep. Then maybe she'd be back to her old self by morning. Pia left the bedroom, quietly closed the door, took the soup over to the table and sat down. From the blanket on the floor, the boys watched her eat, grinning and gurgling and reaching for each other's hands and faces. She would take care of them tonight. She would mix a jar of Melon's infant food with water and feed them, so Mutti wouldn't have to wake up and nurse. They weren't used to drinking from bottles, but if they were hungry enough, they'd figure it out. When she was done with her soup, she got up, knelt on her bed, opened the window, and, working fast, pulled the clothes off the line and piled them beside her. The undershirts and nightdresses were still damp from the fall air, but she'd hang them up again inside when she had time. When everything was off the line, she closed the window and stacked the laundry on the kitchen chairs, then took her math book from beneath her bed and tore out the first page, which was blank, except for the title and copyright. Damaging a school book would likely get her in trouble, but there was no other paper in the house, and this was an emergency. She found a pencil, sat down at the table again, and wrote to Finn. Are you all right? What's wrong with your brother? Mutti might be getting sick, and I don't know what to do. I have no medicine or whiskey. She says I shouldn't leave the house to find a doctor, and I don't really want to anyway. Please help. I'm scared. She folded the paper, crawled up on her bed again, opened the window part way, fastened the note to the line with a clothespin, and sent it across the alley. The pulley squeaked while the clothesline lurched and paused, until finally the note reached the ledge outside Finn's window. Afraid to blink, she watched to see if he would reach out and take it. But no one came to the open window or looked out. She glanced over her shoulder at her brothers, content and playing on the blanket, then pushed the window open all the way and leaned out as far as she dared. Praying Mutti wouldn't hear, she called out, Finn! No answer. Hey, Finn! Are you over there? It's me, Pia. Still no answer. She pulled the sash down and watched for a few more minutes, but no one came to the window. Looking out over the eerily silent Fifth Ward, a cold eddy of loneliness began to swirl inside her chest. The sun blazed on the distant horizon, casting a yellow glow over the cool fall evening. The perfect weather for a brisk walk or a rousing game of stickball. But no children played in the alley below. No delivery wagons rattled along the cobblestones. No women gossiped on the front stoops or called their children in from open windows. A hollow draught of fear swept through her. It felt like the end of the world. While Muti slept and Pia took care of her brothers, panic gripped the city. The director of the Philadelphia General Hospital pleaded for volunteers to relieve nurses who had collapsed from overwork. Doctors and nurses started dying. 3 one day, 2 another, 4 the next. Undertakers ran out of embalming fluid and coffins, and masked policemen guarded what coffins were left. Gravediggers were either ill, overcharging people, or refusing to bury influenza victims. The director of the city jail offered prisoners to help dig graves, but withdrew the offer when he realized there were no healthy guards to watch them. 33 policemen had already died. The citizens of Philadelphia began whispering the word plague. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia Inquirer scorned the closing of public places. What are the authorities trying to do? Scare everyone to death? What is to be gained by shutting up well-ventilated churches and theaters and letting people press into trolley cars? What then should a man do to prevent panic and fear? Live a calm life. Do not discuss influenza. Worry is useless. Talk of cheerful things instead of disease. For Pia, getting the twins to drink formula out of bottles proved to be more difficult than she thought. By the time the first feeding was over, all 3 of them were exhausted. When her brothers finally collapsed into a restless sleep on her bed, it was after midnight. She edged off the mattress, moving slowly and quietly, and peeked into the dark bedroom, surprised her mother hadn't heard the boys' frustrated cries. Muti was still sound asleep, her breath like sandpaper against the wood. Pia tiptoed into the room, stood by the bed, and with trembling fingers reached out to feel her mother's forehead. As soon as her hand touched Muti's clammy skin, heat lit up her face and neck, and an invisible weight pressed against her chest. She yanked her hand away, and the frightening sensations disappeared. Tears filled Pia's eyes. No, Muti can't be sick. She just can't be. Turning toward the dresser, she quietly opened the bottom drawer, took out a sweater, and laid it over her mother's chest and shoulders, pulling it and the blanket up beneath her chin. She didn't know what else to do. Queasy with fear, she crept out of the room and closed the door. The thought of leaving the safety of their apartment, going out into the city in the middle of the night to search for a doctor, not knowing if anyone would even help, terrified her. And who would take care of the babies while she was gone? Muti might be too sick to watch them. And the boys probably shouldn't be near her anyway. Paralyzed by indecision, she turned down the lantern and lay in her bed. The boys' small bodies snuggled between her and the wall. She needed to organize her thoughts and gather her courage. The sun would be up in a few hours. Then she could ask a neighbor to watch the twins. Muti always said everything looked less frightening in the light. She hoped so, because right now she was scared to death. Knowing she couldn't sleep, she tried to come up with a plan. When her frantic dreams ended, she opened her eyes, confused and trying to remember what day it was. An eerie, grayish glow filtered in under the flour sack drapes. She turned her head and looked up. A jagged water stain colored the gray ceiling paper like a small yellow lake, making her think of the spring runoff near the Combe Banks in Hazleton. Then she remembered. The schools and churches and all public meeting places had been closed, and Muti might be sick with the flu. The twins still lay between her and the wall. She sat up with a start and nearly fell off the edge of the bed, then blinked and looked around, trying to figure out how long she'd slept. She got up on her knees and pulled aside the drapes. It was dawn, and her note to Finn still dangled on the clothesline. Ollie turned toward her, kicking his legs and starting to fuss. Max was starting to wake up, too. She picked Ollie up and bounced him on her hip, her eyes fixed on Finn's window. "Shh, Ollie boy," she said, patting his back. "Everything's going to be all right." She watched Finn's window for another few seconds. No one moved behind the glass. Had they taken his brother to the hospital? Or were they all sick? Ollie started to wail, his face turning red, his small hands in fists. "I know," she said to him. "You want your mommy. Have you had enough of me?" She got down from the bed, snuggled his cheek against hers, and moved toward the bedroom. All right, I'll take you to your Muti." Then she stopped and glanced over her shoulder at Max. "Stay right there, good boy. I'll be right back." Max blinked and grinned at her, still half asleep, while Ollie howled in her ear, loud enough to wake the people next door. She started toward the bedroom again, a growing surge of fear coursing through her, making her chest hurt. Surely Muti could hear Ollie crying. Why hadn't she come out to see what was wrong? Pia knocked lightly on the door. "Muti? Are you up?" No answer. "Muti?" Pia opened the door and entered slowly, keeping her eyes down in case her mother was dressing. "I'm sorry to wake you, but Ollie's hungry. I fed him some melons a while ago, but—" Then she looked up and went rigid. Muti lay on her side in the bed, her clawed hands frozen at her throat, her mouth agape, as if stuck in mid-scream. A dark fluid ran from her nose and mouth and eyes, red and crusty and black, and her skin was the color of a bruise. The coppery smell of warm blood filled the thick air. "Muti?" Pia managed. No response. "Muti?" Realization, sudden and horrible, struck Pia. Her legs turned to water, and she bent over, gagging and almost dropping Ollie. She grabbed the iron footboard to stay upright. The floor seemed to tilt beneath her feet. Ollie wailed louder, filling the room. Pia fell to her knees, her heartbeat thrashing in her ears. No, this can't be happening. It can't be. Dizzy and hyperventilating, she edged around to the side of the bed, the wood floor like a rasp on her bare knees, her shaking arms struggling to hold on to her baby brother. "Muti!" she cried. "Get up! You can't leave us! You can't!" She held her breath and reached out with trembling fingers, as if one touch would shatter her mother like glass. "Please, Muti, wake up!" Her fingertips grazed the sleeve of Muti's sweater, and she drew back, her stomach turning over. She didn't need to touch her mother's skin to know something was horribly wrong. She didn't want to touch her and feel death. Grabbing the side of the damp mattress, she pulled herself to her feet, put a hand on Muti's shoulder, and shook her. Muti's body wobbled back and forth like a life-size doll lying on a shelf. A scream built up in Pia's throat, but she clamped her teeth against it. She fell to her knees again and let Ollie slide to the floor, her arms too weak to hold him. He lay on his back, his face red, and cried harder. In the other room, Max started wailing too. Pia buried her face in her hands and squeezed her eyes shut, hoping the image of her dead mother would be gone when she opened them. This can't be true. It can't be. Mutti is not dead. She's not. She dropped her hands to the floor to keep from collapsing and opened her eyes. Her mother was still there, on the bed, covered in blood. Pia moaned and slumped to the floor, her legs and arms vibrating out of control, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Violent sobs burst from her throat one after the other before she could catch her next mouthful of air. Each wail wrenched the strength from her body. Ollie howled beside her, oblivious to the fact that his mother was dead and his life had been changed forever. He reached for Pia's arm, clutching her sleeve in his small fist. She picked him up and hugged him to her chest, her shoulders convulsing, her mind screaming in terror and grief. More than anything, she wanted to lose consciousness, to faint and escape into nothingness, where pain and fear couldn't reach her. But she had to take care of the boys. She had to go out to the other room and get Max, who was crying even harder now. When she trusted herself to stand, she staggered to her feet, still hugging Ollie, and stumbled out to the kitchen. She hefted Max onto her other hip and carried her brothers back into the bedroom on quivering legs, then slid down the wall opposite the bed, dizzy and out of breath. Her body felt like kindling, her nerves stripped and sparking, ready to burst into flames at any second. Her mind raced and her stomach churned, overwhelmed with grief and horror and disbelief. How could Mutti be dead? Dead? She rarely caught cold. How could she catch the flu? She kept her feet dry. She stayed warm. She even ate sugar cubes soaked in kerosene. Pia stared at her mother, bile rising in the back of her throat, the babies howling in her arms. What were she and the twins going to do without her? Who was going to take care of them now? Pia wailed with her brothers, fighting the urge to scream and vomit. The black manacle of grief closing around her shattered heart and locking into place with a horrible, sickening thud. Chapter 2. Bernice. October 11th, 1918. For what seemed like the 1,000th time in the past few days, 20-year-old Bernice Groves stared out the third-floor window of her row house on Shunk Alley in the 5th Ward, trying to figure out how to kill herself. She thought about jumping out the window, but worried the fall would only break her legs, not end her life. Slitting her wrists with a kitchen knife was an option, but she hated the sight of blood. She could swallow the rat poison her husband had brought home before he was drafted, but she didn't want to die writhing in agony. Her death needed to be as quick and painless as possible. Maybe that made her a coward, but she didn't care. There was no one left to notice, anyway. Then her eyes traveled to the clotheslines between the buildings, crisscrossing the alley like the threads of a giant spider web. Braiding several lengths of it together might make a rope strong enough to hold her weight so she could hang herself. But how would she get that much? She couldn't very well go door to door asking her neighbors to loan out their clotheslines. Not that they would answer their doors anyway. Since the epidemic started, had it been a week, 10 days, 14? No one dared let anyone but family into their homes, and sometimes not even them. No children played in the alley below. No women hurried out to run errands. No men whistled or smoked on their way home from work. Even the laundry lines hung empty. The only living things she'd seen over the past few days were a street sweeper sprinkling some kind of powder along the cobblestones and a brown dog sniffing two sheet-wrapped bodies across the way before dashing down the alley, his nose to the ground. More often than not, she wondered if she was the last person alive on Earth. It was easy to understand why the man who lived upstairs, Mr. Workner, had shot his wife and 2 children before putting a gun to his own head instead of letting the flu decide their fate. While the rest of the city waited in fear and bodies piled up outside the morgues and cemeteries, he had taken matters into his own hands. She would have done the same thing if she'd known a week ago what she knew now. And if she had a gun. Hopefully she already had the flu and would be dead soon anyway. Then she would be with her husband and son. Except she didn't want to wait that long. She wanted to die now, to escape this wretched grief, this horrible, heavy ache in her chest. She couldn't stand the agony another minute. The Bible said taking your own life was a sin, but surely God would understand that a mother couldn't live without her child. Surely he would understand why she longed to be reunited with her son in heaven. Everything she knew to be good was gone. Everything she knew to be true and absolute and fair about the world had been destroyed. Maybe she should just stop eating. Not that she had been eating much anyway. How could she think about food when her baby boy was dead? How could she swallow a bite of doughy bread with sweet jam or soothe her dry throat with hot tea with honey? How could she do any of those things when Wallace would never taste a strawberry or an egg, eat an apple or a warm piece of Johnny cake? It seemed blasphemous to even think about eating when he couldn't, as if she were betraying him. A loaf of bread wrapped in cheesecloth sat untouched in her dresser drawer, along with a pound of lard, a few strips of cooked bacon, and a dozen eggs in the larder, 3 boxes of cereal, several jars of pears and tomatoes, and a half-dozen cans of beans and carrots on the kitchen shelves. She thought about leaving the food outside her neighbors' doors, but couldn't find the strength or desire to pack it up and take it out. And despite her revulsion at the thought of eating, every now and then the desperate gnaw of hunger grew unbearable, as if her stomach were eating itself from the inside out. She tried to ignore it by lying down and hoping she would pass out or starve to death, but an involuntary will to survive always seemed to win, and she'd tear into a box of cornflakes, disgusted and crying and hating herself as she shoved them into her mouth. Then, with her hunger abated, she'd make a vow to start starving herself all over again and beg Wallace to forgive her for being so weak. Thinking about her beautiful baby boy, her burning eyes filled, and she looked over at him. A week ago, he'd been the picture of health, giggling and babbling and reaching for her with his chubby little hands. Then he woke up with a fever and a cough, refusing to nurse. After 2 days of trying every recommended cure for the flu, onion syrup, chloride of lime, whiskey, Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup, she bundled him up and ran what seemed like 100 blocks to the nearest emergency hospital. The local poorhouse, which had been converted after the epidemic started. Crying the whole way, she prayed that the good Lord would save her only child. She'd already lost her husband to war. How much misery was one person supposed to endure? But when she reached the hospital, she slowed. Every type of vehicle she could imagine crowded the street, trucks and cars and wagons and carts, all of them bringing the sick, the dying, and the dead. Even police cars were bringing in victims, What looked like thousands of people, some wearing yarmulkes and dark clothes, others in babushka scarves and colorful skirts, swarmed the building, trying to get inside. Some sat or lay on the ground wrapped in blankets, while others were half naked and soaked in sweat, moaning, coughing, and struggling to breathe. A number of them were already dead, their faces as purple as plums, their mouths and noses and eyes caked with dark blood. A colored man stumbled in front of her toward the hospital, begging to be let in, and a white man pushed him backward, telling him to go somewhere else. The colored man collapsed on the sidewalk, then lay there lifeless. Masked policemen did their best to keep order, while nuns in white aprons prayed over the living and the dead. Beneath a canopy on the sidewalk, Red Cross workers handed out masks and sewed burial shrouds. A chorus of voices cried out for water and prayed in what seemed like a dozen different languages: English, Russian, Italian, Yiddish, Polish, German. She fought her way through the crowd, clasping Wallace to her chest. "Please," she cried out, "please let me through. I need help. My son is sick." "Hey," someone shouted. "Get in line." "Wait your turn," a woman yelled. Bernice ignored them and kept going, pushing and shoving her way through. A policeman and a nun stood guard at the hospital entrance, both wearing gauze masks. When Bernice reached them, the policeman stepped between her and the nun. "Please," Bernice said, trying to catch her breath. "You have to help me. My boy is sick." "I'm sorry, dear," the nun said. "We've run out of room." "But he's just a baby," Bernice wailed. "My only child." "I understand," the nun said, "but there are other mothers with children here, too." Bernice looked around, tears blurring her vision. A young, dark-haired woman wearing a scarf over her mouth knelt on the sidewalk beside a pale, coughing toddler, her eyes filled with fear. Another woman held a young girl on her hip, swaying back and forth, trying to comfort her child. The little girl's legs dangled, skinny and limp, against her mother's skirt, and her skin was tinged a strange, bluish gray. 1,000 faces stared back at Bernice, some gasping for air, others weary with pain, all knotted in terror. Bernice gazed up at the nun. "Why aren't you helping us?" she cried. "What's wrong with you?" "All of our beds and even the hallways are full," the nun said. "We're crowded to the doors, and most of our doctors and nurses are overseas. We've put a call out for volunteers, but I'm afraid we're overwhelmed. I'm so sorry, dear, but you must get in line." Just then a man carrying a little boy ran up the steps with a wad of money in his hand. He begged the nun to take his son inside, but the policeman pushed him back, threatening to arrest him for bribery. Seizing the opportunity, Bernice darted around the policeman and started for the entrance, shoving the nun to one side with her shoulder. Suddenly a woman in a peasant skirt appeared out of nowhere, blocking her way. A feverish-looking toddler slumped in the cloth sling strapped around her chest. "Voci, vosate, que espera, como todo mundo." Bernice tried forcing her way past, but the woman stood her ground, snarling and pushing her back with rough hands. A broad-shouldered man came to the woman's rescue and got between them, his arms out to keep Bernice at a distance. "Now, toki nella," he shouted. Bernice didn't understand his words, but menace filled his voice. She tried to get around them again, but the policeman gripped her by the shoulders and pulled her backward. "Come on, lady," he said. "You can't go in yet." The immigrant couple kept yelling at her, pointing their fingers and shaking their fists. "Well, what about them?" Bernice shouted. "You can't let them in either." The policeman ignored her. She struggled to get away from him, twisting and pulling and bending, but it was no use. "Who do you think you are? trying to stop me from getting help. She screamed at the couple. You don't even belong here. The woman shouted something else, and the nun ushered her and the man away from the door. It's all right, she said to them. Please, calm down. We're not letting anyone in ahead of you. The policeman turned Bernice around and took her down the steps, one hand gripping her arm, the other putting pressure on her back, almost pushing, but not quite. At the bottom of the stairs, he let go and went back to his post. She gazed down at her sweet little Wallace, gasping for air and struggling to stay alive in her arms. How could they make him wait in line behind people who should have been looking for help from their own kind? She tried minding her own business when it came to the strangers who had invaded her city, but this was too much. Between a German stealing her father's job and this, she was done being civil. She turned and looked up at the nun and policeman again. What are you doing? She cried. Half these people are foreigners. They shouldn't be trying to get help from doctors meant to help Americans. It's not right. We're here to help everyone, the nun said. I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait like everyone else. Above the din of the wailing, pleading crowd, Bernice heard her heart break. No one was going to help her boy. No one was going to give him medicine or ease his pain. Not until they'd helped the hordes of people who didn't belong here. It didn't make sense. The immigrants should have been turned away, not her son. On legs that felt like stone, she turned and staggered through the frightened swarm of tormented and dying people. She would take Wallace home. She would take him home, and they would die together. Except she didn't die. She didn't even get a fever. She didn't have a cough or as much as a tickle in her throat. The only thing she had was a headache, which always happened when she was distraught. Wallace, on the other hand, had died the next morning. She'd never forget the last minutes and seconds of her baby boy struggling in her arms, the fear and panic in his innocent eyes, the way he'd gripped her finger in his little hand as he fought for air and life. After a while, his face changed and grew gray, then got darker and darker. Blood seeped from his nose and rimmed the lower lids of his eyes. Then, with one final gasp, his tiny body shuddered and went slack. His hand loosened around her finger, and his eyelids drifted partway closed. She held him in her arms and stared at his face for what seemed like forever. Then got up, laid him in his crib, and collapsed on the floor, shrieking over and over until she tasted blood. When she finally stopped screaming, the world started to close in around her, like a curtain being drawn. Certain she was dying of a broken heart, she welcomed the relief. Finally, she would be at peace, blessed with the knowledge that she would be with her husband and son. She felt like she was floating in a pool of liquid silver, and a smile played around her lips. Then everything went black. She had no idea how much time passed before she came to, but the room was getting dark, the grayish light of dusk sliding down the bedroom wall. At first she thought she had fallen asleep and it was all a horrible nightmare. Then she bolted upright and looked over at the crib, her heart roaring in her chest. Wallace lay where she had left him, wrapped in his favorite blue blanket, his face the color of a storm cloud, his nose and mouth smeared with dried blood, his eyes swollen shut. Dead. Her son was dead. She covered her face with clawed hands, her mouth twisting in agony, her mind screaming, "He can't be dead, not my baby, not my little boy." She pounded the floor with her fists, cursing God and howling. then crumpled forward, still on her knees, slumped over like a rag doll. She cupped her swollen bosom in her hands, her throbbing breasts engorged with milk her son would never drink, her own body betraying her with a painful reminder of all she had lost. She squeezed her breasts and screeched in pain, punishing herself for letting Wallace get sick. She had seen the signs and read the warnings. She should have stayed home until the danger was over instead of going to the parade. She should have kept Wallace safe, away from the man selling balloons and the mobs of immigrants on the sidewalks. She should have shoved the dark-skinned boy away from Wallace's buggy and told him to keep his filthy fingers away from her son when he had dropped his miniature flag on Wallace's blanket and reached in to pick it up without asking. It was her fault. Her fault Wallace got sick and died. Then, after a few minutes of anguished sobbing, she pushed herself up on her hands and knees, swayed upright, and sat on the bed, her mind reeling. How was her heart still beating? Her lungs still drawing air? She picked up her son with gentle hands and kissed his cold forehead, his tiny lips, his miniature fingers, and prayed that her bleeding, shattered heart would kill her and put an end to her suffering. Then she lay on her side on the mattress and cradled him to her chest, hoping her mind would shut down and release her from the pain. She closed her eyes and willed her lungs to quit working, her blood to stop moving through her veins. She cursed God for taking her child, for deserting her in her hour of need. Then she begged him to take her too. Her prayers went unanswered. That was 3 days ago. Now Wallace lay like a stone in his crib, while she stared out the window, trying to figure out how to end her life. The radio said the city's funeral homes were overwhelmed, but she wouldn't have been able to bring herself to take him to the undertaker anyway, to hand over his tiny body to be embalmed, to be laid in a tiny casket, and buried in the cold, hard earth. She couldn't part with him. Ever. The only thing she wanted to do was to join him. Down in the alley, a woman in a red babushka and tiered skirt pushed a wicker pram with wobbly wheels past the row houses. Then she stopped, lifted a baby from the buggy, and entered one of the buildings across the way. Bernice clenched her jaw in frustration. What was that immigrant woman doing out there when the city was under quarantine? And with a baby, no less. Was she crazy or just plain ignorant? Seeing the woman made her think of the immigrants at the hospital. Trying to get help from doctors meant for Americans instead of turning to the witches and wizards they believed could heal them through some kind of sorcery. Wallace might have lived if it hadn't been for them. Then again, it seemed like the entire neighborhood had been taken over by migrants and Negroes since the war started, all of them looking for work in the shipyard and munitions factory. They weren't like her and her family, whose relatives had lived in South Philly since the 1830s, when her grandfather had moved here from Canada to work as a stonemason. Now the entire city was teeming with large ghettos, housing every type of foreigner she could think of, and they were stealing jobs from real Americans, like her late father, who had worked at the shipyard for over 40 years until a German, who lived across the way, Mr. Lange, was hired to replace him. Just 6 days after he was let go, her father had died. Liver failure, the doctors said. But losing his job to a foreigner was what killed him. Like they'd done outside the hospital, the newcomers crowded around the market stands in their odd clothes, holding up checkout lines because they couldn't speak English. Bernice could hear her father's voice now. This is America. They need to learn our language or go back where they came from. Even the editor of the newspaper had expressed his opposition to The flood of undesirables from the darker sections of the old world who are arriving in the United States with no conception of American ideas. As if that wasn't bad enough, the heavy aromas of their peculiar cuisine stank up the hallways. Boiled lamb, paprika, curry, and peppered cabbage. And children of all colors filled the alleys and streets, shouting and playing games in strange languages. Even the number of homeless had increased since the waves of peasants arrived. She wouldn't have been surprised to learn the flu started with them. After all, everyone knew migrants brought disease across the nation's ports and borders. The Irish brought cholera. The Jews brought tuberculosis. The Italians brought polio. And the Chinese brought bubonic plague. She and some of the other women in her prayer group had often discussed the personal hygiene habits, unhealthy tendencies, and questionable morals of foreign-born people. And they all agreed that "don't spit" signs should have been printed in all languages, not just English. Why weren't their children dying? Why had her son, a true American, gotten sick and passed away? It wasn't fair. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, a rush of guilt twisted in her chest. She had seen the immigrant mothers at the hospital with their sick children. She had seen the anguish on Mr. and Mrs. Yankovic's pale faces when they brought out their dead daughter. How Mrs. Yankovich had nearly collapsed and her husband had held her up. She had seen the white crepe on the Costa's door after little Tommy died. Deep down, she knew all mothers loved their children and grieved the same way, no matter their nationality, race, or religion. And yet, it seemed as though the newcomers always had 3 or 4 offspring to replace the children they lost. She only had one, and he was gone. No one was immune to getting sick, except, it seemed, for her. After the lady and the babushka disappeared into the row house, a low, lone voice echoed between the brick buildings, and the dry creak of wagon wheels drew closer and closer. Bernice craned her neck out the window to see. 2 men on a horse-drawn wagon moved along the alley toward her building, both wearing masks. "Bring out your dead," one of them called. His voice sounded weary, yet indifferent, like a newspaper hawker on an empty street corner. Bernice pulled her head back inside to watch. She couldn't help but remember the stories she'd heard about the yellow fever, when the rush to get victims in the grave had resulted in some people being buried alive. Was that happening during this epidemic, too? According to radio newscasts, there'd been over 5,000 flu deaths since the parade. Embalming students and morticians had come from hundreds of miles away to help take care of the victims, but it wasn't enough. In the last newspaper she'd read before Wallace got sick, the daily notices of death from the flu filled an entire page, along with those killed and missing in the war. 7 columns of small print with a repetitive litany. Cecil Newman of pneumonia, age 21. Mavis Rivers of influenza, age 26. William Flint of influenza, age 15. Another article stated trucks were being used to carry bodies from the morgue to Potter's Field. Corpses were tagged for later identification before being buried in a trench dug by a steam shovel, and the men filling in the mass graves were falling sick. On the radio, the Pennsylvania Council of National Defense explained, "It is doubtful that the city of Philadelphia has, at any time in its history, been confronted by a more serious situation than that presented in connection with the care and burial of the dead during the recent epidemic." With everything going on, people being buried alive was certainly a possibility. Just the thought of it made her shiver. Down in the alley, the driver slowed the horses, pulled to a stop outside one of the row houses, and tied the reins to the wagon. 3 bodies wrapped in dirty, blood-stained sheets lay in the wagon bed. The driver and the other man climbed down, went over to the front stoop, lifted a sheet-draped body from beside the steps, and piled it on the back with the others. Then they returned to the steps and picked up another body, this one smaller than the first. With the wagon loaded, they climbed back on and moved closer to Bernice's building, continuing the call for people to bring out their dead. She would not hand Wallace over to those men. They couldn't take her baby. She wouldn't let them. Then she realized they had no idea she was there, watching from her 3rd-floor window. They didn't know her boy was dead, and she needed to keep it that way. Otherwise, they might put him on that horrible wagon, and once they got a good look at her, they'd force her to go to an asylum. She had seen her reflection in the cracked mirror above the wash basin. It was that of a stranger, with dull eyes and tangled hair, sunken cheekbones and sallow skin. She looked like a woman insane. They'd think she was sick and needed help. But she didn't want help. There was nothing they could do for her anyway. She wanted to die. She wanted to be with her husband and son. She shrank back when the men passed beneath her window, but not before catching sight of a small, pale hand sticking out of the bloody pile of sheet-wrapped bodies in the wagon bed. The men stopped 2 more times to load dead bodies, then drove along the alley as if it were a normal routine, like delivering milk or lighting the street lamps. Finally, they turned the corner and disappeared, the low, indifferent voice calling for people to bring out their dead, echoing once more in the empty alley, before growing fainter and fainter. Then the afternoon went silent, and Bernice was alone again. Seeing the men in the wagon made her think of her older brother Daniel, how he used to shut her in a storage crate and tell her their parents were getting rid of her. He'd say the postman was coming to pick her up to mail her to a different family, or the nuns were coming to take her to an orphanage. He said orphans slept on wooden planks in cold attics, and the only thing they got to eat was cold gruel. If they were bad, the nuns beat them or locked them in closets, and sometimes forgot to let them out. The first time he did it, Bernice was 5 years old, and she stayed in the box for hours, crying and waiting to be taken away. She finally snitched on him when she turned 8, but her mother refused to believe her precious son would do anything so horrible. Instead, she accused Bernice of making up stories and sent her to bed without supper. Then, finally, her father caught Daniel sitting on top of the crate while she wept inside and punished him with a belt. After that, Daniel never did it again. But from that day on, after their mother blew out their bedroom lantern every night, he whispered across the room in a menacing voice that the nuns were still coming to get her. Or he crept across the floor in the dark and grabbed her ankles, scaring her so badly she nearly wet the bed. For years, she didn't dare fall asleep until she heard him snoring. Sometimes he asked if she could taste the rat poison in her oatmeal, or left a noose lying between her sheets. When he died of typhoid at 13, she was inconsolable. No one knew she was crying tears of relief. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught her attention, pulling her from her thoughts. The door in the row house across the alley opened partway and someone peeked out, a small, pinched face looking up and down the street. It looked like a young girl, with blonde braids and a red scarf over her nose and mouth. After checking both ways, the girl came out and stood on the stoop, her shoulders hunched as if trying to make herself smaller. She wore an oversized coat with baggy pockets, over her long dress and carried what looked like an empty sack in one hand. Bernice couldn't be sure, but it looked like Mr. and Mrs. Lange's daughter, the one with the bluest eyes she'd ever seen, and the odd-sounding name. What was it? Pia? Yes, that was it, Pia. She remembered because she'd heard the Duffy boy calling out to her as she sat reading on the steps one day. At first she thought he was yelling in a different language. But then the girl waved and went to greet him. That's when Bernice realized the strange word was a name. Another time at a vegetable stand, she'd heard Mrs. Lange talking to the same girl and realized it was her daughter. Neither of them paid any attention to her, but Bernice had noticed the striking color of Pia's eyes, like the deep cobalt of a blue jay's wing. At the time, Bernice had been only weeks away from giving birth to Wallace, and had almost stopped to admire Mrs. Lange's new twins. But she kept going because Mr. Lange had taken her father's job. Not to mention, she couldn't let the neighbors see her talking to Germans. She wondered briefly if she'd temporarily lost her mind, then reminded herself the twins were only babies, too young to be swayed by German views and behaviors. She couldn't fault herself for being drawn to their sweet, newborn faces. Now she couldn't imagine why Pia was leaving the safety of their row house during a city-wide quarantine. Where was her mother? And what about her brothers, those beautiful twin boys? Mrs. Lange had to be out of her mind to allow her young daughter to venture out at a time like this. Pia couldn't have been more than 12 or 13. Even if Mrs. Lange couldn't read the newspaper and didn't own a radio, she had to know people were getting sick and dying. She had to know it wasn't safe for Pia to leave their apartment. The thought briefly crossed her mind that the Germans had started the epidemic, and Pia and her family were immune, but she pushed it away. Mr. and Mrs. Bach and their 4 daughters were German too, and every last one of them was dead. In spite of her anger with Mr. Lange for stealing her father's job, and the fact that they were German, Bernice could tell that normally Mrs. Lange was a good mother. If there was a chill in the air, the twins and Pia always wore warm coats and knitted hats. Whenever she came out of the building with the twins, Mrs. Lange kissed them both before putting them in their pram, then smiled and talked to them while pushing them down the sidewalk. She caressed Pia's cheek with a gentle hand and kissed her forehead when seeing her off to school. So why would Mrs. Lange risk her daughter's life by letting her go outside during a flu epidemic? Then Bernice had another thought, one that made her blood run cold. Maybe Mrs. Lange was dead. Maybe the twins were dead too. No, not those beautiful baby boys. Nausea stirred in Bernice's stomach, and the room seemed to spin around her. She grasped the back of a kitchen chair to steady herself and fixed watery eyes on the body of her dead son. How was it possible that babies were getting sick and dying? How was such a horrendous nightmare allowed? And where was the God she knew and loved? The Lange boys were a little older than Wallace, but just as innocent and pure, even if they were German. Pulling her gaze back to the window, she tried to focus. Pia was hurrying along the alley with her head down, occasionally glancing over her shoulder and looking around as if worried she might be seen. Bernice couldn't imagine where she was headed. Maybe she was going to try to find medicine, but hadn't heard that the pharmacies had run out of everything but whiskey. Now that the saloons were closed, it was the only place you could get it. Maybe she was going to the hospital to look for help. But if the boys were sick, Mrs. Lange should have gone instead of sending her young daughter. It wasn't right. Unless Mrs. Lange was sick too. Then Pia climbed the steps of the next building and went inside. What was she doing? Chapter 3. Pia. While the dead backed up at mortuaries and pressed into undertakers' living quarters, hospital morgues overflowed into corridors. Corpses at the city morgue spilled into the street, and Pia struggled to keep herself and her brothers alive inside the dim, cramped rooms of their apartment on Shunk Alley. Before making the decision to leave, she had suffered 8 days of increasing anxiety, with no idea when, or if, it would be safe to go out again. She did her best to make sure their meager supplies would last as long as possible by rationing the Mellons' infant food and adding spoonsful of porridge, soft-boiled eggs, cooked potatoes, and mashed carrots to the boys' diet. Wishing she'd paid more attention when Muti made their meals, Pia tried to duplicate her lentil soup, but the lentils turned out either half-cooked or too mushy, and the soup tasted like chalk mixed with paste. She forced herself to eat it anyway, so she could save the rest of the food for the twins. She hated the taste of her mother's postum, but drank that too, despite the fact that she didn't even like real coffee. It didn't matter if her stomach cramped with hunger or she longed for something to drink besides fake coffee and water. Ollie and Max came first. Anything that could be made soft enough, she fed to them. Anything that was hard or distasteful, like crusts of bread or lentil soup, she kept for herself. When she wasn't busy feeding, changing, or trying to get the twins to sleep, she checked out the window to see if people were coming outside yet, if the nightmare was going to end. She hoped against hope to see her father in his uniform, returning home from the war in time to save them. But he was never there. Every so often neighbors hurried out of their homes, their pale faces lined by sorrow and fear, to leave empty bodies wrapped in sheets on the steps. Otherwise, the alley was empty. She wondered briefly if she should put Muti outside, but didn't think she could carry her down 3 flights of stairs on her own. Besides, she didn't want to leave her out on the street. It wouldn't seem right. For reasons she couldn't explain, it felt better having her mother there in the apartment with them. Remembering the wakes she'd attended in Hazleton, she'd done her best to honor Muti by carefully brushing her hair out of her face, sweeping it back on the pillow, and decorating the pillow slip with paper flowers made out of pages torn from her school book. She didn't care if she got in trouble for damaging the book. Who knew if she'd ever return to school anyway? After that, she covered Muti with an extra blanket so she wouldn't be cold, then tried closing Muti's mouth and washing the blood off her face with a wet rag, but gave up because she had to press too hard. Every morning she checked the clothesline for a message from Finn, but her note still hung outside his window, damp and tattered from the October wind and rain. The sight of it made her shiver. If it weren't for the occasional muffled voices and bump and scrape of furniture on the other side of the tenement walls, she'd have thought she and her brothers were the last people left alive. Sometimes, when she heard muted, anguished wails and sobbing, she imagined the flu taking them all one by one until no one was left in the city. Grief and despair nearly swallowed her. By day 4, she stopped looking for a note from Finn, and when she opened the bedroom door to look for warmer clothes for her brothers, she recoiled and clamped a hand over her mouth. She'd never smelled anything so horrible, a pungent combination of dead animal, the inside of an outhouse on a hot day, and the strange, cloying scent of old perfume. Vater had found a dead rat rotting under the stove the day they'd moved into the apartment, and that had made Pia gag. But this was worse. She stood frozen in the bedroom doorway, holding her breath and fighting the urge to vomit. At the same time, she couldn't pull her eyes away from the sight of Muti on the bed. Her body had started to bloat, the thin skin of her face stretching as if about to burst. Somehow, more blood foamed from her eyes and nose and mouth. Forcing herself to enter the room, Pia grabbed the rest of the boys' clothes from the dresser, hurried back out, closed the door, and leaned against it, breathing hard. But the horrible smell seemed to cling to her, gluing itself to her hair and caking the inside of her nostrils. She threw the clothes on the table, hurried over to the wash bucket, scrubbed her hands and face with the last sliver of ivory soap, and ran her soapy fingers through her hair. It didn't help. She grabbed diapers and rags from the clotheslines above the stove and shoved them under the bottom of the door, tears burning her eyes. "I'm sorry, Muti," she said. "I know it's not your fault." The first time she saw men with carts picking up bodies, she'd thought about calling out the window to ask if they had any news, if things were getting back to normal, or the doctors had found a cure for the flu. Then she realized drawing attention to herself was a bad idea. The men might call the authorities. Then the police would come, find Muti dead, and take her brothers away. She'd probably never see them again. No, she couldn't let that happen. It didn't matter that she was only 13. She would take care of Ollie and Max until their father came home. She had to. There was no other choice. Despite her best efforts to keep her brothers clean, dry, and fed, it seemed like they cried day and night. On the rare occasion they were asleep at the same time, she rushed down to the fenced yard to get water and use the outhouse, praying the boys wouldn't wake up or start crawling while she was away, and that she wouldn't run into anyone, especially old Mr. Hill. Muti used to carry the twins down the 4 flights in cloth slings strapped to her waist, then carry them back up again, along with 2 buckets full of water. But Pia didn't think she was strong enough. Plus, taking the twins would have slowed her down. Sometimes she used the mop pail as a toilet so she wouldn't have to leave, emptying it in the outhouse when she went down to the yard. But when it came to getting water, she didn't have a choice. And they needed lots of it, to mix with the melons, to soften food, to wash dishes and baby bottoms and diapers, loads and loads of diapers. She used as little borax in the washtub as possible, but they were running out of that too. Whether Ollie and Max cried more because they missed Muti or because the sudden change from breast milk to melons and real food upset their bellies, she wasn't sure. But there was nothing she could do about it anyway. Maybe they sensed that their lives, like hers, had been horribly and forever changed. Maybe they were getting sick. No, she refused to think that way. If they hadn't caught the flu by now, she convinced herself, they probably wouldn't. Besides, they couldn't get sick. She wouldn't let them. And yet, when she picked them up to change or feed or comfort them, she held her breath, terrified she'd feel the same thing she felt when she touched Muti the day before she died. But so far, she'd felt nothing worrisome. But the fear sat like a boulder in her stomach, heavy and solid and unmoving. If only she could send a telegram to her aunt and uncle in New York. Maybe they would come to Philadelphia to get them. She doubted anyone on Shunk Alley owned a telephone, and she wasn't sure where the nearest one might be, but her aunt and uncle probably didn't have one anyway, and she didn't know their number if they did. Their return address was on letters sent to Muti and Vater, but she didn't dare go to the post office 20 blocks away. She couldn't leave the boys that long, and she couldn't take them with her, if the post office was even open. When the eggs and fresh vegetables ran out on the 6th day, she fed Ollie and Max old bread soaked in water and canned applesauce from apples bought at the farmer's market last fall. 2 days later, she gave them the last of the porridge for breakfast, then sat on the bed to watch them nap, fighting against the weight of despair. Even in sleep, misery pinched at the twins' faces and furrowed the smooth skin of their small brows. Their eyes darted back and forth beneath their lids, chasing bad dreams. Seeing them that way broke her heart. Struggling to find comfort, not knowing or understanding why their stomachs hurt or where their mother had gone. She missed Muti too, more than she would ever have thought possible. She could almost feel her brother's pain, their intense aching for Muti's gentle snuggles and warm kisses, her lavender and lye-scented skin, her soft hair that always smelled of baking bread. Grief twisted in Pia's chest, and she hung her head. Through everything their family had endured, the move from Germany when she was 4, the seemingly endless journey across the Atlantic Ocean, which Pia barely remembered, the transition into a new country and new home, the worry of Vater working in the mines and going off to war, it was Mutti who was the constant source of comfort. No matter where they were or what was happening, she was the thread to everything familiar and normal, from food in their stomachs to clean clothes and warm baths. Certainly Vater worked hard to take care of them while still making sure he had time for fun. He took her swimming in the creek back in Hazelton in the summer, taught her how to whistle and skip rocks across the Culm ponds, and showed her how to identify edible mushrooms in the woods. But Mutti was the one who put soap on bee stings and scraped knees, the one who sat on the edge of the bed when Pia couldn't sleep, and traced a gentle finger across her forehead and cheeks to help her relax, the one who put bonnets on the twins to protect them from the sun. Mutti was the one who knew when they were hungry and tired, or just needed an extra hug. According to Vater, Mutti even calmed his fears about following his brother to America after the construction company he worked for in Germany collapsed, and convinced him they'd be fine when they found out they had 2 more mouths to feed so soon after they started their new life in Philadelphia. She kept the family organized and strong, while always making sure they knew they were loved. How would Pia ever survive without her? Who was going to help her get through the ups and downs of life? Who was going to teach her about being a woman and a wife? If Pia lived that long. One of Mutti's favorite sayings was, "We may not have it all together, but together we have it all." Except they weren't all together anymore. And now they never would be. Mutti was gone, and Pia had no idea if or when Vater would come back. Between that and everyone dying of the flu, the world felt like it was coming to an end. Everything Pia knew and relied on had disappeared. What was she supposed to do now? She was only 13. How was she going to take care of the twins when and if this nightmare was over? How would she keep them safe and fed until Vater returned? She had no job, no money. Then she remembered what Mutti always said whenever she felt confused or unsure. Just do the next thing. Whether it was getting dressed in the morning or doing chores and homework, the best way to move through a complicated situation was to decide what needed to be done next and just do it. With that thought, Pia noticed how dirty her dress was, stained with formula and baby spit and something that looked like gravy. She couldn't remember the last time she'd changed, or even what day it was. Before the flu, she used to put on a clean outfit every Monday, unless she'd spilled something on the one she was wearing or somehow got a tear. Not that she had a lot of dresses to choose from, 2 made from flour sacks and 1 made out of a printed sheet, along with 2 skirts and a cotton blouse. But everything was always clean and in good repair, even her leggings and undergarments, and to think she'd been sleeping in her clothes. She glanced around the room, The beginnings of panic, shuddering in her chest. Empty melons, jars littered the counter next to a bowl filled with moldy potato and carrot peels. A half-dozen soiled diapers floated in the washtub with the last of the borax, like gray islands in a muddy sea. A kettle crusted with soup sat on the stove, which was splattered with bits of dried food and baby formula, and the coal bucket stood empty. Stacks of dirty bowls and cups sat on the table, leaning this way and that. She'd stopped washing dishes 3 days ago, too exhausted to keep fetching water. Muti would have been appalled. Between the horrible odor coming out of the bedroom and the stench of dirty diapers and old soup, she felt like she was suffocating. She climbed on a chair and searched the shelves for something to help cover the smell. Maybe she'd find some herbs from Mrs. Schmidt, a leftover sprig of lavender or sage she could crush and spread around the room. She felt in the jars and cups, looked behind plates and bowls and pots, but found nothing. Then her fingers landed on something long and hard behind the mantel clock. She pulled it out. It was one of Vater's cigars. She got down from the chair, grabbed the box of matches next to the stove, put the cigar in a saucer on the table, and lit one end. Smoke curled from the brown paper, and the cigar started to burn, filling the air with the familiar smell of tobacco and reminders of Vater. Tears filled her eyes. What would he think if he knew what his family was going through? That his wife was dead, and his daughter was trying to keep his sons alive? Surely he would curse himself for leaving. She took a deep breath and tried to think. What should she do next? Her father wasn't going to return in time to help. She didn't even know if he was alive. It was up to her to save Ollie and Max, but the last of the Mellons' infant food was already in their bottles. The bread and eggs had been used up, the last jar of applesauce was nearly empty, and the potatoes and carrots had been cooked and eaten. The coal stove stood empty, the last embers nothing but gray ash. Everything was gone. She went to the end of the bed to look out the window. Dark clouds scuttled across the gray morning sky, and her note to Finn still hung on the clothesline, shuddering in the breeze. No one walked in the alley below, but 4 more bodies covered in bloody sheets had appeared sometime during the night. Hunger cramped her stomach, and she gritted her teeth. She had to find food. It was either that, or they'd starve. She'd steal if she had to, anything to keep them alive. But the twins had to stay here. It wasn't safe for them out there, not to mention she wouldn't be able to carry much food if she had to carry them too, and she couldn't push a baby pram up and down the stairs. She wouldn't go far, just to the neighbors to see if they could spare anything. If that didn't work, she'd try the next row house. The problem was that Ollie and Max were starting to push themselves up on their knees and getting ready to crawl. She looked around the room and imagined all sorts of accidents waiting to happen if she left. Ollie pulling himself up on the table leg and toppling it over, or pulling the tablecloth off along with the dishes on top. Max getting his head stuck between a chair and the bed. She couldn't leave them on her bed because they might fall off. If only there were some place small and safe to put them, like a crate or a crib with a lid. Then she remembered the cubby in her parents' bedroom, where they hid money beneath a loose floorboard. Ollie and Max would be safe in there, and they wouldn't be able to open the door. She could put blankets inside and leave bottles, too, even though they were only just starting to hold them. They might cry, but at least they wouldn't be able to crawl around and get hurt. It would be scary for them to be shut in such a small, dark space, even for a few minutes. But it was better than letting them starve, and they'd have each other. She tried to think back to when she was their age, if she could remember anything unpleasant. She couldn't recall anything, scary or otherwise. They wouldn't remember being shut in a cubby, and she wouldn't be gone long. But she had to do it now before she changed her mind. She went over to the table and picked up the cigar. The paper had stopped burning and the tobacco was going out. Remembering how Vater used to smoke, she put it to her lips and inhaled to get it going again. The harsh smoke burned her throat and she coughed, a gritty taste of ash coating her tongue and cheeks. She clamped a hand over her mouth so she wouldn't wake the boys, trying not to cough too loud. When she finally stopped choking, she closed her eyes, held her breath, and waved the smoke toward her hair and dress, covering herself in the smell. Then she put the cigar down and pulled the diapers and rags out from underneath the bedroom door. She hadn't been in there in days. How many, she wasn't sure, but the stench was worse than ever, even on this side of the door. On shaking legs, she took a deep breath and fixed her eyes on the floor, then rushed into the bedroom, hurried past the bed, and knelt in front of the cubby. She opened the door and took the money out from under the loose floorboard, then examined the walls, floor, and ceiling of the cubby for splinters or nails. The wood was smooth and sliver-free. Her lungs felt ready to burst, so she exhaled, put her hands over her nose and mouth, and trying not to gag, took another deep breath. Then she got up to rummage in the closet for Muti's winter coat, which would hang on her like a tent. It was too big on Muti, but had deep pockets to carry food. When she found the coat, she held part of it over her nose and mouth and, powerless to stop herself, turned to look at the bed. Muti's body had deflated, the bloat mostly gone. Bloody green blotches covered her skin, and her tongue protruded from her yawning mouth. Bile surged in the back of Pia's throat, and she ran out of the room, shut the door, and put the diapers and rags back under it, gagging and trying not to throw up. Now she understood why people were putting their loved ones out on the street. She laid the coat over a chair and wiped her arm across her mouth, trying to control her roiling stomach. Sweat broke out on her forehead. When she could breathe again without gagging, she pulled the money from her pocket and counted it. $3. More than likely, the markets and vendor stands were closed too, and the nearest one was 10 blocks away anyway, but maybe she could buy food from one of her neighbors. Trying not to wake the twins, she pulled 2 grocery sacks from a wicker basket beneath the table and put them in the coat pockets. Then she took the pillow from her bed, picked up the boys' rattles and bottles, and stood looking at Ollie and Max, dreading what she had to do next. Just the thought of it nauseated her. She took Muti's red scarf from the hook next to the front door, held it over the burning cigar for a minute, then tied it over her nose and mouth. It wasn't perfect, but it would help. She held the pillow in the cigar smoke, too, then took a deep breath, went back into the bedroom, and put it on the floor of the cubby, pushing it down along the edges and the corners to make a soft bed. After leaving the bottles and rattles on the pillow, she went to get the boys, trying to decide which one to move first. Max slept more soundly, but Ollie usually slept longer. Moving slowly, she swaddled Ollie's blanket around him, lifted him from the bed, lowered the scarf from over her mouth, and lightly kissed his tiny soft head. He squirmed and started to wake, then whimpered and went back to sleep, snuggling against her chest. She carried him into the bedroom and carefully laid him on the pillow inside the cubby. "Damn it," she whispered. He took up more room than she'd thought. Maybe the twins wouldn't fit in there together. For a second she wavered, but then her stomach cramped again and she knew. She had to do it. A few hours of discomfort was better than letting her brothers starve to death. Moving as fast as she could without running, she tiptoed back into the other room and picked up Max. His legs were pedaling, and he was starting to wake. She swaddled him tighter in his blanket, kissed his forehead, and rocked him back and forth, humming softly. After a few moments, he quieted and went back to sleep. She breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way she could put the boys in the cubby if they were awake. She just couldn't. It would be too hard. She pulled her blanket off the bed and took Max into the bedroom, relieved to find Ollie still asleep. She knelt and laid Max beside him, placing them back to back. Ollie squirmed, and she reached in and patted his side, holding her breath and praying he wouldn't wake up. Finally, he put his thumb in his mouth and settled. She took her arm out of the cubby, put her hand on the door, and stared into the gloomy space, tears blurring her vision. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I promise I'll be right back." She started closing the door, watching the twins until the last second. "Just keep sleeping and you'll never know I was gone." Then the latch clicked shut, and she sat frozen on her knees, her heart thumping in her chest, waiting to see what would happen. If one of the boys woke up, she wasn't sure what she would do. But no crying came from inside the cubby, no whimpering or wailing or panicked shrieks. Ollie and Max were still sleeping. They would be all right. They had to be. With tears streaming down her face, she stood and looked at her mother on the bed, praying she'd understand why she had to do this. Surely Muti would have done the same thing if it meant life or death for her children. "I'll be back," Pia whispered. "I promise. Keep them safe for me." Swallowing her sobs, she bit her lip and rushed out of the bedroom. She had to leave before she changed her mind, not only because she felt terrible about putting her brothers in the cubby, but also because she was scared, terrified, really, of what she might find outside their safe rooms, where everyone seemed to be dead or dying. She took off the scarf, then realized she needed a mask, like the ones the policemen and other people had been wearing the day the schools and churches closed, and retied the scarf around her nose and mouth. It would have to do. She put on her mother's oversized coat, thrust her arms into the wool sleeves, and tied the belt around her waist. The bottom hem hung to her ankles, and the sleeves hung past her wrists, but between its large pockets and the grocery sacks, she'd be able to carry home plenty of food. She went to the front door and started to turn the knob. Then she heard it, a baby's soft cry. She stared at the bedroom door, trying not to breathe. The only thing she heard was the sound of her blood rushing through her veins and her pulse slamming inside her temples. Maybe she had imagined it. Then the cry grew louder. Pia cringed. It sounded like Ollie. Tears flooded her eyes and her heart thrashed in her chest. She yanked open the door and ran out of the apartment. Chapter 4. Bernice. Keeping an eye on the front door of the row house next to the Langes, Bernice watched to see if Pia would come back out. If she'd gone to a neighbor's to pick up something, more than likely she'd be quick about it. But what could possibly be important enough for Pia to leave the safety of her home? And if it was something for the babies, how could Mrs. Lange think it was acceptable to risk one child's life for another? Bernice wondered again if Mrs. Lange was dead, and if so, who was taking care of those precious twin boys? After what felt like forever, Pia was nowhere to be seen. Bernice couldn't take it any longer. She had to know why Pia left, and most of all, if the twins were all right. She just had to. Without giving it another thought, she spun around, grabbed her coat, and hurried out of the apartment. Squinting in the dank hallway, She walked as fast as she could without running. The aroma of fried onions filled the dim corridor, along with an underlying stench of something that reminded her of rotten meat. She nearly tripped over a rusted bucket, then gave a wide berth to a lumpy seed sack crumpled against one wall. It was tied shut at one end and covered in maggots and flies. She couldn't imagine what was inside. 2 black ribbons hung from the door handle of the apartment at the top of the stairs. The rooms that belonged to the widow, Mrs. Duffy, and her sons. That's what you get for being a know-nothing drunkard, she thought. You should have stuck with your own kind instead of coming here to cause trouble with the rest of the bog jumpers. Her thoughts were unchristian, but she didn't care. Mrs. Duffy was lazy and trying. She let her sons yell out the windows, and she sang loud, strange songs in the hallways in her heavy Irish brogue, using words no one understood. She showed too much cleavage and came home late at night, her face flushed with alcohol, her hair a mess. Bernice couldn't count the number of times she'd peeked out her door after midnight to watch Mrs. Duffy fumble with her key in the hall, mumbling and unaware she was being watched. It wasn't right for a mother to behave that way. Bernice wasn't sure who the ribbons on the Duffys' door were for, but one thing was clear. Mrs. Duffy had paid for her sins. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she cringed. If Mrs. Duffy was punished for her sins, what about me? What did I do to deserve losing my husband and son? She gripped the staircase railing to keep from falling and went down the dark steps, around and around and around, like the dizzying notions inside her head. She was a moral woman and loving mother. She was fair-minded and kind, and she had been a virtuous wife to her husband. She hadn't done anything to deserve losing him or Wallace. The flu took whomever it wanted. By the time she reached the bottom floor, she was woozy and breathless, and one of her headaches had started. She stopped in the foyer and rubbed her temples, trying to focus on the task at hand. She needed to find out why Pia had left her building, and if the twins were still alive. She wasn't sure what she would do if the babies were dead from the flu, but she had to know one way or the other. Then she had another thought. What if Mrs. Lange answered the door and wanted to know what she was doing there? How would she explain herself? Anger churned at the bottom of her rib cage again. If Mrs. Lange was there, Bernice would let her know in no uncertain terms that she was crazy and careless for letting her daughter outside at a time like this. If Pia were her child, she'd have kept her home, where she was safe. Crossing the foyer, she grabbed the handle of the front door, ready to march across the street and give Mrs. Lange a piece of her mind. Then she hesitated. She needed to make sure the coast was clear and Pia wasn't on her way back. She opened the front door a crack and peered out, checking left and right. The streets were empty. She hurried down the steps, across the cobblestones, and up the steps of the Lange's building. Their rooms were in front of the house, to the left of the fire escape. She knew because she'd seen Mrs. Lange hanging blankets and pillows over the sill. Germans were always hanging things outside, rugs, curtains, clothes, even in the winter. She didn't understand it. When she stepped inside the foyer, she clamped a hand over her mouth and nose. The Lange's row house smelled worse than hers, as if it had been closed up for years, but there was no time to waste wondering why. She climbed the stairs as quickly as possible, rapped her knuckles on the Lange's door, and looked up and down the hallway. She was vibrating with nerves, every sense on high alert. If she heard someone coming into the building and up the stairs, She would scurry into the shadows at the end of the hall, then wait and see who it was. If it turned out to be Pia, she'd go home and try to forget about the twins, if she could. She knocked again, leaned close to the door, and said as loudly as she dared, "Mrs. Lange? Are you in there?" No answer. "Mrs. Lange?" No sound came from the other side. No talking or banging dishes, no radio played. She put an ear to the wood and held her breath, listening. And then she heard it. Babies crying. Chapter 5. Pia. Originally, Pia had planned on searching for food in her own building first, to ask the neighbors if they could spare a few potatoes or 1 or 2 eggs, hoping she could remember who had seemed friendly, who hadn't scowled at Mutti or told the police they were German. Because the closer to her apartment she stayed, the sooner she could return home. But after hearing Ollie start to fuss before she left, she knew if she stayed in her building, no matter what floor she was on or how far away, she would hear her brothers cry. And if she could hear them cry, she'd go back. She'd go back, take them out of the cubby, and promise never to leave them again. And that was something she couldn't do. Not until she found what they needed. Not until she could bring Ollie and Max something to eat and drink. She had to be strong. There was no other choice. Now she stood in the first-floor hallway of the row house next door, trying to decide where to start. Inky shadows filled the halls, growing darker toward the back of the building. Crepe ribbons, some gray, some white, some black, hung from all but one door. Maybe she'd picked the wrong building to begin her search. She went up the first flight of steps to check the second floor. No crepe hung in the hall. She stopped at the apartment nearest the staircase. If no one answered, she would see if it was locked. If the handle turned and the door opened, she would go inside. It would be all right to enter if the apartment was unlocked, and take food if no one was home. That's what she told herself, anyway. She knocked on the peeling wood and waited. Hushed voices and muffled movements filtered through the door, and someone shushed everyone to be quiet. She tilted her head, trying to listen. "Hello?" she said. "I'm looking for food for my brothers. They're babies, only a few months old. Do you have anything to spare?" A gruff voice called out. "Go away." "Please," she said. "I can pay. I have money. Just a loaf of bread or tin of broth is all I need." "No," the voice called out again. "Leave us alone." Pia sighed and moved down the hall. Her shoulders bunched, her jaw clenched. She stopped in front of another door and listened. No sounds came from the other side. No whispering or crying or talking. She knocked and waited. Still nothing. She knocked again and tried the handle. It was locked. "Is anyone there?" she said. No answer. A sudden image flashed in her mind. The people inside, dead and rotting, sitting and lying in their chairs and beds, the table set for dinner, the coal stove empty and cold. A chill passed through her and she shivered. Why else would they not answer the door? They wouldn't be out and about in the city at a time like this, unless they were doing the same thing she was doing, searching for food and supplies. But they wouldn't all leave at the same time, would they? She pushed the gruesome images from her head and moved toward an apartment at the back of the building. If no one answered and it was unlocked, she would go inside. but the rooms had no windows, meaning it would be dark and hard to see. Still, she had to try. She knocked on the door, berating herself for not bringing a lantern. Then she reminded herself that a lantern would have been one more thing to carry. And with all the horrible things that had been going on, her mother dying, taking care of the twins alone, so many other people passing away all at once, maybe even Finn? She could barely remember what day it was, let alone remember to bring a lantern. No one answered. She tried the handle. It was locked. Maybe she was wasting her time. Maybe she should search somewhere beside the Fifth Ward, where everyone had so little to begin with, let alone anything to spare. Not to mention, it seemed like people were too scared to answer their doors. She couldn't blame them. But the longer she looked for help where she wouldn't find it, the longer her brothers would be shut in the cubby. Maybe the flu hadn't spread to other parts of the city yet, or maybe the churches were handing out food. Refusing to give up completely before leaving, she decided to try a different floor. She climbed the second staircase and stopped at an apartment toward the front of the building, where the rooms had windows. She knocked and waited. No one answered or shuffled toward the other side of the door. No one yelled at her to go away. She knocked again. Harder this time. Then turned the knob. It was unlocked. She gave the door a gentle push. It swung open, and a swirl of rank air sent a piece of crumpled paper over the cracked threshold. She clamped a hand over her scarf, instantly recognizing the stench of decaying flesh. A weak shaft of daylight reached across the floor, illuminating the gloomy interior of a room nearly identical to her home. From the coal stove to the rough-hewn shelves filled with dishes to the bedroom door. Taking a step inside, she had to fight the urge to run into the back room and look for her brothers, to kiss them and hug them and make sure they were all right. Even the narrow iron bed under the window looked the same. The only things missing were Muti's vase and Oma's tablecloth. Her heartbeat picked up speed. Had someone taken their things? What if Ollie and Max were gone too? She shook her head. No, this wasn't home. The table was bigger, with wooden stools around it instead of chairs, and a fringed rug with a strange design covered the floor, not layers of threadbare throw rugs. Trying to remind herself where she was and what she was doing there, she struggled to stay calm. She was in the row house next door, searching for food for her brothers. She needed to keep going so she could get back to them as soon as possible. Then the room seemed to rotate, and she put a hand on the wall to steady herself. Sweat broke out on her forehead. Confusion and panic jittered inside her head. Except for the fear of finding dead bodies and the guilt over leaving Ollie and Max, she had felt fine a minute ago. Maybe that, combined with the worry of not finding food, was too overwhelming. Then her stomach clenched with hunger, and she remembered she hadn't eaten since yesterday. When or if she found food, she needed to eat something straight away. She wouldn't be able to take anything back to Ollie and Max if she passed out from hunger. Gritting her teeth, she waited for her head to stop spinning. Dead bodies or no dead bodies, she had to search the apartment for food. She had no choice. She edged in farther, ready to run if anyone appeared. And then she saw a pair of brown buckle boots on the floor. One pointed up, the other flopped on its side. Above the boots, beige stockings covered a pair of swollen ankles. Pia chewed her lip. A clear path led to the kitchen area. If she kept her eyes straight ahead, she'd be fine. She could make it past whoever lay on the floor. She steeled herself and moved forward, her arms and hands tight to her body. Except, she had to look. The remains of a blonde woman lay shriveled on the rug, her head propped crookedly against a coal bucket. Black blood caked her hands and face, and her eyes had sunken into her skull. Maggots crawled around her swollen mouth and nose. Pia looked away, toward the kitchen. But it was too late. She pulled the scarf down from her face, bent over, and threw up what little she had in her stomach, then dry-heaved until there was nothing left but bile. When she could breathe again without gagging, she wiped her mouth on her coat sleeve, put the scarf back up, and stumbled toward the stove, praying she would find something, anything to eat. Moving dishes and plates out of the way, she searched the shelves for a jar of applesauce or can of beans, trying not to make too much noise. More than anything, she needed to find some Melon's infant food. Suddenly, another wave of dizziness swept over her. She grabbed the shelf to keep from falling and knocked off a flowered teacup. It hit the floor and shattered everywhere, tiny shards of porcelain flying over the hardwood planks. She froze, terrified someone else might be in the apartment, or a neighbor might hear and wonder what was going on. She let go of the shelf and waited, unnerved by the sudden silence. A faint groaning came from the other room. She turned toward it, her heartbeat thudding in her ears. Another groan. She edged over to the door and peeked around the frame. A man lay on the bed in a fetal position, his face swollen and black, his chest rising and falling in shallow, shuddering breaths. Beside him, on the floor, a baby and a little girl lay on a pile of soiled blankets, both of them dead. The man locked red, weepy eyes on Pia, then moaned and lifted a blue hand, reaching out with blood-caked fingers. She started to tremble, the urge to run like fire in her chest. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I can't help you." Seeing the dead family, hopelessness fell over her like a shroud, weighing her down with despair. Tears filled her eyes and her lungs felt heavy, her blood like lead. Part of her wanted to give up and give in, to go home and lay down with Ollie and Max, to let the flu or starvation take them, whichever came first, because what was the sense of surviving if everyone else was dead? The other part of her refused to give up, couldn't begin to imagine letting her brothers die. She didn't know what was going to happen to any of them, if and when this nightmare ever came to an end, but she couldn't and wouldn't stop fighting. She loved Ollie and Max too much. And how would she face Muti and Vater again, in heaven or otherwise, if she didn't try? She turned back to the kitchen on watery legs, desperate to find food so she could get out of there. Then she noticed a squat cupboard next to the stove, partly concealed behind a worn paisley curtain. She hurried over to it, fell to her knees, and yanked the curtain aside. A jar of melons sat on the top shelf, along with a can of black-eyed peas and something wrapped in brown paper. She put the melons and peas in her coat pocket and tore open the paper. Inside were 2 slices of bread. She pulled one out, lowered her scarf, and took a bite. The crust was stale and hard, but it was the best thing she'd ever tasted. She swallowed and took another bite, then did a quick search of the rest of the kitchen. Finding nothing more, she took a wide berth around the dead woman and headed for the front door. In the bedroom, the man went on groaning. Chapter 6. Bernice. Standing in the hallway outside the Lange's apartment, Bernice couldn't decide what to do. The twins were still crying inside, and no one was answering the door. She knocked a third time. "Mrs. Lange?" she said again. "Are you in there?" Still no answer. "It's Bernice Groves, your neighbor from across the street. I saw your daughter leave the building and wanted to make sure you're all right." She hesitated and tried to think of something else to say. Flu or no flu, she was probably the last person Mrs. Lange wanted to see at her door. "I know we've had a few cross words between us," she said, "but at times like this we need to look out for each other." The baby's wails seemed to grow more frantic. Bernice felt like screaming. She had to get inside, even if it meant breaking down the door. She knocked again, frustration pounding inside her head, then tried the handle. To her astonishment, it turned and the latch clicked open. She gasped, surprised and angry at the same time. What kind of mother leaves an apartment unlocked with 2 babies inside? Then she remembered Pia was the one who had left the building. Maybe she forgot to use her key. That, at least, would be understandable. She was just a young girl, likely frightened by the horrible things that had been happening. Bernice was a grown woman, and she was horrified. And even though they were too young to understand, Pia's brothers could probably sense something was wrong and were scared too. Thinking of the twins, a flood of maternal instinct surged through her, and she pushed the door open and hurried inside. The smell of rotting flesh instantly filled her nostrils, making her gag. She clamped a hand over her nose and mouth and looked around the dim apartment. Flour sack curtains swelled out from a half-open window above a crumpled bed, then blew in again when she closed the door. Baby clothes hung, haphazard and crooked from clotheslines draped along the ceiling, clothespins clamped to a sleeve here, a leg there, the collar of a nightdress somewhere else. Dirty dishes filled the table, and a washtub full of soiled diapers sat next to the stove. Either Mrs. Lange was as hard-working and orderly as the rest of the Germans, or Pia had been living there on her own. And somehow, even though she was inside the apartment now, the baby's cries still sounded distant and muffled, like they were coming from somewhere else. Had she broken into the wrong place? She held her breath and listened, unable to tell now if it was one baby or 2. Maybe it was a neighbor's baby, and she'd imagined the entire thing. Then she noticed the diapers and rags stuffed under the door to the other room, and her heart sank. No. God, please, not the twins. She moved toward the door, her stomach twisting. She clenched her jaw, turned the handle, and slowly pushed the door open. A weak shaft of light revealed a plank wall and 2 framed black and white photographs above a leaning dresser. The photographs were of Mr. Lange and Mrs. Lange, smiling on their wedding day. Him in a dark suit and her in a lace veil and simple white gown. Bernice held her breath and edged inside, letting her eyes adjust to the gloom. What was left of Mrs. Lange lay on the bed. A gray blanket pulled up to her chin, a blood-spattered pillow beneath her head. Flies and maggots crawled on her eyes and in her nostrils. Bernice gasped and looked away, then forced herself to look again to see if the twins lay beside her. A half-circle of paper flowers surrounded Mrs. Lange's hair, and something that looked like baby powder covered the blanket and pillow. But no dead boys lay with her. No infant corpses with their eyes swollen shut. She scanned the cramped space to see if the twins were in the bedroom at all. Somewhere, the babies went on crying. The idea that she was hearing things crossed her mind, and she considered for a brief moment that she had gone insane. Her headache pounded with every beat of her heart, as if there were a sledgehammer inside her brain. She glanced at Mrs. Lange again. Did she hear the cries too? Did she, as she lay lost in death, hear her sons calling out for her, desperate for her loving arms and milky breasts? Was her poor soul being tortured, unable to understand why she couldn't see or find her boys? Maybe her ghost was in this room, feeling helpless and confused and lost, searching frantically for her babies. Bernice swayed on watery legs. She knew exactly how Mrs. Lange felt. But for the first time she was grateful Wallace had left this earth before her. If she had died first, there would have been no one to look after him, no one to love him like she did, and he might have starved in their rooms all alone. Then she had another thought. Maybe the twins really were dead, and she was hearing their ghosts. Or maybe the agony of losing Wallace had driven her over the edge. She shook her head. No, the cries were real. She was certain of it. If the boys had passed, they would have been in this room, in bed with their mother. She squinted at the mattress again, studying the blanket. It lay flat on both sides of Mrs. Lange's corpse. Nothing moved beneath it. She went to open the closet, her hand over her mouth and nose, and reached blindly between worn sweaters, dresses, trousers, and a ratty jacket. She knelt to search the bottom of the closet. A pair of women's boots sat on the floor, and 2 hat boxes leaned against the back wall. Finding nothing there, she peered under the bed frame. No babies lay crying and squirming beneath the mattress. No hungry boys in diapers and cotton bonnets gazed back with frightened eyes. Still on her knees, she looked under the dresser, under the washstand, under the legs of a chair. Then she saw it. A small, squat door between the bed and the closet. The door was the same dark color as the walls, except for the small round doorknob and latch, which were painted red. Bernice scrambled over to it on her hands and knees, grabbed the doorknob with shaking fingers and yanked it open. If she had been standing when she saw what was inside, she would have sunk to the floor in disbelief. One of the twins lay on top of a blanket and pillow, howling and kicking and shaking his tiny fists. The other was wedged in a corner, half sitting, half lying down, his red face wet with tears. Both wore long-sleeved nightdresses, sweaters, bonnets, and booties. 2 bottles lay leaking on the blanket beside 2 wooden rattles. Bernice pulled out the first baby and hugged him to her chest. "Oh, my God," she cried. "Oh, my God, you poor things." The baby whimpered and shuddered against her, his crying momentarily quieted. His skin felt clammy, and his diaper felt heavy and wet, the stench of it filling her nose. With her free hand, she reached in for the other twin. She didn't want to put the first one down, but couldn't get enough leverage to bring the other one out without hurting him. Trying not to panic, she wiped her flooding eyes so she could see better, then gently tugged the blanket out from beneath his bottom, quickly wrapped it around the first baby, and laid him on the floor. As soon as she reached in with both hands for the second twin, the first one started howling again. "Shh," she said. "Don't cry. I'm right here." With the second baby safely out of the cubby, she scooped the first one into her arms and stood on wobbly legs. Both boys clutched to her chest. They whimpered and cried, exhausted and trembling, while she quaked with rage, unable to grasp how Pia could do such a horrible thing. And to her own brothers, no less. She knew people had abandoned sick family members during the epidemic because they didn't know what else to do. But other than being hungry and dirty and scared, the twins looked fairly healthy, considering what they'd endured. Leaving them alone was unforgivable. Apparently, what everyone said about Germans being heartless was true. She bounced the boys gently up and down, holding them close to her chest. "There, there," she said, her voice quivering. "No need to cry. You're all right now. Don't worry. I'll take care of you." Chapter 7. Pia. After discovering 2 more corpses in the row house next door, and more apartments either locked or occupied by people who told her to go away or refused to answer, Pia decided to try more prosperous neighborhoods, where people had extra to begin with. Maybe she'd discover an open market or street peddler along the way. One thing was certain. Leaving her brothers was torture, and she didn't want to do it again until absolutely necessary. She needed to find enough food to last until Vater came home, or this nightmare was over. If it was ever over. And the food she'd found so far, the jar of melons, a can of black-eyed peas, and 2 slices of bread, wasn't nearly enough. As much as she dreaded wandering farther away from home, she wouldn't find what she was looking for among the poorest of the poor. After leaving Shunk Alley, she moved west on Delancey, then turned north, walking fast. No motor cars or wagons traveled along the cobblestones. No one walked along the sidewalks. A trolley rattled by, but only a few masked passengers rode in the seats, sitting far away from one another. The feeling that she and her brothers were some of the last people alive in the city grew stronger with every step. Normally, the thoroughfares were so crowded she couldn't walk 2 feet without bumping into shoppers or children or businessmen or bicyclists. Now, crepe ribbons hung from doors, silent and swirling in the morning breeze, and sheet-wrapped corpses lay outside what seemed like every other building. The only sounds were her shoes on the cobblestones and the tinny voice of a radio somewhere floating out into the empty streets. The farther she walked, the harder a cold slab of fear pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. She'd planned on staying on the sidewalks, close to front doors and banisters in case she needed to hide. From whom, she wasn't sure, but the stench of dead bodies was unbearable. Instead, she walked in the middle of the road, trying not to think about what was under the bloody sheets, or Muti, or the blonde woman with maggots on her face. She tried not to think about the fact that only days ago those people had been watching a grand parade, celebrating and having fun with their spouses and children and friends, unaware that death was waiting right around the corner. Now they were covered with flies and rotting on the sidewalk, like the fish sold at the seaport, and the dead pigs hanging behind the butcher's shop. At least the fish were on ice, and the pigs were cut up and cooked before maggots crawled on their faces. The gorge rose in her throat, and she wrapped her arms around herself, blinking back tears and trying not to be sick. Announcements with black lettering on buildings and telephone poles read, "All shows and churches are ordered closed to fight the epidemic. Cases in the state 100,000. State and city health boards may take more drastic steps. Complain that failure of physicians to report cases handicaps them in their work. Demand for physicians greatly exceeds the supply." Ignoring the screaming voice in her head, telling her to turn around and go home, she made her way toward 3rd Street, looking for a sign to point her in the right direction. Every now and then, a moving curtain caught her eye, but when she looked up at the window, the curtain dropped back into place. On one hand, she worried someone might try to rob her. Not that she had anything worth stealing, but people were desperate. She knew because she was too. On the other hand, seeing moving curtains gave her a small measure of comfort. At least she wasn't alone. Other people were hiding in their apartments too, trying to survive. She thought about going inside one of the houses to ask for help, but knew she'd likely be turned away, and she needed to stop wasting time in the poor sections of Philadelphia. If she knocked on the right doors, in a different part of the city, maybe some rich woman, after hearing her story, would offer a loaf of bread or jar of fruit. Maybe a caring mother would share a tin of cow's milk or a jar of Melon's infant food. She prayed someone would, anyway. Then she came to Pine Street and slowed. Men with guns guarded what looked like hundreds of homemade coffins stacked outside the fence around the cemetery of St. Peter's Church. Next to the coffins, beneath a row of sycamore trees, haphazard piles of bloody corpses lay beneath dirty sheets and swarms of flies. More men, in masks and filthy clothes, picked up the bodies and carried them into the cemetery, where another group was digging what looked like a massive grave. Some of the men were wearing what looked like prison uniforms, while others were wearing school vests and trousers. Another wave of nausea washed over Pia, making her dizzy. Hoping no one noticed her, she dropped her eyes and kept going. When she reached the end of the block, it started to rain. A dreary gray drizzle, pitting the greasy tops of brown puddles. The wind picked up, carrying with it the chill of the coming winter. She blinked against the cold and wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly freezing despite Muti's heavy winter coat. She was quickly becoming exhausted, too, as if her legs had turned to cement. It shouldn't have come as a surprise that everything she'd been seeing and feeling and doing was starting to wear her out. That trying to stay strong for the boys and refusing to give in to panic was tiring. But how much fear and worry was someone her age supposed to bear? And who was going to take care of her when, or if, this was over? As soon as the thoughts crossed her mind, she scolded herself for being selfish. Finding food for Ollie and Max was all that mattered. Not how she felt, not how scared she was, not how much she missed her parents. Only a few more blocks, and she'd be nearing South Street, the much-traveled route that, along with the Schuylkill River, claimed to separate the city's rich from the poor. By the time she reached Lombard Street, a thin sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead and upper lip. She wiped her face with the sleeve of Muti's coat, then stopped and took it off, yanking on the collar and cuffs, suddenly desperate to remove it. She put the coat over her arm and trudged on. Why was she so hot? Being cold was understandable. It was October and the raindrops felt like ice. But somehow, rather abruptly, the air had turned heavy and warm and damp like it did in the middle of summer. She slowed, her heart racing, and stopped on the edge of the road. Muti's coat felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Footsteps sounded behind her, and she spun around. A man stumbled toward her, his eyes and nose bleeding, his mouth gasping for air. He reached for her with bloody, clawed hands. "Help me," he said in a ragged voice. She turned and ran. When she glanced over her shoulder to see if he was following her, he had collapsed on the sidewalk, his legs and arms splayed out at odd angles. She ran a little farther, then stopped and put her hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath. Strands of wet hair hung in her eyes. Then she coughed, hard, and pain exploded in her throat and lungs. She put a hand to her chest. No, she couldn't be getting sick. She just couldn't. Maybe it was a cold. Maybe she was exhausted from worry and grief and lack of food and sleep. Whatever it was, she was determined to ignore it and keep going. She straightened and looked back at the man. He lay motionless on the sidewalk, a growing puddle of blood around his head. Ignoring her burning throat, she swallowed her terror and started walking again. Just 2 more blocks and she'd find what she was looking for. Then she'd be able to go home. She'd be able to feed the boys, have something to eat, and they'd all curl up on her bed to sleep. They'd wait for this to be over, and for Vater to return from the war, together and safe in their rooms. Then everything would return to normal. Except Muti, she thought, and her eyes filled. Her legs went weak, and she sat down hard on the curb. The buildings across the way seemed to waver, like they did in the summer when heat rose off the cobblestones, except it wasn't summer. It was October, and it was raining. She put her head in her hands. Her chest felt heavy and her throat felt raw, as if she'd swallowed broken glass. Her temples pounded with each hard thud of her heart. She closed her eyes. She needed to rest for just a minute. Then she'd be fine. Suddenly remembering she hadn't eaten anything but a mouthful of bread since yesterday, she reached into the coat pocket for the bread from the dead woman's apartment. She unwrapped it and took a bite. This time it tasted like paper, and her teeth hurt when she chewed. Swallowing felt like razor blades going down her throat. She took another bite anyway. She had to keep up her strength. Then she coughed again, and again, and again. She couldn't stop. She spit out the bread, staggered to her feet, and bent over at the waist, gagging and trying to breathe. Panic exploded in her mind. She had to turn around. She had to go home. She had to get Ollie and Max out of the cubby. Finally, after a few minutes of coughing so hard she thought she'd pass out, she could breathe again. She picked up Muti's coat from the sidewalk, then half walked, half staggered to the other side of the street to avoid the collapsed man, and turned toward home. The only food she had was the melons, the can of black-eyed peas, and the rest of the bread. It would have to do for now. Maybe she could go out again after she got some rest. Maybe things would get better in the meantime. Maybe people would stop dying and those left behind would come out of their homes. It was a relief, in a way, to be going home, to know she would be letting her brothers out of the cubby. Her heart lurched when she pictured them, red-faced and crying, in the dark space, scared and wondering where they were and what had happened. Would they ever forgive her for what she'd done? Would they remember tomorrow? She tried to walk faster. Then something happened. She wasn't quite sure what. It seemed like she fell, except she was still upright. The world started to spin around and around like a carousel. She crumpled to the ground in what seemed like slow motion, and her cheek collided with the street, tiny stones and gravel cutting her skin. Pain exploded in her useless limbs. The muscles in her neck loosened and tightened as her lungs screamed for air. Terror twisted in her mind, and dizziness overwhelmed her as she felt herself sinking deeper and deeper into darkness, suddenly blind, deaf, and mute. Her last thought was of Vater, finding the twins in the cubby, their small white bodies skeletal and cold. Then the world disappeared. Chapter 8. Bernice. Clutching the twins in her arms, Bernice glanced over at their dead mother on the bed, a sliver of fear crawling up her spine. Had Mrs. Lange's eyelids been open a few minutes ago? Was she watching her? Bernice told herself to stop being silly, that she must have been imagining things. She took the twins out of the bedroom, laid them on the bed below the window, then closed the window and the bedroom door. As soon as she put the boys down, they started howling again, their faces trembling and red, their legs quivering. Bernice yanked off her coat, threw it over a chair, and grabbed a clean wash rag, diapers, and nightdresses from the clothesline. Working fast, she wet the wash rag in a bucket, took off the boys' soiled clothes and diapers, and cleaned them up as best she could. They kept on crying. I know, she said. You're cold and hungry and scared. but you'll feel better in a minute, I promise." After getting the boys dressed again, she sat between them on the bed and scooted back so she could lean against the wall. She moved the twins next to her, one on each side, then unbuttoned her blouse, pushed aside the frilly edge of her camisole, and lifted one of them to her engorged breast, his feet toward the wall. He nuzzled her areola, then stopped crying and latched on, nursing greedily. A sharp pain shot across her nipple, and she arched her back, sucking air between her teeth, then lifted the other baby to her free breast. He immediately started drinking. After a few moments, the pain began to throb and ease, pulled from her body with every gush of her copious milk. Tears spilled down her cheeks, and she closed her eyes. Fresh grief threatening to swallow her whole. Every ounce of her body ached for Wallace, for his small mouth at her nipple, his soft hand in hers as he nursed. It seemed like only yesterday she'd marveled at his tiny, perfect fingernails and pink skin, had stroked the downy hair on his small head. Now he was dead. Dead. He'd never drink her milk again. It felt like a knife in her chest. Then she had another thought. Did babies nurse from their mothers in heaven? Would Wallace still need her when they were reunited in God's kingdom? She couldn't wait to find out, and prayed the day would come sooner rather than later. Then fear tightened her throat. She had cursed God so many times after her son died. Had almost killed herself. There was no guarantee she was bound for heaven now. She shook her aching head. No, she couldn't think that way. Knowing she would see Wallace again after she died was the only thing that kept her sane. She opened her eyes and looked down at the twins, heartbroken that they weren't Wallace. At the same time, astonished and grateful to be feeding these small strangers. Surely she was saving them from certain starvation. Surely God would look on it as a favorable act. Maybe he had allowed her to notice Pia on the street so he could lead her to the twins. Maybe he was giving her a chance to redeem herself, to prove she was a good Christian. Normally she hated when people said everything happened for a reason, because what reason could there possibly be for her husband to be shot in the head during a war? What reason could there be for allowing Wallace, a perfectly innocent baby, to get sick and die? There were no reasons for such horrible things. But maybe, sometimes, good things did happen for a reason. Maybe she was meant to save these boys. The twins were falling asleep, their mouths suckling slower and slower as exhaustion overtook them. With their light hair and pale skin, they reminded her so much of Wallace it filled her with agony. At the same time, she loved swaddling and holding their little bodies, touching their baby soft cheeks and velvety hair. They were beautiful babies, as close to perfect as she'd ever seen. Besides Wallace, of course. You'd never know they were German. If she were being honest, it would have been a toss-up between them and her son if they'd been entered in the state fair Better Baby contest. For the life of her, she'd never understand how Pia could have abandoned them. Even if she planned on coming back, clearly she was too young and irresponsible to take care of them properly. She had proven as much by putting them in the cubby in the first place, not to mention leaving them alone in there, in an unlocked apartment, no less. If Bernice hadn't found them, who knew what might have happened? Then she had another thought. Maybe losing her mother and being left to take care of her brothers had proved to be too much for Pia. Maybe she'd suffered a breakdown of some sort and hoped they wouldn't be found until she was long gone. Bernice had heard of husbands abandoning wives on their sick beds, mothers abandoning sick children after being instructed by doctors to stop feeding them, and children leaving their doomed parents. But it was difficult for her to imagine anyone deserting innocent babies for any reason. Then again, it seemed anything was possible in this day and age. Immigrants had taken over the city, and foreign languages could be heard throughout the streets. Her husband and her son were gone, and the flu had become an epidemic, killing off the population of Philadelphia one by one by one. Everything was out of control, and she was helpless to change any of it. Until now. She could right this grievous wrong. It would be easy for her to pass the twins off as her own, and after everything she'd been through, no one could fault her for taking them. Their mother was dead. Their sister had abandoned them, and the odds of their father returning from the war were poor. The newspaper listings of those killed in action, along with the new flu cases and deaths, had grown every day. Even if the twins had family back in Germany, it would be impossible to locate a relative in that war-torn country. She could take good care of the boys and, more importantly, bring them up properly, free from the sway of their barbaric, backward heritage. When the twins finished nursing, she laid them on the bed and slid slowly off the mattress, careful not to wake them. If she was going to do this, a yellow sun peeked out from behind puffy clouds, and in the bottom left-hand corner, careful cursive words that read, "To Ollie and Max, love your big sister, Pia." A stab of guilt twisted in Bernice's chest. Maybe Pia really was coming back. Maybe she'd left to get food and hadn't abandoned her brothers. Maybe, now that they were fed and dry, they'd be all right until she returned. Bernice chewed her lip, her hands in fists at her sides. Maybe she should leave the boys here. Maybe it wasn't her place to take them from their big sister. And what if their father returned from the war? She picked up her coat and started toward the door, then stopped. No, if Pia came back and found them gone, it would serve her right. They were just babies and never should have been left alone, no matter what. And they certainly shouldn't have been locked in that cold, dark cubby. It was horrible and cruel and neglectful. Bernice pressed her fingers over her temples, trying to decide what to do. Her head was pounding. Was she trying to justify taking them? No, that wasn't it. They never should have been abandoned. They needed her, and she needed them. She turned around, put down her coat, and got back to work gathering the twins' things. Putting the soiled clothes and blankets in a sack and rinsing out the bottles from the cubby, her disgust and anger grew. Pia should have asked a neighbor for help or taken the boys to the Red Cross. Anything but what she'd done. The babies deserved better. Suddenly, someone knocked on the front door. Bernice jumped and almost dropped a bottle. "Hello?" a woman's muffled voice said. "Is anyone home?" She knocked again. Bernice went rigid, her eyes fixed on the unlocked door. She glanced at the twins, praying they wouldn't wake up. The woman knocked again, louder this time. Bernice held her breath. "I'm with the Visiting Nurse Society of Philadelphia," the woman said. "We're going door to door to see if anyone needs help. Are you in there?" Then the handle turned and the door edged open. Bernice swore under her breath, put down the bottle, grabbed an apron hanging next to the wash basin, slipped it over her head, and rushed to the door, tying the apron strings behind her back. Only half pretending to be out of breath, she pulled the door open. "I'm sorry," she said. "I was scrubbing the bedroom floor and didn't hear you knock." The nurse gazed at Bernice, her chestnut eyes filled with concern above a gauze mask. Wearing a long military-style jacket, hat, and high button-up shoes, she carried what looked like a doctor's bag in one gloved hand. The edge of a dark skirt and white apron hung below her jacket hem. "I'm sorry to interrupt you," the nurse said, "but how are you faring? Is anyone in your home sick?" Bernice shook her head. "No." "That's good to hear," the nurse said. "But if you want to stay well, you should always wear a mask when you answer the door." Bernice nodded and pulled up the bottom of the apron she was wearing, holding it over her nose and mouth. "And you really shouldn't leave your door unlocked," the nurse said. "Oh, yes, I know. I just came up from getting water and forgot." The nurse peered over Bernice's shoulder, trying to see inside. "Do you have this apartment all to yourself?" Unable to tell if the nurse could see the twins on the bed, Bernice said, "It's just me and my boys." The nurse furrowed her brow and put a gloved hand over her mask. "Has someone passed in there?" Bernice clenched her jaw, cursing silently. If she said no, the nurse might insist on coming inside to check. She looked down at the floor, trying to buy time, then sniffed and wiped her eyes. "Sadly, yes," she said, hoping she sounded sincere. "My beloved sister. We lost her a while ago, but I didn't know what to do with her. I've seen the men on the wagons gathering bodies, but I couldn't carry her outside by myself, and I couldn't leave the babies." "I'm so sorry," the nurse said. "I'll send someone to pick up your sister as soon as I can." Bernice started to say no, then realized it didn't matter. She'd be gone by the time someone came to get Mrs. Lange. "Thank you. I appreciate that more than you know." "I'm here to help however I can," the nurse said. "How old are your sons?" 4 months. "Twins?" "Yes, ma'am." "And your husband? Is he in the military?" Bernice nodded. "Well, be sure to keep your boys at home until the worst of this is over," the nurse said. "And if you start feeling sick, let someone know. People are dying faster than we thought possible, and I've found a number of children left to fend for themselves. You don't want that to happen to your boys. Just this morning, I found a 3-year-old who'd been alone in his apartment for several days. His parents passed and no one knew. He doesn't have the flu, but he was half starved. Sadly, I'm not sure he's going to survive." Bernice gasped, shocked by the knowledge that more babies were being left alone. It made her feel ill. "Oh, my word," she said. "What are you doing with the children you find?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she berated herself for continuing the conversation. She needed the nurse to leave. "We do what we can. First, we ask the neighbors if the family had any nearby relatives or close friends, someone who might be willing to take in the children. If no one can be found to take care of them, we take them to an orphanage. Unfortunately, the city's orphanages are getting overcrowded due to the epidemic." Bernice shivered, remembering the stories her brother used to tell her about evil nuns and cold gruel in orphanages. "Oh dear," she said. The poor things. Well, thank you again for stopping by. You're welcome, the nurse said. Take care of yourself and those boys now, and stay inside until this is over, all right? Bernice nodded, and the nurse turned to leave, giving her a friendly wave. Bernice closed the door and leaned against it, breathing a sigh of relief. She tried to remember everything she'd said and done. If somehow she'd given herself away or acted nervous, she didn't think she had. The nurse had no reason to suspect her anyway. Still, she had to admit she was surprised by how easily she'd lied about being the twins' mother. But then again, she was their mother now, and mothers would do anything to protect their children, even lie, cheat, or steal. When her racing heart slowed, she went to the window and looked out, waiting for the nurse to leave the building. After what seemed like forever, the nurse skittered down the steps, hurried along the alley, and disappeared into the next row house. Bernice watched for another minute to make sure the nurse wasn't coming out again and Pia wasn't on her way back, then quickly gathered the twins' belongings and put them in the center of a blanket on the floor. When she was certain she had everything, she tied the corners of the blanket together to make a sack, then stood over the boys on the bed. Now, which one of you is Ollie and which one is Max? She said in a quiet voice. Then she waited for a sign, for one of the twins to move or make a noise. Whoever stirred first, she decided, was Ollie. But they kept on sleeping. The only movement, the rise and fall of their tiny chests. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm giving you new names anyway. She thought about looking in on Mrs. Lange one last time to tell her she'd take good care of the babies and maybe say a prayer for her. Knowing how devastated she would have been if someone had taken Wallace, it felt like the right thing to do. Then she remembered Mrs. Lange was German. Who knew what strange religion she followed, if any? Not to mention Mr. Lange had stolen Bernice's father's job. He might as well have killed him with his bare hands. And the twins would have died if Bernice hadn't found them. Now they would have a loving home and caring mother who would bring them up right and teach them the American way. She didn't owe Mrs. Lange an apology or a promise or a prayer. If anything, Mrs. Lange should be grateful she was willing to take in her sons. A lesser person would have left them to starve. With a baby boy on each hip and the makeshift sack of diapers and clothes and bottles tied around her shoulders, Bernice huffed up the last flight of stairs to her apartment, sweat covering her face and running down her back. More than anything, she wanted to stop and take off her coat, but she needed to get inside her apartment before someone saw her. With every step, the boys felt heavier. The loaded sack ready to topple her backward down the steps. When she reached the top, she stood for a second to rest, then trudged down the hall to her door, her muscles throbbing. The twins, silent and teary-eyed, looked around in bewilderment, too weary and frightened to protest or cry. "Don't worry," she whispered to them. "You're going to be just fine, better than fine, now that you're with me." Then she remembered her key was in her coat pocket. In order to retrieve it, she'd need to put down one of the twins. Silently scolding herself for not carrying the key in her hand, she bent over and gently placed one of the boys on the floor on his back. He looked up at her and blinked, then started to cry. I know, she whispered. "I'm hurrying as fast as I can." When she found the key, she put it in the lock, opened the door, and put the other boy inside on the rug. Like his brother, he immediately began to fuss. "Shh," she said. "We're almost there." She let the sack slide off her shoulders onto the floor, then stepped back into the hall to retrieve the first boy. When she picked him up, he stopped crying. She started to go back inside, then froze. Someone was at the top of the stairs. It was the nurse who had stopped by the Lange's apartment. "What's going on here?" the nurse said, and headed toward her. Bernice hurried the rest of the way back inside and started to close the door with her free hand, but the nurse put her foot against it. "What are you doing over here?" the nurse said, holding the door open with her arm and leg. "I thought we agreed it was too dangerous to take your sons out." Bernice released the door. "Oh, it's you," she said, pretending to be surprised and praying the nurse couldn't see the panic in her eyes. "You scared the daylights out of me. I'm checking on a friend. I know it's not safe, but I made a promise." Hearing his brother crying inside the apartment, the twin in her arms started to whimper. The nurse set down her bag and offered to take him. "Here," she said, "let me help you." Bernice turned to one side, pulling him out of her reach. "No," she said, louder than she intended. "I can manage." The nurse furrowed her brow. "Are you sure you're feeling all right? Your face is quite flushed." "Yes, I'm fine," Bernice said. "I'm just overheated from carrying the boys up the stairs. Now, if you don't mind, I need to—" The nurse looked past her with narrowed eyes. "Is there a dead body in there?" Bernice took a step back and started to close the door again, but the heel of her boot caught on the makeshift sack of baby clothes, and thinking she'd stepped on the other boy, she overcorrected, lost her balance, and started to fall. The nurse leapt forward to catch the baby before she dropped him, but Bernice grabbed the door with her free hand, catching herself, and pulled him out of her reach again. She tried to block her from entering, but it was too late. The nurse was inside. Before Bernice could react, the nurse picked up the twin on the rug and gently bounced him up and down, patting his back, her eyes scanning the room. When she saw Wallace's crib in the corner, she started toward it. "Whose child is this?" she said. Bernice swallowed the sour taste of fear in the back of her throat. "It's my friend's baby. I tried to convince her to take him to the funeral home, but she refused. He was her only child, and she's extremely distraught. Understandably, of course. That's why I promised to stop by again to make sure she was all right." The nurse looked in the crib, then turned back to Bernice. "Oh, the poor dear," she said. "Perhaps I can help. Where is she?" Bernice glanced at the closed bedroom door. "She must be sleeping. I don't want to wake her." "I thought you came over here to check on her. How can you find out if she's all right if you don't go in there?" "I will," Bernice said. "It's just—" "Why don't you take your boys back home and let me take care of your friend?" the nurse said. She moved the twin, who had fallen asleep on her shoulder, to the cradle of her arm and gazed down at him. Then she looked up at Bernice, her eyes smiling. "That's what I'm here for, remember?" Bernice shook her head. "Thank you, but I made a promise and I intend to keep it." "All right," the nurse said. "Then I'll watch the babies while you check on her." She unbuttoned her jacket, shrugged it off one shoulder, switched the sleeping twin to her other arm, let the jacket fall to the floor, then lay him on top of it. When she straightened, she reached for the other twin. Bernice's heart beat so hard and loud she swore the nurse could hear it. What could she say to make the nosy nurse leave? Nothing came to her. If she tried to kick her out, she'd wonder why. Even if she could force her out, she might come back with the police. Then who knew what would happen? But what if she went into the bedroom and saw the empty bed? What if she insisted on helping her back to the Lange's apartment after she checked on her friend. Playing along was Bernice's only choice. She handed the other baby to the nurse, took off her coat, and hung it over a chair. A frantic trembling came from somewhere deep inside her body, as if she'd eaten spoiled food. The nurse slowly strolled around the room, patting the other twin's back and trying to get him to sleep. "Go ahead," she said to Bernice. "We'll be fine." Then she stopped at the table to look at the photographs on the shelf above it. The only two pictures Bernice owned, one of her and her husband on their wedding day, him in a chair and her standing with one hand on his shoulder, and one of her holding Wallace in his christening gown. Sweat broke out on Bernice's upper lip. "After he falls asleep, you can go," she said, trying to distract her. "I'm sure there are other people who need you more than we do." "I don't mind," the nurse said, still studying the pictures. After what seemed like forever, she turned, confusion lining her brow. "You and the woman in these photographs bear an awfully strong resemblance to each other." Bernice dug her nails into her palms. "I know," she said. "Everyone says my sister and I look like twins." The nurse's brows shot up. "Are you saying this is your sister's apartment?" Silently cursing herself, Bernice nodded. "I thought you were checking on a friend," the nurse said. Bernice made her eyes go wide. "Is that what I said?" She put a hand to her chest, feigning embarrassment. "Good heavens, I must be having the vapors. After everything that's been happening, I can't seem to think straight. I meant to say I was checking on my sister." The nurse's forehead furrowed. "But you said your sister was dead." "I was going to send someone to your apartment to pick up her body. Remember?" She glanced at the makeshift sack Bernice had tripped over, and the folded diapers and baby nightdresses spilling out onto the floor. "And why did you bring clothes and diapers with you if you're only staying long enough to check on someone?" Bernice clenched her jaw, the deep trembling of fear turning into shakes of anger. This nosy nurse needed to leave. Where was she when Wallace got sick? Where was she when he couldn't breathe? No nurse came around to help her then. No nurse knocked on her door to offer medicine or comfort or advice then. No nurse stopped by to ask how they were faring. "I have more than one sister," Bernice said, struggling to conceal her frustration. "And I brought extra diapers in case she needed me to stay longer than I planned." The nurse looked doubtful. "Why don't you see if your sister is awake?" she said. "I'd like to talk to her, if she doesn't mind." The baby in her arms had fallen asleep, so she laid him on the jacket with his brother, then regarded Bernice with suspicion. "I'll wait." Shaken into silence by rage and fear, Bernice turned and went over to the bedroom door. She rapped on it lightly, as if someone were inside, then opened it and went in. She had to get rid of the nurse, but had no idea how. She closed the door and sat on her bed, making the rusty springs creak. She froze with the sound, certain the nurse could hear everything. Then she had an idea. "How are you feeling?" she said quietly. She lowered her voice and mumbled, "I'm tired." "There's a nurse here. She wants to talk to you." She groaned, and in the low voice said, "Send her away. I don't want to see anyone." "Are you sure? Maybe it would help." "I don't need help," she said, pretending to weep. "I need my baby." "I know. I'm sorry." She moved on the mattress to make the springs creak again, as if someone was rolling over or sitting up, then said in a frightened voice, Don't let her take him. I need him here just a little while longer. I won't, I promise, Bernice said. Why don't you rest while I make you something to eat? I'm not hungry, but you need to keep up your strength. I'll wake you when the food is ready. After a moment, she stood, ran her clammy hands over her skirt, raked her fingers through her hair, and prayed the nurse believed her little act. If the nurse insisted on seeing for herself that someone else was in the bedroom, Bernice would have to come up with another excuse. She had no idea what the excuse would be, but no matter what, she wasn't going to lose the twins because of some nosy nurse who couldn't mind her own business. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, then backed out of the bedroom, quietly closed the door, and turned to face the woman. To her surprise, the nurse was holding herself up with both hands on the kitchen table, her face blotchy, her lips blue. Her throat rattled as she gasped for air and stared at Bernice with frightened eyes. I'm having trouble breathing, the nurse said. I think I'm getting sick. She pulled out a kitchen chair and sat down hard. A strange mixture of relief and panic swept over Bernice. The nurse didn't care who was in the bedroom anymore. She didn't care about anything but surviving the flu. But she couldn't die here. You need to leave, Bernice said. The nurse put her head in her hands. I know, I'll go, but please, I just need a few minutes. She started to cough. I need something to drink. Please, I don't care what. Cursing under her breath, Bernice took a glass from the shelf and turned toward the wash basin. Please, hurry, the nurse said behind her. If giving the nurse a drink would make her leave, Bernice was glad to do it. She felt bad for her, of course. She clearly had the flu and might die. And maybe she had a husband and children at home. But Bernice had her own problems. The last thing she needed was someone meddling in her affairs or dying in her apartment. Then alarms sounded in her head. What if the nurse left and sent someone else back to check on them? What if she sent someone to the Langes and they found Pia there, distraught and looking for her missing brothers? They might put two and two together and discover what Bernice had done. She started to fill the glass, frantic and trying to figure out what to do, then noticed the container of rat poison on the cupboard below the wash basin, and her half-empty teacup from earlier that morning sitting next to the basin. I'm out of clean water, she said. Would a little cold tea help? Anything, the nurse said. Please, my throat. She coughed hard and loud. It's burning. Bernice glanced over her shoulder at the nurse. She was still sitting with her head down, trying to stifle her cough. She seemed dreadfully sick. Sometimes people died within a few hours of contracting the flu. There was no harm in helping it along. Bernice sprinkled a little rat poison in the teacup, put the container in the cupboard again, gave the tea a good stir, and delivered it to the nurse. The nurse took it with shaking hands and drank it down. Thank you, she said, gasping. You're welcome, Bernice said, and stepped back. The nurse pushed herself up from the table, then sank back down in the chair again. Oh, my word, she said. Her eyes, frightened and staring, turned red at the rims. The skin on her face started to turn blue. She tried to stand. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed on the floor, hitting her head hard on the wood. Bernice had no idea if rat poison worked that quickly or if the nurse was overcome by the flu, but she told herself it was the latter. Surely the poison didn't help. But Bernice wouldn't take the blame. The nurse was going to die anyway. Bernice had to do what was best for the twins. That was all that mattered now. The nurse gaped up at her. clawing at her throat, her mouth open, sucking in air. Bernice stepped around her, picked up the teacup, rinsed it out, put it next to the wash basin, and went over to the twins. Trying not to wake them, she knelt and picked them up. They squirmed and opened their eyes but didn't cry. She carried them into the bedroom, laid them on their stomachs on her bed, closed the door, and covered them with a blanket. Then she sat on the edge of the mattress and rubbed their backs, humming softly. One of the boys turned on his side and looked up at her, his small forehead furrowed. In the other room, the nurse went on coughing and choking. "It's all right," Bernice said in a quiet voice. "I'm right here. Now be a good boy and go back to sleep. I'll feed you supper soon." Rubbing the boys' backs, she softly sang Wallace's favorite song. "Row, row, row your boat," over and over and over. Finally, the twin who'd been wide awake turned on his side, his watery blue eyes slowly closing. The other lay sound asleep, his mouth half open, spit bubbles forming on his lips. When both boys were napping again, Bernice kissed their heads, got up, and stood over the bed. While putting them to sleep, she'd come to the realization that everyone in the building had seen Wallace and knew she had one son, not two. More than likely, some of her neighbors knew Mrs. Lange also, and if and when the epidemic came to an end, they would recognize the twins. If she was going to keep the boys, there was only one way to protect her new family. They had to leave, and soon. But before she could decide how to proceed, she needed to get organized, and she needed to eat. For the first time since Wallace passed away, she was genuinely hungry. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and quietly closed the door. The nurse still lay on the floor next to the table, her breathing shallow and fast. Blood dripped from her mouth and nose. She gaped up at Bernice with wide, terror-filled eyes and croaked, "Help me!" "I'm sorry," Bernice said, "but I can't. You shouldn't have come in here." Moving the scattered diapers and baby clothes she'd taken from the Lange's apartment out of the way, she opened the front door and looked left and right. The neighbors' doors were closed. No one peered out to see what was going on. No one clambered up the stairs. She grabbed the nurse's bag, brought it inside, and locked the door. Then she went to the larder, found a leftover piece of cooked bacon, sat down at the table, and ate it. When she was done, she wiped her hands on Mrs. Lange's apron, having forgotten she was still wearing it until now. Then she went over to the nurse, who was barely conscious, knelt at her feet, and started taking off her boots. Chapter 9. Pia. At first, Pia became aware of a thin line of pale light seeping under her eyelids and a high-pitched ringing in her ears. Her body felt bruised and beaten, her arms and legs immobile, her head split open. She tried opening her eyes all the way, but her lids felt stuck together as if someone had covered them with glue. Then she realized she was lying on something hard, not her mattress. Her bed at home was soft, with random lumps of knotted horsehair. Her throbbing head rested on a pillow, but whatever she was lying on was stiff and narrow, like a board against her hips and back. The outside of her right shoulder pressed against another board, and so did the bottoms of her bare feet. She was in a casket. Terror plowed through her, and she tried to scream. Nothing but a dry squeak came from her throat. She thrust her hands up to push against the casket lid, certain she was on the edge of madness, but her trembling arms flailed in open air. She scraped the hard crust from her eyes and forced them open, squinting against a blurry, bright light. At first she thought she'd gone blind, confused because she'd always imagined blindness to be dark, not light. Then a curved ceiling slowly came into focus, soaring above her like an alabaster sky. Was she awake at her own funeral? Was she about to see someone looking down at her as she lay in an open casket for one final goodbye? She lifted her arms to look at her hands. They seemed to float, ghost-white, against the alabaster ceiling. Blood caked her fingernails and knuckles. Then she noticed her heart thundering in her chest. If she were dead, it wouldn't be beating. If she were dead, her pain would be gone, not leaking out of her like a bad smell. She opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Her lungs felt like they were on fire. Then she started to cough, every bark like a knife in her ribs. Her throat involuntarily opened and her lungs desperately sucked in air, then forced it out again and again and again until she nearly choked. When she could breathe again without coughing, she held a hand over her mouth, a flood of relief washing through her. She was alive. She struggled to push herself up on her elbows, but her arms gave way and she collapsed back on the pillow. She turned her head to look around, taking slow, shallow breaths so she wouldn't start coughing again. A piece of painted wood blocked her view on one side, and a white sheet hung above that like a curtain. She turned the other way. A second sheet hung on the other side, reaching down to the floor. A water pitcher, a drinking glass, and an enamel basin sat on a stool between her and the second sheet. She lifted her head and gazed down at herself. A thin blanket, mottled with brown spots, covered her from the waist down, and dark stains peppered the front of her white nightdress. Her feet rested against a narrow footboard, above which more white sheets hung a few feet away, like a line of sideways flags. Above them, a row of arched, stained glass windows stretched toward the ceiling. It all looked familiar and strange at the same time, like she'd visited it in a dream or another lifetime. Then it came to her. She was in a church, and she was lying inside a box pew. But how did she get there? And why? Finally, her thrashing heart slowed, and the ringing in her ears disappeared. Mumbled words and low groans filled the air, like the distant moans and shouts of injured miners returning home after a cave-in. Somewhere a woman was crying. A person nearby gasped for air, each breath gurgling like a clogged gutter. It seemed to be coming from the other side of the curtain. Then the sweet, sickening smell of rotting flesh filled her nostrils, and she remembered. People were dying of the flu. Mutti was dead, and Ollie and Max were shut in the bedroom cubby. She bolted upright and yanked off the blanket, a flood of panic filling her with a sudden surge of strength. She had to get out of there and go home. She had to get back to her brothers. Then she turned to drop her feet off the edge of the pew, and her head swam, dark and heavy, nearly toppling her. She closed her eyes, gripped the edge of the seat with both hands, and took a deep breath, clenching her teeth against the pain in every inch of her body. When she felt steady enough to open her eyes again, she pushed herself up on quivering arms. Her chest felt like stone, her legs like jelly. She wiped the sweat from her upper lip with the back of her wrist and started out of the box pew. Patients on cots lined the center aisle of the church, their faces blue and bleeding. A nurse wearing a gauze mask and blood-stained apron and shoes tied a brown tag to a man's toe, despite the fact that he was still gasping for air. Another nurse wound him in a sheet. The next patient called out for help, blood gushing from her open mouth. She, too, had a toe tag. Pia gazed down the line at the scores of patients, alive and dead, all wrapped in winding sheets, some still writhing in pain, all with tags dangling from their toes like holiday gift cards. The overwhelming sensation of being surrounded by the dead and dying was almost too much to bear. It felt like a boulder in the middle of her chest, crushing her lungs, like the sensation she'd had at the Liberty Loan Parade, except 1,000 times worse. She looked down at her feet. A brown tag hung from her big toe. She bent over to yank it off, but stumbled sideways and fell, hitting the floor with a bone-jarring thud. The wind knocked from her lungs. She didn't think she could get back up. Slowly, she pushed herself into a sitting position, trying to ignore the pain in her elbow and hip, and yanked off the tag. Another wave of dizziness hit her, and she put her head in her hands, praying for the feeling to pass. Every second it took her to get out of there and go home was another second in the cubby for Ollie and Max. She had to get back to them. She had to get back to them now. After what seemed like forever, the world stopped spinning. She reached for the arm of the pew and pulled herself up, determined not to let anything stop her, not even the flu. "What on earth are you doing?" a female voice said. "Get back in bed this instant." A nurse in a blood-spattered apron and a white mask rushed into the box pew and steered her back to the makeshift bed. Pia tried to resist, but it was no use. She was too weak. Her muscles quivered, and her lungs ached with each labored breath. Maybe if she lay down again for just a little while longer, her strength would return. Maybe the nurse would give her something to eat, a biscuit or some soup, something to give her a little energy. Then she would go home to Ollie and Max. They had to be so scared and hungry. Just thinking about them in the cubby made her knees give out. Somewhere in the back of her mind, as the nurse guided her back down on the pillow, she realized that the part of her that dreaded another person's touch seemed to have disappeared. Either that, or it was masked by her own suffering. She tried to speak. "I have to go home," she said, her voice hoarse and raspy. "My brothers are—" "You're not going anywhere," the nurse said. "You're not well." She covered Pia with the blanket. "Where am I?" "You're in St. Peter's Church. The hospitals are full. Now, what's your name?" "Pia Lange." "And how old are you?" 13. "Well, Pia, the undertakers found you on Lombard Street. They thought you were dead, but you started moaning and thrashing about. You're lucky they brought you here instead of throwing you on the wagon with the corpses. They saved your life, but you need to stay in bed." Pia tried to sit up again, but couldn't. "You don't understand," she said. "I need to get back to my brothers. They're all alone." "Shh," the nurse said. "I'm sure your brothers are fine. Right now you need to calm down and do as I say." She picked up the water pitcher, filled the glass, and helped Pia lift her head to take a drink. Pia took several big sips. She hadn't realized how thirsty she was until the cool water soothed her parched throat. Then she lay back down, her arms and legs shaking. But Ollie and Max are only 4 months old," she said. Her teeth chattered and her voice trembled. "My father is in the army and my mother died and I—" The words caught in her throat and she couldn't go on. Her mind screamed at her to get up and leave, to push the nurse out of the way and run out of the church, but she couldn't find the strength to sit up again, let alone stand or run. Her body felt strange and thick and heavy, like it belonged to someone else. The nurse pulled the blanket up under her chin. There, she said. I know you're scared and upset, but I think you're going to be all right. You've made it through the worst of it. Not everyone has been so lucky." She took a wet rag from the enamel basin, wrung it out, and dabbed the sweat from Pia's forehead. "What do you mean, I made it through the worst of it?" Pia said. "How long have I been here?" 6 days. Pia drew in a sharp breath, her panic turning into horror. "No!" she cried. "That can't be. She tried to get up again, triggering another coughing fit. Each forceful hack, jolting her body like a plank of wood, slammed against her back. When it was over, she collapsed on the pew, exhausted and shaking. The nurse looked at her with pity-filled eyes. "I'm afraid it is, sweetheart. I know because I've been taking care of you since they brought you in. Now please, do as I say, or you're going to get worse again." "No," she cried. "I have to go home. I have to help my brothers." "I'm sorry," the nurse said, "but you can't leave yet. You're still sick." Pia rolled on her side, her stomach twisting and dry heaving. Nothing came up but bloody mucus and bile. The thought of Ollie and Max trapped in the cubby, probably dying, with no one to hold and comfort them, no one to wrap them in a warm blanket or kiss their cheeks and tell them everything was going to be all right, was more than she could bear. She wished the undertakers had let her die. The nurse rubbed her back and shoulder. "Oh, dear," she said. "Try to calm down and breathe normally. You're getting yourself all upset and it's not good for you. I'm sure your neighbors are taking care of your brothers. Or maybe one of the visiting nurses picked them up. Either way, I'm sure they'll be fine." Pia swallowed over and over, trying to stop gagging and coughing. When she could finally speak again, she said, What nurses?" "The Visiting Nurse Society sent people into the city to see if they can help citizens in their homes. Trained nurses, nursing students, anyone who has ever acted as a caregiver, really, has been called to service. I'm sure they'll take care of your brothers." She paused, her eyes growing glassy. "Don't worry, sweetheart. This will all be over soon. Then you can go home and—" Dizziness descended on Pia again. But you don't understand. I... "You what?" the nurse said in a gentle voice. Pia struggled to speak without retching. They're in my parents' bedroom. We ran out of food and I left to find them something to eat. I put them... A sob escaped her throat and she couldn't finish. The nurse's eyes widened slightly, but her expression remained calm and professional. "Try not to worry. I'm sure someone found them." Pia buried her face in her hands, shoulders convulsing. Why hadn't she taken Ollie and Max with her when she went to look for food? Why hadn't she put them in their buggy or strapped them to her hips with a scarf or blanket, anything to keep them safe? Then, when she collapsed, the undertakers would have found them and at least they would be alive. No matter what happened after that or where they were taken, at least they wouldn't have starved to death in a dark cubby, cold and alone and terrified. Oh, God, what have I done? She dragged her hands from her face and gaped at the nurse, more desperate than she'd ever felt in her life. If something happened to Ollie and Max, she'd never forgive herself. "Do you think there's a chance they're still alive after 6 days? Do you think they might have survived? Please, I'm begging you, tell me. Yes, please." The shadow of understanding darkened the nurse's features, but she kept her composure. "Like I said, I'm sure they're fine. she said. Someone is probably taking good care of them as we speak. Can you send someone to 408 Shunk Alley, apartment 4C? Pia reached under the blanket with trembling fingers, searching for her dress pocket. I'll give you the key. Please, you have to help them. But her pocket was gone. Then she remembered she was in a nightdress. Where's my dress? She cried. What did you do with it? We had to get rid of it. I'm sorry, but it was filthy and... But the key, it was in my pocket. How will anyone get inside without the... Then she remembered. She'd run out the door because her brothers had been crying. She'd run out the door. And she never locked it. Her head started spinning again. She moaned and fell back on the bed. The door is unlocked, she said. Please send someone, anyone. I need to know if... Everything is going to be all right, the nurse said. Don't you see? It's a good thing the door was unlocked, so one of your neighbors could go in and get your brothers. No, please, they won't know where to look. You have to send someone. You have to tell them. All right, the nurse said. I'll see what I can do. If I can't find anyone to go, I'll do it myself when my shift is over. But please, in the meantime, you need to rest. You would do that for me? Of course, the nurse said, giving her a slight smile. I have a little brother, too. His name is Johnny. Pia tried to return the smile to show her gratitude, but felt herself slipping away. Her strength and emotion spent. Thank you, she said in a weak voice. You're welcome, the nurse said. Now get some sleep. It's the best thing for you. Pia closed her eyes, but didn't think she could sleep. Part of her wanted to lose consciousness, to tumble into complete unawareness, to escape the mind-numbing horror of what she'd done. The other part begged God for the strength to get up and run home, to save her brothers before it was too late. Then she had another thought. What if the nurse had told her what she wanted to hear so she'd stop begging for help? What if she said she'd send someone to check on the twins just so she'd rest? More than anything, Pia wanted to make her promise she'd go to the apartment, but she couldn't find the will to ask. If they move you into recovery and I'm not there when you wake up, the nurse said in a soft voice, my name's Carla. Carla Miller. Then she put a hand on Pia's forearm and gave it a little squeeze. This time, Pia's chest constricted at the woman's touch. But it was hard to tell if the pain was coming from the nurse or her own struggling lungs. Then Carla removed her hand and the sensation disappeared. If she was going to help Ollie and Max, she had to do it soon. Red and yellow leaves swirled against the backdrop of a baby blue sky outside the window. Falling past the glass in what seemed like slow motion, relief fell over Pia like a soft blanket, and she closed her eyes again. She was home, in bed, tucked under the window in her family's snug rooms. It had been nothing but a bad dream, chasing Mutti through the crowded sidewalks at the Liberty Loan Parade, losing her to the flu, leaving the twins. Then bits and pieces flickered in her mind like a slow-motion picture show. Vague memories of sponge baths and people standing over her, of nurses wiping her brow and spoonfuls of broth, of fevers and toe tags and blood. She opened her eyes again and looked down at herself, her heart racing. She was still wearing a hospital gown, and a white blanket covered her from the waist down. The stench of human sweat, urine, and vomit filled her nostrils. She bolted upright and looked around. She was on a low cot in a dim stone-walled room, lined with bookshelves and framed photographs of priests, churches, and groups of smiling nuns. A wooden cross hung between a second window and an arched door with a wrought iron latch. Scattered around the room like playing cards, men, women, and children lay on cots beneath white sheets, either asleep or unconscious. She couldn't tell which. An elderly man with a grizzled beard snored next to her on his cot, his thin-lipped mouth open wide. Opposite her, a boy of about 15 rested on his side with his hands tucked beneath his pillow. On the other side of the boy, a woman with snarled hair and black rings under her eyes wept in a fetal position, her sheet bunched in her hands. A cold eddy of fear opened up in Pia's chest. How much time had passed since she'd woken up in the box pew and asked Nurse Carla to help Ollie and Max? Had it been 10 minutes or 10 days? She swung her legs over the edge of the cot, wrapped the sheet around her shoulders, and pushed herself up. Her ribs were sore from coughing, but she could breathe without pain. She took a small step, testing her legs. Her muscles felt weak, but they held her up. She started to take another step, but the door latch rattled and clunked, and a nun wearing a mask came into the room. Pia went back to her cot and sat down. The nun pushed the door shut, then surveyed the patients, a ring of iron keys dangling from her hand. When she saw Pia sitting up, she made her way toward her, winding her way through the cots. Pia's heart beat faster. Maybe the nun had news about her brothers. The woman with the snarled hair grabbed the nun's habit as she passed. "Help me," she cried. "Please." The nun stopped and turned toward her, gently pulling her habit from the woman's grip. "What is it, dear?" she said. "What do you need?" "I can't find my daughter," the woman said. "I brought her here with a fever. Then I got sick, and now I don't know where she is." The nun looked around. "She's not in this room?" The woman shook her head violently. "No," she wailed. "I've already lost my mother, my sister, and 2 nieces. My daughter is all I have left. You have to help me find her." The nun crossed herself and put a hand on the woman's head. "I'm sorry, dear, but only those recovering are being kept here in the parish house." The woman screamed and collapsed back on the bed, her fingers like claws over her face. The nun crossed herself again. "May the Lord give you strength, dear," she said, "and bless and keep you. I'm sure there's a special jeweled crown waiting for your family in heaven. I pray for you, and your daughter too." Then she left the sobbing woman and approached Pia. "I'm glad to see you're awake, my child. How are you feeling?" Her brown eyes looked weary above her mask. Pia swallowed and tried to find her voice. "Much better. I'm sure I'm strong enough to go home now." "That's good to hear," the nun said, "because we'd already decided you were probably well enough to leave. Truth be told, we need to make room for more patients." One of the other patients stirred and moaned, the white sheet over their cot flailing like a restless ghost. The boy opposite her opened his eyes and blinked, then gazed at her and the nun, watching silently, his face pale and drawn. He reminded her of Finn and Ollie and Max. Her chest tightened. "How long have I been here?" she said. 2 days, the nun said. Pia gripped the edge of the cot, bile surging in her throat. 8 days. Ollie and Max never could have survived 8 days without food and water. She clenched her jaw, trying to control the dizzying wave of nausea that swept over her. If the nun thought she was still sick, she might make her stay longer. "There was a nurse," she said, doing her best to keep her voice steady. "Her name was Carla. She promised to check on someone for me." The nun furrowed her brow. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, my child," she said, "but Nurse Carla, bless her sweet soul, went to be with our Lord 2 days ago." Pia blinked back a flood of tears. "Do you know if she found my brothers?" The nun shook her head. "I'm afraid she didn't say anything about that. Her passing was rather sudden. It happens in some cases. Now please lie down and rest. You've got to keep up your strength for the days ahead." Pia's vision began to close in on her, like a curtain being drawn. Fighting against it, she struggled to stay upright, again wishing the flu had taken her so she wouldn't have to face this horror. Maybe surviving was her punishment. She wanted to scream and throw up and die, but she couldn't let the nun see her distress. She had to go home to Ollie and Max to see if they were... She couldn't finish the thought. It was too horrible, too dreadful to even consider. She had to get back to them. She had to hold them in her arms. She had to kiss their small faces. If her worst fears were true, she had to make sure that their bodies and Muti's were taken care of properly. She owed them that much, at least. After that, she didn't care what happened to her. "Mother Joe has sent someone to collect you," the nun continued. "I must say it's not an easy feat to find someone willing to travel about the city these days, and because a number of our nuns have gone to the West Philadelphia Home for Backward Children to care for the youngsters there after the staff fled, we don't have anyone to spare. But as usual, with God's help, Mother Joe seems to manage the impossible." Pia wiped her brow with a trembling hand. "I don't need anyone to pick me up," she said. "I know my way home." The nun frowned, her mask crinkling below pity-filled eyes. "I'm sorry, my child," she said, "but you're not going home. We're sending you to St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum. The city's orphanages have been flooded since the outbreak, so you should thank the good Lord they're willing to take you in." The blood drained from Pia's face. "No," she said. "I'm not going there. I'm going home. I have to go home." "I'm afraid that's impossible," the nun said. "Before she passed, Nurse Carla made a note about your mother succumbing to the flu and your father being overseas. You have our deepest sympathies, dear, but you can't go home." "But my father might have returned while I was here," Pia said. "He's probably looking for me right now, and—" She dropped her eyes to the floor, her chin trembling. What if Vater had found Ollie and Max? What if they were alive and well, wondering what had happened to her? Or what if he opened the cubby and found them? She couldn't say it. Either way, how would she ever face him again? He'd never forgive her for what she'd done, and she wouldn't blame him. "Please, I'm begging you, let me go home. My brothers need me." "I'm sorry, but the decision has been made," the nun said. "I'm sure someone is looking after your brothers, a neighbor perhaps, and there's no telling when or if your father will return. We can't let you end up on the streets. It wouldn't be right." "But I have relatives in New York," Pia said. "If you send them a telegram, I'm sure they'll take me in." She wasn't sure of anything, but she had to try. "Do you know their address?" Pia tried to picture the return address on the envelopes from her aunt and uncle. It had been a while since they'd heard from them, so only part of it came to her. "It's Mr. and Mrs. Hughie Lange, Orchard Street, New York, New York." The nun creased her brows. "I don't think that's enough information, but I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, I'll bring you something to eat. Then, like it or not, you'll be sent to St. Vincent's straight away." "Don't you need to write it down?" Pia said. "Write what down, my child?" "The address." "Oh, yes, no, I'll remember it." Pia didn't believe her, and she couldn't understand why she wasn't more willing to help. "I'm their niece. I'm sure they'll take me in." The nun suddenly seemed very tall, a black statue in the murky room, with her veil adding a few inches to her height. She stared down at her, rolling the key ring back and forth between her finger and thumb. "Being sent to St. Vincent's is going to be difficult," she said. "But it's for the best. It might not feel that way right now, but someday you'll thank us. They'll take good care of you there, and I'll pray for you, my child. May the Lord give you strength and bless you and keep you." Before Pia could respond, she turned and left the room, locking the massive door behind her. Pia felt like she was suffocating. Panic squeezed the air from her chest. The smell of urine and vomit stung her nose, and the grieving woman's sobs grated in her ears. She gazed up at the window, her only chance for escape. A thick grid of painted wood separated the glass into separate panes, and the window was fixed into the stone wall. There was no way to open or break it. She lay down on the cot, turned toward the cold wall, and covered up with the sheet. She had to come up with a plan to get out of there, and soon. After a few minutes of coming up with impossible ideas that wouldn't work, she turned over to look at the boy on the bed. Maybe he could help her. Maybe she could tell him her story, part of it anyway, and when the nun came back he could distract her so Pia could run out the door. Surely he'd understand why she didn't want to go to an orphanage. She started to get up, to reach over and wake him, but the key rattled in the lock, and the door opened. It was the nun again, with a curly-haired woman in a black hat and patched coat. The woman regarded Pia and the other patients with owlish eyes, one hand clasped over her gauze mask, the other carrying a gunny sack. The nun shut the door and locked it, slipped the key ring beneath her scapular, and started toward Pia. "There's no need to be afraid," she said to the woman. "Everyone here has recovered from the flu." Looking around, the woman followed on high alert, as if someone might attack her at any second. When they reached Pia's cot, she stood off to the side, several steps behind the nun. Soot and dried mud covered her boots, and the brim of her hat was ripped and ragged. "Miss O'Malley arrived sooner than I expected," the nun said, "so I'm afraid we won't have time to feed you before you go." Pia didn't care about being fed. She wouldn't have been able to eat anyway. "What about the telegram you were going to send to my aunt and uncle?" she said. "I'll do it as soon as I'm able, my child," the nun said. "And if I hear back from them, I'll let Mother Jo at St. Vincent's know. Now, get up and get moving." Pia rose from the cot on trembling legs. Miss O'Malley watched her with a furrowed brow, as if she were a wild animal about to lunge or run off at any second. The nun regarded Miss O'Malley. "I'm sure she won't give you any trouble." Then she looked at Pia. "Will you, my child?" Pia shook her head. "I ain't worried," Miss O'Malley said. "Come along, then," the nun said to Pia. "We can't very well send you outdoors in your convalescing gown." She turned and started toward the exit. Miss O'Malley and Pia followed. After leading them out of the room, the nun locked the door behind them and marched down a short hallway that smelled of mold and rotten wood. Near the end, she unlocked a narrow door and held it open. You can change in here," she said to Pia. The paneled room was small, no bigger than a closet, with a wash basin, a cushioned bench, and a simple white cross hanging on one wall. Miss O'Malley dropped the gunny sack at Pia's feet. "If the clothes don't fit you, don't blame me." Pia picked it up, opened it, and pulled out a blue cotton dress, undergarments, and a pair of scuffed ankle boots with frayed laces. She took everything into the small room and waited for the nun to close the door. "Have you forgotten your manners, my child?" the nun said. "The polite thing to do would be to thank Miss O'Malley for your new clothes." Pia forced a smile. "Thank you, ma'am," she said to Miss O'Malley. Miss O'Malley nodded once. Her face pinched. Inside the room, Pia pulled off her hospital gown, put on the undergarments, and slipped the dress over her head. It was stiff and scratchy, but after breathing in nothing but the rank odors of human fear, dried blood, and urine for so long, it smelled wonderful, like lilacs and laundry starch. She pushed her feet into the boots and tied the laces, the hard leather pinching her toes. After buttoning the blouse of the dress, she took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and went back out in the hall. "Let's get going, then," Miss O'Malley said. Evidently she wanted to get out of there almost as badly as Pia did. From the hallway, the nun led them into an octagon-shaped room with an arched roof, white walls, wrought iron candelabras, and an oversized painting of the Last Supper. A thick red rug lay over the floor like a pool of blood, and the wet odor of damp stone, mildew, and dead flowers filled the air. From there they went through another wooden door, down a set of stone steps, and into a stone-walled passageway lined with narrow doors. The thought briefly crossed Pia's mind that even if she'd been able to escape, finding her way out of the parish house would have been difficult. At the other end of the hall, weak sunlight illuminated a miniature stained glass window in another wide wooden door. Pia had to fight the urge to push past the women and run toward it. Pulling a ring of keys from beneath her habit, the nun unlocked the door and held it open. Miss O'Malley exited, went down a set of stone steps into a narrow alley between the parish house and another building, then turned and waited. "Good day, Miss O'Malley," the nun said. "Bless you for helping in this hour of need. May the good Lord watch over and keep you." Miss O'Malley nodded. "You're welcome, sister." Pia wrapped her arms around herself and followed her down the steps. A light frost covered the cobblestones and iced the vines carpeting the walls of the other building. Despite the cold, the fresh air felt wonderful on her skin. She looked up and down the alley, trying to get her bearings. On one end, a trio of clay pipes climbed up the side of the parish house, jutting out into the alley like an afterthought. Between that and a decorative outcropping of brick on the adjacent building, it was impossible to see what lay beyond. At the other end of the alley, a faint slice of sunlight lit up the stone facade of St. Peter's bell tower across the road. Pia's breathing grew shallow. Home was only blocks away, but she had to wait. She couldn't run yet. "I'll pray for you, my child," the nun said to her. "Do as you're told, and you'll be fine. May God bless and be with you." Pia nodded and started in the direction of the church, ignoring the pinch of her two small boots and the fact that Miss O'Malley hadn't said which way they were going. "Come back here," Miss O'Malley snapped. "You're going the wrong way. I've got a driver and carriage waiting out back. Now hurry up." She started in the other direction. Pia stopped and looked back to see if the nun was still at the top of the stairs. The parish door clunked shut, and the key turned in the lock. She turned and started toward Miss O'Malley, moving slow, her head down to hide her anxious eyes. Miss O'Malley glanced over her shoulder to make sure she was coming, then slipped between the clay pipes and the bricks on the adjacent building, slapping away the frost-covered vines that brushed against her face. Pia thought about turning and running then, but Miss O'Malley had stopped on the other side of the opening and stood waiting for her to come through. Had she just missed her only opportunity to escape? No, she had to have a plan. She couldn't just run off. Not yet, anyway. She went through the narrow opening, trying to think. If she got into the wagon with Miss O'Malley, who knew how far it would take her from home? She clenched her fists and followed her out of the alley into the street, blinking against the bright sky. It seemed like forever since she'd been outside. A barrel-chested driver in a ragged coat slouched in the front seat of a square-boxed buggy, a cigar in his mouth, the horse's reins at his feet. When he saw Miss O'Malley, he sat up, snuffed the cigar out on the top of his boot, pulled his mask up over his mouth, and picked up the reins, the axles creaking with his every move. Miss O'Malley climbed into the wagon beside the driver, eyed Pia, and jerked her head toward the back. "What are you waiting for?" she said. "Get in." A knot of fear snarled in Pia's stomach. Her legs refused to budge, and her feet felt rooted to the sidewalk. She stared at Miss O'Malley, her breath coming faster and faster. When Miss O'Malley realized what Pia was about to do, her eyes went wide. Before she could react, Pia spun around and bolted back through the opening into the alley. Miss O'Malley yelped like a strangled dog, then yelled at the driver, "Don't just sit there! Get after her!" Pia kept going without looking back. Had Miss O'Malley clambered down from the wagon to give chase, her legs tangling in her skirt, her face white, or had she stayed seated beside the driver? "Yes, ma'am," the driver said. "Giddy up." A whip cracked, axles squealed, and hooves pounded on the cobblestones. Racing to the other end of the alley as fast as her still weak legs could carry her, her lungs throbbing in protest, the frigid air whistling in her throat, Pia started to cough, but she kept going. Across the cobblestone street and the frosty grass of the churchyard, around the piles of coffins, next to the cemetery and into the next road. A colored woman in a blue scarf scurried toward her along the narrow sidewalk, clasping a lumpy flour sack to her chest. When she saw Pia, she turned and went in the other direction. The clatter of wagon wheels and horse hooves echoed through the maze of buildings and empty thoroughfares, getting closer and closer. Halfway down the next block, Pia ducked into a dim alley and kept running. She tripped and fell twice, her strength nearly spent, but scrambled to her feet and kept going. Pain flared briefly in her ankle, but she ignored it and hobbled a few steps before finding her stride again. After what seemed like forever, the alley opened up, and she nearly fell, bursting into a cluster of yards behind a block of row houses. She stopped to catch her breath, her heartbeat thudding in her ears. Panic bristled along her body. She was trapped. She glanced over her shoulder. Maybe she should turn back. No, Miss O'Malley and the driver could be waiting at the other end of the alley. She had to find a way out. She scanned the houses for an open door or window or an entrance to another alley. There were none. Across the way, in a muddy courtyard, a woman with a long braid and ragged coat pumped water into a bucket, her breath billowing out in the cold. Pia raced toward her, climbing over fences and trampling through gardens, stumbling through backyards and wet chicken runs. When the woman saw her, she startled, grabbed her bucket, and ran into the back door of a row house. At the water pump, Pia fell to her knees, panting. She worked the handle once and put her mouth under the faucet, the icy water soothing her irritated throat. She wiped her chin on her sleeve, then stood on trembling, mud-covered legs, and glanced over her shoulder. No one was coming out of the alley. No one had followed her into the yards. She eyed the back door of the row house, praying the woman had left it unlocked. If her guesses were right, the front of the building came out on Delancey Street, and her building would be on the next block over. But she would need to cross 3rd Street to get there. Then she'd be 6 houses away from home, 6 houses away from Ollie and Max, 6 houses away from finding out if... Her knees went weak, and she grabbed the water pump to stay upright. She had to stop thinking and keep going. She had to put one foot in front of the other and get home. Maybe Nurse Carla had sent someone to check on her brothers before she died, and they'd been taken to a hospital or orphanage. Maybe Vater had returned and was taking care of them. She had to believe it was one or the other. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the strength to go on. When she let go of the water pump, the cold metal pulled at her skin. Swearing under her breath, she shook her hand to numb the pain, then hurried to the back of the row house and tried the door. To her relief, the latch clicked and the door came loose of its frame. She slowly opened it and slipped inside. Darkness permeated the first-floor hall, inky shadows veiling the far corners. The sound of her blood rushing through her veins filled her ears. She waited for her eyes to adjust, then edged forward, her shoulders hunched, ready to run if someone came out of their rooms. A weak light at the other end led her to the front door. Bracing herself, she opened the front door a crack and peered out. A horse-drawn wagon, driven by an old man, moved along the edge of the road in the other direction. Miss O'Malley and the driver were nowhere to be seen, and no one else was on the road. No other horses, no wagons, no motor cars, no people. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was right. It was Delancey Street. She started out the door, then froze. Hooves pounded along cobblestones on what sounded like the next street over. It was impossible to tell if they were getting closer or moving farther away. She shut the door, crouched in the shrouded hall, and tried to listen, but all she could hear was her thudding heartbeat and labored breathing. Maybe if she opened the door a crack, she'd be able to hear better. She stood and grabbed the handle. Behind her, another door creaked. She turned and peered into the darkness. A dim light spilled out of an apartment, and a man in a ripped undershirt and dirty trousers came into the hall, cursing under his breath. When he saw Pia, he staggered toward her and grinned. His gray, crooked teeth were too big for his mouth. "Who's there?" he said in a raspy voice. Pia started to open the door, then stopped. Miss O'Malley and the driver could be out front. She edged toward a corner of the hall, dusty cobwebs brushing across her face. "Are you lost?" the man said. She shook her head. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I won't hurt you." He gestured toward the door. "Why don't you come inside and I'll fix you something to eat? I could use the company." "I'm waiting for my father," she said. "He'll be here any minute." He moved closer. "Your father, eh?" She nodded. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were lying to me. Now, why do you suppose that is?" "I don't know," Pia said, moving toward the front door. Suddenly, he was in front of her, grabbing her wrist. The metallic tang of whiskey and the ashy musk of cigarettes filled her nostrils. And then she felt it. a stabbing pain beneath her rib cage. She nearly doubled over in agony. Whatever was wrong with him, it didn't feel like the flu. She yanked her arm from his grasp, tore open the front door, looked up and down the street, and ran out of the row house. When she reached the opposite side, she stopped and leaned against a brick building, listening for the wagon she'd heard earlier and trying to catch her breath. She peered around the corner, down 3rd Street. A block away, Miss O'Malley leaned out of the wagon to talk to a person on the sidewalk. The wagon was facing the other direction. The person shook their head. Miss O'Malley straightened, and the wagon started moving again. Pia dashed across 3rd Street and didn't stop running until she reached Shunk Alley. When she turned down it, she slowed. Laundry hung here and there on clotheslines above her head, but no children played on the cobblestones. No mothers pushed bundled babies in prams. No men smoked on stoops. She started walking faster, her heart about to burst. She was almost there, almost home. An image of Vater flashed in her mind. Ollie and Max swaddled in his arms. He was smiling, but his eyes were glassy and sad. A sudden falling sensation swept over her, and she nearly stumbled. She gritted her teeth and trudged forward, stopping every now and then to remind herself to breathe. The cobblestones and gray sky reeled in front of her. Nausea churned in her stomach. Maybe she should turn around. Maybe she should go back and turn herself into Miss O'Malley. Maybe going to an orphanage was what she deserved. No, she had to face what she'd done, no matter what. She owed it to Ollie and Max. Then she was there, in front of her house. She looked up, hoping to see someone in the window. No one looked out. She glanced over at Finn's apartment. Her note was still there, soggy and limp and torn, dangling from the empty clothesline. She walked up the front steps and into the dim foyer on watery legs. In what felt like slow motion, she climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. The smell of boiled cabbage and fried onions filled the halls, giving her a tiny measure of hope that some of her neighbors were still alive. Maybe one of them had heard her brother's cries and saved them. Maybe Nurse Carla had been right. Maybe it was a good thing she'd left the door unlocked. She went down the familiar hall and stopped in front of her door, realizing for the first time that she'd thought she'd never see it again. Certain she was going to collapse, she took a deep breath, grabbed the handle, and turned it. The door was locked. No, it couldn't be. Unless... She pounded on the door. "Vater!" she cried. "It's me! Pia! Let me in!" No sound came from the other side. No footsteps or shuffling feet, no babies crying or laughing. She pounded harder and rattled the handle, tears flooding her eyes. "Vater, please, let me in. If you're sleeping, you have to wake up." She put her forehead against the wood and rested her palms on the door, breathing hard. If no one would answer, she'd break it down. It was her only choice. She couldn't wait another second. She dropped her hands and started to step backward, bracing herself and getting ready to shove her shoulder into the door. Then the handle turned. The hinges creaked, and the door inched open. A wedge of pale cheek became visible, a brown eye looking out through the dark crack. A child. "Who are you?" Pia said. "And what are you doing in our apartment?" The door opened wider. A black-haired boy blinked up at her with wide chestnut eyes. He looked to be around 6 years old, with milky cheeks and an innocent smile. For a second she thought she'd knocked on the wrong door. She glanced down the hall and checked the number again. Yes, this was right. This was 4C, her family's apartment. "What are you doing in there?" she said again. No response. She brushed past him into the apartment. Then she froze. shocked by what she was seeing. A dark-haired woman in a yellow dress and worn apron gaped at her from the coal stove. A wooden spoon in her hand, a startled look on her face. A thin man with a scraggy beard sat on her bed in his undershirt and drawers, his bare feet hanging over the edge. On the mattress beside him, a baby held a cloth doll to its mouth. Ollie! She raced over to the bed, then stopped in her tracks. The baby was older than the twins, and it was a girl. Pia looked frantically around the apartment. Had she stopped at the wrong house? The wrong floor? A ratty blanket hung over the window, casting murky shadows across the room. A straw mattress lay on the floor next to the table, which was shoved in a corner, not centered on the wall where Mutti liked it. Then lantern light flickered off Mutti's blue vase in the middle of Oma's embroidered tablecloth, and she knew. She was right. This was her home. She frowned at the woman. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Where are my brothers? The woman furrowed her brow. Ki vod te e schmit chinal sit. Pia couldn't understand what she was saying. It sounded like Hungarian, the language Mrs. Nagy used when she cornered Pia in the backyard. But she wasn't sure. And she didn't care. She bolted past the woman toward the open bedroom door. The man jumped up and grabbed her by the arm, shaking his head. Mit gondols, hovames. Pia fought to escape, but it was no use. He was too strong. My brothers are in there, she cried, trying to get away. The man shook his head again, harder this time. Mit takars. Fear and anger distorted his face. At the same time, sympathy flickered in his red-rimmed eyes. She stopped struggling and tried to catch her breath. There was no escaping his strong grasp, and she wouldn't get anywhere by acting crazy and being aggressive. He was hurting her arm, but at least she was wearing long sleeves so she wouldn't feel anything that might be wrong with him. Do you speak English? She said, panting. He shook his head again. She pointed at the bedroom door, fighting the urge to scream at him. My brothers, she said. Then she pointed at herself. My baby brothers. I need to see if they're in there. She pointed at the door again. The man and woman stared at her, confused. She pretended to rock a baby in her arms, then pointed at the bedroom a third time, a question on her face. Finally, the man let go. He gestured toward the bedroom and shook his head again. Pia's eyes filled. What was he saying? That Ollie and Max were gone? That he had no idea what she was talking about? Either way, she wasn't going to wait another second. Before he could stop her, she fled into the bedroom. 2 children looked up from the bed, a boy and a pale-faced girl, their eyes wide with surprise. One had a rag doll, the other a wooden top. Mutti's decayed corpse was gone. Pia fell to her knees in front of the cubby and with shaking hands and trembling fingers undid the latch and yanked open the door. No babies lay inside the bedroom cubby. No rattles or milky bottles waited in the cramped, dark space. No twin skeletal bodies resting side by side. Ollie and Max were gone. Agony seized Pia's chest, as if a giant hand had reached into her rib cage and yanked out her heart. She moaned and collapsed on the floor, fear and grief and horror and relief crashing over her in waves. It was all she could do not to be sick. Her limbs vibrated out of control, and violent sobs tore from her throat, each howl stealing the air from her lungs and the strength from her body. She wanted to die. She lay that way for what felt like forever, until she could finally breathe again without gagging. Then she pushed herself into a sitting position and, leaned against the wall, her legs like water, her arms like ice. She needed to compose herself so she could figure out what to do next. She needed to find out what happened to Ollie and Max. Hopefully, someone, maybe a neighbor, had found them before it was too late. Or maybe this family, these strangers living in her home, had taken her brothers' small bodies to the morgue. Either way, one thing was certain. Whatever had happened was her fault. The strangers stood gaping at her from the foot of Muti's bed. The woman was on the verge of tears, her hand over her bosom, the baby girl on her hip. The little boy leaned against his father's legs and stared at Pia out of the corners of his eyes, his face fraught with fear. The man looked helpless and confused. Pia made a rocking motion with her arms again, her chin trembling. She pointed at herself, then at the cubby, a question on her face. She made the rocking motion again, pointed at the family, and held up her palms. The man shook his head. Then finally, understanding transformed the woman. She handed the baby to the man and disappeared into the other room. Pia got up and followed her on wobbly legs. The man and boy stepped back, giving her a wide berth. At the kitchen table, the woman riffled through the thin pages of what looked like a Bible. When she found what she was looking for, she turned, startled at first to see Pia behind her. Smiling warily, she handed her a piece of folded white paper. Pia took it with trembling fingers and opened it. In scrawling cursive it read, "May God forgive you for what you've done." Pia dropped the note. The room spun, and she swayed and started to crumble. The woman took her by the elbow and backed her toward a chair. Reaching blindly for the seat, Pia lowered herself into it. She leaned forward and put her head in her hands, struggling to make sense of it all. Someone had found Ollie and Max, but who? And when? Before it was too late? Or after? One thing was certain. It wasn't the strangers who had taken over her family's apartment. It was someone who spoke English. The woman cleared her throat, and Pia took her hands away from her face. The woman picked up the note, pointed at the bedroom and the note, over and over again. Pia nodded. "You found it in the cubby," she said. "Yes, I know." The woman smiled and tried to say more, using small words and gesturing, but Pia still didn't understand. Pia made a writing motion, then lifted her hands, palms up, and shrugged. "But who wrote it?" The woman frowned and shook her head. Pia had no idea if she understood. She stood and headed toward the front door, one hand on the wall to keep from collapsing. The woman followed, shaking the note and saying something incomprehensible. Pia stopped and looked around at what used to be her home. It all seemed like a bad dream. Her home was gone. Her family was gone. And she had no idea how to find Ollie and Max, or if they were even alive. She didn't know where to go or what she would do when she walked out the door, but one way or another, she had to find out what happened to her brothers. Then she had an idea. She pointed at the note in the woman's hand and made a writing motion. The woman furrowed her brow again. Pia pointed at herself and made the writing motion again. The woman smiled, held up a finger, went to the shelves beside the stove, and rummaged around behind a nutmeg-colored creamer and matching sugar bowl. When she found what she was looking for, she went back to Pia and handed her a stubby pencil. Pia took it and wrote on the back of the note. "Dear Vater, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Mutti passed away from the flu. I tried to take care of Ollie and Max, but I got sick too. I'm looking for them now. Please wait for me. I'll be back, I promise. Love, Pia." After handing the paper and pencil back to the woman, she patted her heart and held her hand above her head to indicate someone tall. Then she pointed at the note and pretended to give it to someone. She repeated the gestures again, hoping the woman would understand. Finally, the woman nodded. But then she held up a finger again as if she was telling Pia to wait. Pia had no idea why, but did as she was asked. The woman went over to a wicker basket at the foot of the bed, removed something from it, returned to Pia and held it out. Pia gasped. It was a homemade rattle. Pia took it and examined the handle. On the bottom was a perfectly carved O. A burning lump formed in her throat. This was Ollie's, she said, her voice high and tight. Where did you find it? She pointed toward the bedroom. In the cubby? The woman nodded. Only one? Pia said. She pointed at the rattle and held up one finger, then did it again and held up two. The woman held up one finger and nodded. Pia clasped the rattle to her chest, a fresh flood of tears filling her eyes. Was the rattle left behind by mistake, or because it didn't matter? The woman gave her a sad smile. Her head tilted to one side. Then she pretended to eat something and gestured toward the stove. Pia shook her head. Thank you, she said, but I have to go. She started toward the door, but the woman rushed over to the stove, grabbed something from a cast-iron pan, and brought it back to her. It looked like a miniature loaf of bread folded over, the edges pinched together. Pia wasn't sure she could eat anything, but she was feeling weaker by the minute. She couldn't collapse again. Maybe a little food would help her feel better. Trying to smile to show her gratitude, she took the bread. It was warm and crusty, topped with pepper and dark seeds. She took a bite and her mouth watered for more. Ground meat, spices, and some kind of cheese filled the inside. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten anything so delicious. It's wonderful, Pia said. Thank you. The woman clasped her hands together and raised her chin proudly. Pogacho, she said. While Pia ate the meat-filled bun, the woman brought her a mug of warm tea. Pia took several sips, then drank it down. She hadn't realized how thirsty she was, her mouth and throat parched. Thank you, she said, for everything. But I really need to go. Please give the note to my father if he comes here. The woman smiled and nodded, and Pia went out the door, closing it behind her. Out in the hall, she took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, and tried to think logically. First, she'd check with the neighbors to see if anyone had found Ollie and Max, or if they knew what happened. She'd stop at every apartment in every building on Shunk Alley if she had to, until she found out the truth. If she could get people to talk to her. With the rattle clenched in her fist, she went to the neighbor's door, knocked, and waited, chewing on her lip. When no one answered, she knocked again, harder this time. Mrs. Anderson? She shouted. It's me, Pia Lange. Please answer. I need help. Tilting her head toward the door, she listened for movement and voices. No sounds came from the other side. Maybe Mrs. Anderson and her daughters and cousins were dead, too. Maybe some other family had already taken over their apartment. She raised her hand to knock again when she heard footsteps running up the stairs. Praying it was someone she knew, or Vater, returning home at long last, she ran to the stairwell and looked over the railing. Then she gasped and stepped back, a cold twist of panic tightening in her chest. It was Miss O'Malley and the driver. Chapter 10. Pia. Struggling to break free of the rope binding her wrists to the sideboard, Pia sat cross-legged in the back of Miss O'Malley's wagon, the wooden wheels banging along the cobblestones. the splintered bed bouncing and shuddering, throwing her this way and that. The setting sun cast long shadows of buildings and lampposts across the empty thoroughfares and turned alleys into dark tunnels. Here and there, curtains pulled to one side, pale faces looked out, and the curtains dropped again. Pia shouted for help as loudly as she could, but Miss O'Malley hit her with a riding crop and told her to shut up. With every passing mile, Pia berated herself for being so careless. If only she'd taken a minute to see who was coming up the stairs, instead of assuming it was someone she knew. If only she'd been more vigilant and not shouted at Mrs. Anderson's door, she might have gotten away. When Miss O'Malley and the driver rushed up the steps and cornered her in the hallway, she'd kicked and screamed and fought back like a wild animal. But it was no use. The driver was too strong. The scraggly, bearded Hungarian in her family's apartment looked out to see what the commotion was. But the driver threatened him with a balled fist, and he closed the door. She tried to jab the driver in the face with the rattle, but Miss O'Malley ripped it from her grasp, threw it on the floor, and stomped on it with one heel, fracturing the wood and breaking the twine. The bells fell off and scattered along the hall like marbles, jingling as they rolled. Pia cried out and tried to pick up the broken rattle, but the driver grabbed her again and put a sweaty hand over her mouth. Then he dragged her down the stairs, threw her in the back of the wagon, and tied her wrists to the sideboard. Now there was nothing she could do but try to escape again, and apologize to the twins over and over in her head. When two masked policemen appeared on the corner, she got up on her knees and yelled for help. Miss O'Malley whacked her with the riding crop and told her to be still. One of the policemen stepped into the street and raised a gloved hand. The driver pulled on the reins and stopped the wagon while Miss O'Malley cursed under her breath. The policeman came around the horse to talk to them, one eyeing Pia with concern. "What's going on?" he said to Miss O'Malley. "Who's the girl?" "Please," Pia shouted, "you have to help me." "Shut your bloody pie-hole," Miss O'Malley hissed at her. Then to the policeman she said, "The sisters at St. Peter's hired us to take her to St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum. You can tell by her hollerin' she ain't keen on the idea." "I'm not an orphan," Pia shouted. "My father is looking for me and my brothers." One of the policemen held up a hand to quiet her, his eyes on Miss O'Malley. "Do you know where your father is?" he said. "He's a soldier," Pia yelled. "Well, if the nuns knew the answer to that, officer," Miss O'Malley said, "I'd imagine they'd send her to him instead of an orphanage. He could be off on a bender for all I know." "Shouldn't she be wearing a mask?" the second policeman said. "She already had the grip," Miss O'Malley said. "That's why she was at St. Peter's." "And while I was sick, my father came back from the war," Pia shouted. "The nuns didn't even try to find him. They just sent me away." "Is that true?" the policeman said. "Now, officer," Miss O'Malley said, "who are you inclined to believe? The good nuns at St. Peter's, or this wretched waif? I'm sure the sisters did the best they could. They were running out of room at the parish, and they knew you didn't need another street urchin on your hands." The policemen looked at each other, and one of them shrugged. The one who had stopped the wagon addressed Pia. "Seems to me you'll be better off letting the nuns do what they think is best, darlin'," he said. "You're lucky you've got people willing to look after you." She shook her head furiously. "No," she cried. "You can't let them take me. Please, I have to get back to my brothers. They're just babies. They need me." "I'm sure someone's taken good care of them, too," the policeman said. Then he patted the wagon and waved the driver on. "On your way." "No," Pia cried. "Please, you have to help me." She yanked on the ropes with all her might, trying to break free. It was no use. The policemen started walking away. The driver slapped the reins across the horse's back, and the wagon jerked forward, throwing her off balance. Her wrists twisted inside the rope, and she fell back. Her forearms felt wrenched from her elbows. Lying crumpled on her side, tears of frustration and pain filled her eyes. But she struggled upright again. She needed to pay attention to where they were going, needed to remember the names of streets and memorize buildings and other landmarks. That way, when she escaped the orphanage, she'd be able to find her way home. After what seemed like forever, they reached the less populated area of the city and turned down what looked like a deserted country road. Eventually, the wagon slowed, then traveled alongside a high iron fence topped with spear-shaped finials and copper ball caps. A brick 4-story building with a bell tower and extensive wings sat inside the fence, centered in a vast yard lined with pine trees and willows. The driver steered the horse and wagon through the gate and up the long driveway. The building looked like a mansion at first, until they drew closer, and the peeling window frames and broken porch spindles came into view. Lights came on behind the curtainless windows, and short figures moved behind the glass. When the wagon reached the sidewalk to the front entrance, the driver stopped the horse and secured the reins, then jumped out to help Miss O'Malley climb down. Despair and anger twisted in Pia's stomach, and she started to tremble. "Please," she said, "you can't leave me here." Miss O'Malley ignored her and marched up the steps. The driver untied Pia and waited for her to get down from the wagon, then grabbed her arm and dragged her up the sidewalk. Swallowing the sour taste of fear in the back of her throat, she rubbed her sore wrists and looked up at the orphanage. The pale faces of children drew close to the windows and peered out. Tall figures in black shooed them away from the glass, herding them backwards into the rooms. The front door opened, and a nun appeared on the porch, her pale, wiry hands clasped in front of her habit. A heavy-looking cross dangling from a thick rosary around her waist. She peered at Pia over the top of round glasses, then addressed Miss O'Malley. "Have you come from St. Peter's?" she said. "We have," Miss O'Malley said. "And you're positive this girl is no longer ill?" Miss O'Malley shrugged. "That's what they said." "Well, the good Lord knows we've had our share of the grip here at St. Vincent's. We can't afford to take on any more sick children." The nun turned to Pia. "How are you feeling, child?" A thin smile stretched across her face, but her watery blue eyes seemed wary and cold. "I'm fine, ma'am," Pia said. "But I shouldn't be here. My name is Mother Josephina," the nun said. "You can call me Mother Joe. And you are here. So God had a reason to send you to us. Our job at St. Vincent's is to shelter those in need, not to understand the reason behind that need. The sisters at St. Peter's have sent you here, and that's that. Now behave yourself and don't complain." She directed her attention back to Miss O'Malley. "Thank you for delivering her. You're free to go." Then she turned, opened the door, and held it for Pia. Miss O'Malley shooed Pia forward, irritation pinching her face. Pia stood rooted to the landing. Maybe she should make a run for it. Certainly she could outrun Mother Joe, and maybe Miss O'Malley. But the driver would catch her again. Besides, even if she could get away, where would she go? She had no home, no family, no money. Miss O'Malley jabbed a finger in her back. "It's better than I had it at your age," she snarled. "Now get moving." Pia shot her a bitter look, then gritted her teeth. stepped across the threshold, and entered the orphanage. Mother Joe started to close the door behind her, but Miss O'Malley put a hand out to stop it. "Mother Joe," she said, "I have a need to speak to you real quick if I could." "What is it?" Mother Joe said. Miss O'Malley eyed Pia. "I have a message from one of the sisters at St. Peter's." "Excuse us for a moment," Mother Joe said to Pia, turning her head to indicate she should move away. Pia did as she was told, taking several steps into the high-ceilinged foyer. Mother Joe leaned out the door and closed it part way. Pia strained to hear what they were saying, but couldn't make out the words. She looked around for a way out, but there were only two other doors, both of which looked like they went farther into the building. The smell of boiled potatoes and warm wood filled the air, along with a hint of smoldering incense and burnt matches. A gold-framed painting of Jesus, surrounded by children, hung between gas candelabras on one flocked wall, along with crosses and other religious paintings. After Mother Joe finished talking with Miss O'Malley, she closed the door and led Pia across the foyer, her shoes clacking along the hardwood floor. When they reached the other side, she pulled an iron keyring out from beneath her scapular and unlocked one of the doors. Then she lit one of several oil lanterns on an end table and picked it up. "Excuse me, Mother Joe," Pia said. Mother Joe raised an eyebrow at her, as if surprised she'd spoken. "What is it?" "May I ask what Miss O'Malley said to you? Did it have anything to do with me?" Mother Joe frowned. "You may ask," she said, "but that doesn't mean I'll tell you. It was official business, that's all you need to know." Pia nodded and dropped her eyes to the floor. Annoying Mother Joe seemed like a bad idea. Holding the lantern in one hand, Mother Joe opened the door and stepped over the high threshold, leading Pia into a murky corridor that smelled of urine and bleach. At the end of the corridor, they turned down a narrow hallway, past rooms filled with rows of identical iron beds, the flickering lantern light revealing nothing but shadows inside. The place felt deserted, the air heavy, the silence as thick as a blanket. When they reached the end of a third hallway, Mother Joe opened the double door that led outside to a set of stone steps and a fenced yard. A swing set, slide, and roundabout stood in the center of the lawn, under the pink evening sky, empty except for scatterings of dry leaves and broken twigs. No orphans played on the playground. No children laughed or screeched or dashed about. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the brown grass or walked the fence in quiet groups. A cluster of what looked like 4- and 5-year-olds sat on steps leading into another wing of the building, polishing what looked like hundreds of shoes. Other children stood around them in their socks and bare feet, waiting, all of them in ragged clothes that seemed either too big or too small. No one wore a jacket or scarf. "Supper is in half an hour," Mother Joe said to Pia. "The sisters will come get you." Then she left her there. Standing on the steps, Pia scanned the playground, hoping against hope to see Ollie and Max. Maybe whoever found them had brought them to this orphanage. Maybe it was a good thing Miss O'Malley had caught her. But to her dismay, all the children were older than the twins, the youngest being around 2 or 3. Several of the bigger ones turned to look at her, no doubt wondering who she was, then turned back to the others. She sat down on the steps, blinking back tears, the cold stone seeping through her thin dress. The chances of her and her brothers being taken to the same orphanage were practically non-existent, and she was a fool to think finding them would be that easy. A little girl, carrying a rag doll, came over to the steps and smiled up at her with tired eyes. She looked to be about 4 years old, with dark hair that fell around her thin face in uneven curls. "Hello," she said in a tiny voice. Pia thought she'd said hello, but with an accent, or in a different language. Forcing herself to return the smile, she wished the little girl would go away. She was homesick and scared and sick to her stomach and didn't feel like making friends. The only thing she wanted was to find a way out of there. She looked out over the playground, pretending to be busy watching the other children. But before she knew what was happening, the little girl climbed up the steps and crawled into her lap. Pia held up her hands, partly in surprise, mostly because she didn't want to touch her. The problem was, some of the others had turned to watch, so she didn't want to tell the girl no or push her away. Making enemies within minutes of her arrival was the last thing she needed. She held her breath until the little girl got settled, then put her hands on the steps. One of the girl's bare legs rested against hers, but to Pia's relief, she felt nothing. Proudly holding up her rag doll to show Pia, the little girl grinned again. Pia forced another smile and nodded. The girl patted the doll's worn head with a dirty hand, then clutched it to her chest, leaned against Pia's shoulder, and closed her eyes. Pia swallowed, bewildered. What was she supposed to do now? Hold her while she napped? Cuddle her? Clearly, the little girl longed for affection and, for some reason, trusted Pia to give it to her, just like Ollie and Max had trusted her. Overwhelmed with fear and misery and love, Pia's eyes filled, and she wrapped her arms around the little girl, rocking her back and forth, and trying not to cry. She had failed her brothers. She didn't have to fail this little girl. A hug was a small gesture that didn't cost a thing. Before long, the girl was asleep, her small pink mouth hanging partway open. Looking down at her pale, dirty face, Pia couldn't help wondering how she'd come to be in the orphanage. Had her parents died? Abandoned her? Just thinking about it made her chest ache. An older girl with short, mousy braids strolled across the playground toward the steps. Pia wiped her eyes. She didn't want anyone to think she was weak. Being bullied again was the last thing she needed. The girl climbed up the steps and sat next to her, pulling her threadbare dress over her bony knees. A sprinkle of light freckles dotted her nose and cheeks. "Hi, I'm Jenny," she said. "Who are you?" "Pia." Jenny pointed at the little girl. "That's Gigi," she said. "We don't know her real name, so we made one up." Pia gave Jenny a weak smile, hoping she looked friendly. Jenny pointed at another girl on the playground, this one with curly hair and long, knobby-kneed legs. "We call her Colette. She doesn't speak English either, but we knew what she meant when she said her name." She indicated several other children, girls and boys alike, and said the same thing about them speaking other languages. "And see that older, dark-haired girl over there, the one standing in the corner with the pine cone in her hands?" Pia nodded. "That's Iris. She's blind. Everyone says she came from another orphanage a long time ago, but she wasn't blind when she got there." "What happened to her?" Jenny shrugged. "Guess they were doing some kind of medical experiments on her. Something to do with tuberculosis." "Who was doing experiments on her?" "One of the doctors at the other orphanage." Pia's stomach turned over. She thought orphanages were supposed to keep children safe. "Do you think it's true?" "Yeah, I believe it," Jenny said. "We're throwaways. They can do whatever they want to us. You'll see." "What do you mean, I'll see? What about the nuns? I thought they were supposed to love and care about everyone." "Just try to stay out of trouble," Jenny said. That's all I can tell you. Pia's eyes filled again. She felt like she was trapped in a nightmare, doomed to never wake up. If the people running St. Vincent's thought she and the other children were disposable, they'd probably think her brothers were disposable too. Why would they care about helping her find them? So, what happened to your parents? Jenny said, pulling Pia from her thoughts. Did they catch the Purple Death? The Purple Death? That's what the nuns call the flu, Jenny said, because it turns people's skin purple. A bunch of us caught it and 3 girls died. 2 of the nuns taking care of us did too, and I heard there's still some kids in the sick hall. Pia's mouth went dry. For some reason, she'd thought isolated places like orphanages and asylums and jails would be safe from the flu. Knowing they weren't made her even more uneasy. Thinking about a deadly illness getting into a place with no escape made her skin crawl. My mother had it, she said, but my father is in the army fighting the war. You think he'll come back? Pia shrugged, her throat getting tight. Even if Vater came back, he'd never find her there. Why were you sent here? Jenny gazed at the autumn clouds as if searching for something that wasn't there. All I remember is my mother dressing my little brother and me in our Sunday clothes and dropping us off here. She used to visit sometimes and tell us she'd be back to get us. But then she stopped coming. That was 2 years ago. Pia couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could a mother abandon her children on purpose? Then an image of Ollie and Max in the cubby flashed in her mind, and she nearly cried out in agony and shame. Who was she to judge what any mother had done? Something cold and hard twisted in her stomach, and she thought she was going to be sick. She clenched her teeth and took slow, deep breaths, trying to calm down. One thing was becoming more and more certain. She deserved to be punished. Pia? Jenny said. Did you hear me? Pia blinked and looked at her. Oh, she said, yes. I'm sorry your mother never came back to get you. That's awful. Jenny shrugged. Yeah, I just wish I knew why. I don't know if something happened to her or if she stopped coming because she didn't want us anymore. Pia scanned the other orphans in the yard. Which one is your brother? He's not here, Jenny said. After my mother stopped coming, he disappeared. Every day for months I asked the nuns where he was. Then Mother Jo told me to stop bothering the staff. I still don't know what happened to him. Pia's heart squeezed in her chest. If they wouldn't tell Jenny what happened to her brother, they probably wouldn't tell her even if Ollie and Max were here. She almost told Jenny she understood how it felt to miss her brother, then stopped, cringing inside. Jenny didn't know what happened to her brother because of someone else's actions, but whatever happened to Ollie and Max was Pia's fault. She couldn't tell Jenny or anyone else at the orphanage what she'd done. They'd think she was a monster, and they'd be right. I'm sorry, she said again, because she didn't know what else to say. Then she had another thought. Jenny had been at St. Vincent's for 2 years. She had to know her way around. Do you know if there are any babies here? Of course there are, Jenny said. Pia drew in a silent, sharp breath. Where? Jenny shrugged one shoulder. I don't know. I've never seen them. Then how do you know they're here? Because sometimes at night I hear them crying. Goosebumps rose on Pia's arms. Before she could ask more questions, a nun opened the door behind them and clapped her hands, making her jump. Come inside, girls, the nun shouted. It's time for supper. The girls on the playground turned away from what they were doing, or got to their feet and started toward the steps, moving in what seemed like slow motion. As they neared the building, they stared at Pia with a mixture of curiosity and sympathy. Pia dropped her eyes and stood, Gigi still asleep in her arms, then moved toward the doorway. The nun stepped outside, intentionally blocking her way. "Put her down," the nun said. She was the tallest woman Pia had ever seen, with angry eyes burning in a hard, bitten face. Her wattled chin hung over the neck of her coif like flesh-colored cheese. "I can carry her," Pia said. "She's sound asleep." "And I suppose you're hoping to steal her supper?" the nun said. Pia shook her head. "No, Without warning, the nun yanked Gigi from Pia's arms, then set her on her feet and pushed her into the building, stumbling and disoriented. "What's your name, girl?" she said to Pia. "Pia." "Pia what?" "Pia Lange." "Well, Miss Lange, from now on you'll do as you're told. Trust me when I say it will make your time here a lot more pleasant." Pia glanced at Jenny, who shook her head ever so slightly in warning. Pia looked back at the nun. "Yes, ma'am," she said. "Yes, Sister Ernestine," the nun corrected her. "Yes, Sister Ernestine," Pia repeated. Sister Ernestine gave her another scowl, then turned on her heels and went back inside to wait. The girls lined up against one wall, silent and obedient, all facing the same way, their eyes straight ahead. Sister Ernestine and two other nuns split them into 3 groups. Then Sister Ernestine took a lantern from one of the other nuns and ordered the first group, including Pia and Jenny, to follow her. Together they shuffled along the dim hall, Sister Ernestine's shadow marching along the ceiling like a giant bat. At the end of the hall, they clambered down a steep set of wooden stairs, planting their hands on the walls to keep from tumbling forward. "Where are we going?" Pia whispered to Jenny, who was 2 girls in front of her. "To the dining hall," Jenny whispered back. "In the cellar?" "Shh!" Jenny hissed over her shoulder. At the bottom of the steps, they passed a coal bin as big as a trolley, then entered a long, narrow room with ductwork and rusty pipes running the length of the close ceiling. Something that looked like wet soot dripped down the brick walls, and the wooden floor was scuffed and worn. The air smelled like spoiled milk and cabbage. Metal bowls and spoons lined a long table surrounded by wooden stools. The girls sat down in an orderly fashion, Pia next to Jenny, then waited silently while a sweaty-faced nun ladled something that looked like runny stew into their bowls. Brown clots of the stew dripped from the ladle onto the floor, the stools, the table, the girls' shoulders and heads. No one seemed to notice. "Bless us, O Lord, for these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen," the sweaty-faced nun repeated over and over. Each girl said, "Amen," after her bowl was filled. Another nun followed the first with thin slices of bread. As soon as Pia's bread fell into her bowl, the girl opposite her snatched it away. Pia looked at Jenny, wondering what she should do, but Jenny was hunched over her bowl, already eating. Pia glanced down the line of girls to see if any of them saw what happened. Lantern light flickered off their weary faces and haunted eyes as they devoured their meager supper like a pack of hungry wolves. No one paid attention to anything other than the food. She had no appetite, but knew she needed to eat and drink. She scooped up a spoonful of the stew and put it to her lips. It was runny and lukewarm and tasted like stale water mixed with a few mushy pieces of carrot, potato, and some kind of meat, either pork or chicken. It was hard to tell. It was all she could do not to gag when she put it in her mouth. While the girls ate, Sister Ernestine walked up and down the table, telling them to hurry up so the next group could come in. A young girl with curly hair sat pouting and staring at her food, her arms crossed over her middle. Sister Ernestine came up behind her and pinched her nose shut. When the girl opened her mouth so she could breathe, Sister Ernestine shoveled a spoonful of stew in and let go of her nose. The girl gagged and the food came back out again, streams of stew and vomit dripping down her chin. Sister Ernestine held the girl's nose shut and force-fed her again. "This will teach you to be ungrateful," she snarled. Pia dropped her spoon and started to get up. She had to make the nun stop. "Don't," Jenny hissed. Several of the other girls shot her a warning look, their eyes wide with alarm. Pia sat back down, breathing hard, nauseated by anger and fear and disgust. Sister Ernestine repeated the process while the girl cried and gagged. Pia's eyes filled. She didn't think she could finish eating. But she didn't dare stop. The other girls kept their heads down and did the same. In a matter of minutes, everyone was done, with a few girls scraping their bowls, desperate to get every last drop. When another nun led the second group into the dining hall, Sister Ernestine ordered the first girls to put down their utensils and get up. Then she led them up 2 narrow flights of stairs to a room lined with what seemed like 100 wash basins. The washroom was cold and damp, the wooden floor wet and slippery looking. Next to each wash basin, a thin towel hung on a hook. Sister Ernestine grabbed a threadbare nightdress from a shelf and handed it to Pia. "Clean yourself up, Miss Lange," she said, "and be quick about it." The other girls had already taken off their shoes, stripped down to their undergarments, and were hastily washing their hands and faces. Pia went over to a wash basin and did the same. Searching up and down the row, she looked for Jenny but couldn't see her. After getting cleaned up as best she could with no washcloth and a thin towel, she slipped the nightdress over her head and hung the towel back on the hook. When everyone was done, they picked up their shoes and clothes and followed Sister Ernestine out of the washroom into a dank corridor. At the end of the corridor, they climbed another staircase and came out in what seemed like an endless hall lined with doors and ceiling arches. Everything but the floor was painted white. The ceiling, the doors, the arches, the walls. But it did little to bring light into the space. Every time Sister Ernestine passed a ceiling arch, the yellow glow of her lantern went with her, casting shadows along the walls and leaving the girls at the end of the line in near darkness. Halfway down the hall, she held the lantern high, and the girls filed into a narrow, brown-paneled room filled with rows of iron beds made up with gray sheets and lumpy-looking pillows. A mullioned window on the far end was shuttered from the outside, each thick pane dulled by grime. Pia stood near the door, waiting to be told what to do. Cold seeped up through the uneven plank floor, chilling her bare feet. "Find your spot," Sister Ernestine said. With that, the girls scrambled to the beds, some sitting two to a mattress. Pia moved down the center aisle and looked for an empty place. It was going to be hard enough being cooped up with so many other girls in one room. Lying next to one would be unbearable. She didn't need or want to know if they were coming down with a cold or had a stomach ache or, God forbid, the flu. Just being in this dim, drafty room with all of them, she could almost feel their pain, their longing for love and a place to call home. She didn't want to lie next to any of them when they cried at night, didn't want to feel the heavy ache of sorrow in their hearts. Then again, maybe what felt like the gut-wrenching emotions of all the other girls was just the weight of her own sadness and fear. She could feel them watching her make her way down the aisle, waiting to see what she would do. No one spoke or moved. All the beds were full. Jenny was sitting on a mattress next to Colette, her head down, picking at her nails. No one wanted to be the new girl's first friend, and she wouldn't expect Jenny to give up her spot anyway. On the last bed next to the window, Gigi sat smiling with her rag doll clutched to her chest. Pia turned around to face Sister Ernestine. "May I sleep on the floor, Sister Ernestine?" One of the girls snickered. "What's the matter?" she said. "You don't want to sleep with a wet-the-bed?" The other girls laughed. "Hush!" Sister Ernestine hissed. Everyone fell silent. "You'll share a bed with Gigi, Miss Lange, and you'll be grateful for it." Gigi slid over to make room, and Pia climbed in next to her. Thankful, at least, that she'd already touched Gigi and hadn't felt anything amiss. Maybe once the rest of the girls went to sleep, she could get out of bed and lie on the floor between the bed and the window, where no one would see her. "Hands on top of your blankets," Sister Ernestine said, "and no talking." The girls got under the covers, making sure to rest their arms outside their blankets. Sister Ernestine moved along the beds, checking to make sure everyone's hands were where she could see them, her wattled chin jiggling with every step. Once she was satisfied that everyone had obeyed, she went back to the door, turned, and said, "Who wants to tell Pia what will happen if she so much as whispers after I leave?" A girl of about 6 raised her hand. Sister Ernestine pointed at her. The girl gaped at Pia with frightened eyes. "The devil will come for you," she said. "Say it again, louder, so everyone can hear you," Sister Ernestine said. "The devil will come for you," the girl shouted. A few of the older girls looked at one another and rolled their eyes. Sister Ernestine didn't seem to notice. "That's right," she said. "And because all of you come from fallen parents, you're easy prey for Satan. Remember that. Now say your prayers and go to sleep." "Yes, Sister Ernestine," the girls said in unison. Without another word, Sister Ernestine left, and the room went dark. The door shut, and the key turned in the deadbolt. The only sounds were her footsteps clomping down the hall, and the night wind whistling through the cracks around the windows. After a long minute, the girls started whispering and giggling. Someone started humming. Someone else cried softly into her pillow. Gigi curled up beside Pia and put an arm around her, mumbling something Pia didn't understand. "Welcome to Ward 6, Pia," a voice said in the dark. It sounded like it came from the next bed. "What kind of name is Pia?" someone else said in a mocking tone. A girl snickered, and another joined in. "I was named after my great-grandmother," Pia said. She started to say her name was German, then stopped. Who knew what the other girls had been taught before they came to the orphanage? "Well, don't thank your mother for that," the mocking voice said. Some of the girls giggled. "Don't listen to them," a third voice said. It sounded like Jenny. Pia sat up on one elbow and looked around the room, trying to see her. It was too dark. "Can we call you Pia Piddle?" someone said. "How about WWII?" "Maybe your mother thought she was a real pisser." More laughter. "Stop it," Jenny said. "Her mother died from the Purple Death." Several gasps sounded around the room, and the laughter subsided. "Did you see her die?" the first voice said. "Yeah, tell us what happened," the mocking voice said. "Did her eyes bleed all over her face?" "Don't say that," Jenny said. "You'll scare the littles." "Oh, come on," the mocking voice said. "We all saw what happened to Sister Anne." "That doesn't mean we have to talk about it," Jenny said. "I had nightmares for a solid week after she collapsed in the recreation room. So did Gigi." "We all did," someone else said. "I didn't see my mother die," Pia said. "When I woke up in the morning, she was already gone." "I'm sorry," the small voice said. "Me too," someone else said. "My mother is coming back to get me soon," the small voice said. "No, she's not," the mocking voice said. "I told you 100 times Sister Ernestine is lying. She told you that so you'd stop crying. She tells all the kids that." "She does not," the small voice cried. "My mother is coming back. She told me she was." "Shh," Jenny said. "Be quiet. Do you want to get punished again?" Everyone stopped talking, and the room grew quiet. Iron bed legs creaked, and bodies moved on mattresses. Then Jenny whispered, "Pia?" "Yeah?" "If Sister Ernestine catches anyone talking or crying after lights out, they get 3 lashes with a leather strap. And don't get scared if she comes into the room in the middle of the night to force us out to the outhouse. She does that sometimes, mostly when she's in a bad mood." "Yeah," the mocking voice said. "And she makes us sit 2 to a hole and stay there until we go, even in the winter." Whoever it was, she sounded sad and solemn now. "Thanks for telling me," Pia said. "Welcome," Jenny said. Then the room went quiet again. Pia turned toward the window and lay on her side, tears filling her eyes. Somehow, she had to get out of there. Early the next morning, Sister Ernestine burst into the room a few minutes after sunrise with brooms and a wicker basket. She left them by the door and marched down the rows of beds, yanking the covers off and slapping anyone who didn't get up right away. Before she reached Gigi's bed, Pia shook Gigi to wake her, realizing at the same time that her nightdress felt wet. She lifted the blanket and looked underneath. Urine soaked the sheet and one side of her nightdress. The other girls were already up and making their beds. Pia jumped up, dragged Gigi off the mattress, and set her on her feet, half awake and mumbling. Her small, wrinkled nightie hung yellow and wet around her thin legs. Trying to hide the stain, Pia pulled the blanket up to the pillow. Sister Ernestine stopped at the foot of the bed and glared at her wet nightdress. "Strip the bed, Miss Lange," she yelled. Pia did as she was told, the stench of urine filling her nostrils. Sister Ernestine grabbed Gigi by the arm and dragged her into the aisle. "You know what happens to wet the beds," Sister Ernestine snarled. Gigi started to cry. Struggling to break free of her grasp, Sister Ernestine pulled a leather strap from beneath her habit and lifted it in the air. Pia rushed toward her, one hand up to block the strap, the other reaching for Gigi. "Stop!" she cried. "She didn't do it." Ernestine froze, staring at her. "What did you say, Miss Lange?" "I said she didn't do it." "I heard that, but apparently you've already forgotten the proper way to address me." "I'm sorry, Sister Ernestine." "She didn't do it, Sister Ernestine." A savage glee danced in the nun's eyes. "Then who did?" "Me, Sister Ernestine," Pia said. "I did it." Sister Ernestine let go of Gigi, who ran whimpering into Jenny's arms. "Come, take your punishment then, Miss Lange." "But it was my first night here, Sister Ernestine," Pia said. I was exhausted and scared, and I didn't know if I was allowed to get up to relieve myself, and I don't know where to go. I tried to hold it, but That's no excuse, Sister Ernestine said. She gestured for Pia to move closer, the leather strap hanging from one hand. The other girls stood silent, barely moving. A few of the younger ones started to cry. Pia did as she was told and closed her eyes, bracing herself. The leather strap hissed through the air and slapped against her wet nightdress, hitting the back of her thighs like a knife. Her knees gave out and she collapsed on the floor, her thighs on fire. It felt like her skin had split open. She turned over and held her arms up to protect herself, tears streaming down her hot cheeks. The nun lifted the strap again, ready to strike a second time. "Please, Sister Ernestine," Pia begged. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again." Sister Ernestine let the strap down. "It better not, Miss Lange," she said. "And I'm not talking about the mess. I punished you for lying. Gigi wets the bed every night. Now tell me, did you learn your lesson?" Pia gritted her teeth against the pain and struggled to her feet. "Yes, Sister Ernestine," she managed. "Good," she said. "Now don't forget it." She slipped the strap back beneath her habit. "I know you don't believe it now, but someday you'll thank me for being hard on you. The sooner you learn right from wrong, the easier your life will be." She looked around. "Isn't that right, girls?" "Yes, Sister Ernestine," everyone said at the same time. Sister Ernestine nodded, a satisfied look on her face, then marched toward the door, where she turned and waited. "Now, get yourselves to work." Some of the girls hurried to retrieve brooms and the wicker basket from the nun, while the rest pushed the beds into the center of the room in a thunderous scrape and rumble, making the floorboards and window panes rattle. Pia limped over to her bed and slipped off her urine-soaked nightdress, her legs screaming in pain. She touched the tender skin on the back of her thighs and checked her fingers, expecting to see blood. To her surprise, there was none. Gigi watched with tears in her eyes, her rag doll crushed to her chest. The older girls swept behind the beds and dusted the windowsills, while others stripped the mattresses and put the sheets in the wicker basket. Jenny took off Gigi's wet nightdress, put it in the basket with the sheets, and told Pia to do the same. "Are you all right?" she whispered. Pia nodded and dropped her nightdress and the wet sheet in the basket. "Sorry you had to sleep there. Sister Ernestine gets mad if we switch beds." "It's not your fault," Pia said. "She'll send you and Gigi down to the laundry to find fresh underwear," Jenny said. "But not until you've had to wear the wet ones all day." She gave Pia a weak smile and went back to helping the others. Under the watchful eye of Sister Ernestine, 2 girls carried the wicker basket out of the room and set it in the hall. Once the beds were slid back into place, everyone got dressed and lined up to go to breakfast. In the dining hall, Pia winced when she sat down, the pain in her legs almost unbearable. She moved to the edge of the stool to take her weight off her thighs, but it only helped a little. After eating bowls of cold, lumpy porridge, the girls lined up against the wall. Several nuns appeared to take them off to various jobs, some to the laundry or sewing room, others to the kitchen, some to clean rooms and halls. Pia had no idea if she'd be scrubbing floors, peeling potatoes, polishing shoes, or washing dishes. And she didn't dare ask Sister Ernestine. A nun carrying a lantern came toward her. She was short and chubby, with a kind face and a wine-colored birthmark on one cheek. "Hello, dear," the nun said. "I'm Sister Agnes. As you probably guessed, here at St. Vincent's, everyone but the youngest among us is expected to do his or her share, and you're no different, you know." Pia nodded. "Yes, ma'am. I mean, Sister Agnes." "There's no need to be worried, dear. Mother Jo thinks she's found the perfect place for you." She crooked her finger at her. "Now, follow me." Pia trailed the nun up the steps and into the hall, trying to ignore the sharp pull and sting in her thighs. Sister Agnes walked faster than seemed possible for her size, her habit rasping along the floorboards like a black cape. She seemed to float down the corridor, leaving a pleasant-smelling cloud of lavender soap and something that smelled like cinnamon in her wake. Pia found herself wanting to move closer to her, to escape, however briefly, the heavy odor of urine and sorrow that seemed to emanate from every corner of the building. At the end of the hall, they took a right and started up a wide set of stairs. With every turn and junction, the orphanage felt more and more like a never-ending maze of hallways and rooms and staircases. How would she ever find a way out? At the top of the stairs, they turned down a shadowy passageway that seemed to head away from the main building. It felt more like a tunnel than a hall. At the end, Sister Agnes opened a door and waited for Pia to go through. Pia stepped over the stone threshold into what looked a hospital ward filled with doll beds. When she realized what she was looking at, she gasped. Row after row of iron cribs lined the high-ceilinged space, and babies of all ages and colors, some 2 and 3 to a mattress, filled every one. Some stood, red-faced and wailing, clasping the tall white crib bars in their small fists. Others cuddled blankets, while lying on their backs or sides, or sat up drinking bottles or sucking their thumbs and fingers. Immediately scanning the cribs for Ollie and Max, Pia blinked back tears, cursing herself for crying and making it harder to see. Most of the babies appeared peaked and thin, while some looked clearly ill. A toddler with patchy brown hair balanced on one leg, his other leg shrunken and crippled. Another little girl was blind, her lids half closed, her eyes milky and white. Sister Agnes continued down the center aisle, ignoring the small hands that reached out for her from between metal bars. Then she stopped and looked back at Pia, who stood frozen at the door. "Are you coming, dear?" she said. Pia nodded and started moving again, her heart thrashing in her chest, her watery eyes racing over every crib, every small face, every baby who looked the same age as her brothers. One baby was too thin, the next too bald. That one had dimples, this one had red hair. That baby's nose was too wide, the next one's cheeks too plump. Then she saw a blonde head and blue eyes peeking out between the white bars of a crib. A baby boy, sitting up and staring at her. She rushed over and picked him up, certain it was Ollie or Max. But her heart sank. It was a girl. Sister Agnes hurried back to where she stood, took the baby from her arms and put her back in the crib. "What are you doing?" she said. "You're here to help, dear, but you must follow the rules." Pia dropped her flooding eyes. "Yes, sister," she said. "Come along now," Sister Agnes said. "There's no time to dawdle." Pia swallowed the burning lump in her throat and followed the nun to the other end of the room, searching every tiny face for familiar features. When they passed the last of the cribs, a fresh flood of tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Her brothers weren't there. In an open space at the end of the room, a pale-faced girl with a mop of brown curls changed a baby's diaper on a blanket-covered table. She looked to be a couple of years older than Pia, but shorter and sturdier. Her sleeves were rolled up, showing her thin, muscular arms, and she stood with her legs apart as if to steady her stance. She pushed a clean diaper beneath the baby's bottom, pulled the front of it up and over, and pinned it together in one swift motion, like a factory worker who performs the same job over and over. Then she pulled the baby's nightdress down, picked her up, and placed her on one hip. Only then did she notice Sister Agnes and Pia. "Edith, dear," Sister Agnes said, "this is Pia Lange. She's here to help you take care of our youngest charges." "It's about damn time you found someone," Edith said. She brushed past them and put the baby girl back in her crib. "Edith," Sister Agnes said in a shrill voice, "how many times do I have to scold you about using that kind of language?" Edith returned and glanced at the nun, an exhausted look on her face. "Sorry, sister," she said. "It slipped out. I'll say 10 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers." All the fire had gone out of her voice. "Say 10 of each," Sister Agnes said, "and when you're finished, mind your tongue. I don't have time to keep reprimanding you. Woe betide you if Mother Joe heard you talking like that." "Yes, sister," Edith said. She pulled a diaper from beneath the table and trudged past the nun to get another crying baby. "As I was saying," Sister Agnes said, watching Edith as she worked, "Miss Lange is here to help. She's old enough, and it's our understanding that she has experience with babies." She turned to Pia. "You had twin baby brothers. Isn't that right, dear?" Pia went rigid, and her heartbeat picked up speed again. How did you know about my brothers?" "Why, Mother Joe told me, of course. She told us all what happened." "You poor thing, losing your entire family all at once." The blood drained from Pia's face. What do you mean?" she said. "What did Mother Joe say?" She started to tremble, her stomach growing tighter and tighter. Did the nuns know something she didn't? Sister Agnes furrowed her brow. "She said you lost your parents and brothers to the flu." Pia dug her nails into her palms, struggling to stay upright. "No," she said. "That's not what happened. I'm sorry, dear," Sister Agnes said. "I didn't mean to upset you. Please forgive me." "But how does Mother Joe know anything about my family? How does she know about my brothers?" Sister Agnes shrugged. "Because that's what the woman who brought you here told her. Oh, dear, maybe I wasn't supposed to say anything. The good Lord knows I have a hard time keeping a watch on my heart and my words." "Is there any chance the woman was confused?" She made a move to put her hand on Pia's arm, but Pia pulled away, shaking her head. "No, I mean, yes," she said. "She must have been confused. I lost my mother, but my father is in the war, and my brothers they might still be alive. I just don't know where they are." Sister Agnes crossed herself. "Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I'll pray for them." "I thought Ollie and Max might be here," Pia said, "but I don't see them. Do you know if anyone dropped off 4-month-old twins in the last week or so? They have blonde hair and blue eyes and—" "No, dear," Sister Agnes said, her eyes sad. "I'm afraid we haven't had any twins come in, girls or boys." Pia opened her mouth to say more, but Edith appeared and handed her a baby. "He's wet," she said, and went to get another. Pia stood frozen, holding the wiggling baby, his legs dangling. The infant was naked, except for his wet diaper, and her hands were wrapped around his tiny bare chest. She was still reeling from the shock of what she'd just been told, her mind spinning with questions, and for a moment she forgot about avoiding skin-to-skin contact. Then the baby started to wail, and she knew she had to act. Fighting the urge to hand him to Sister Agnes, she took him over to the table and started changing his diaper. Whether she liked it or not, She had to get used to touching babies because working in the baby ward was the only way she'd ever know if someone dropped off Ollie and Max. She took off the baby's wet diaper and reached for another. Were her hands shaking because of what Sister Agnes said, or because something was wrong with the baby? When she finished changing him, she dressed him in a clean sleeping gown, lifted him up, and instinctively bounced him up and down. Sister Agnes smiled at her. "I can already see that Mother Joe was right about you," she said. "It certainly looks like you know what you're doing. Your brothers were very lucky to have a big sister to help take such good care of them." Pia chewed on the inside of her cheek, gazing at the baby to avoid the nun's kind eyes. No, they weren't, she thought. They weren't lucky at all. And if you knew what I did to them, you wouldn't let me anywhere near the baby ward. In fact, you'd probably have me arrested. "Goodness me," Sister Agnes said. "I've upset you again. I'm sorry. I thought—" Pia looked at her. "Do you know anything about Miss O'Malley?" Sister Agnes's brows rose in surprise. "Miss O'Malley?" "The woman who brought me here," Pia said. "Do you know her?" The baby whimpered and laid his head against her shoulder. She rubbed his back with a gentle hand, surprised that he already seemed to trust her. Then tears stung her eyes. She could feel his small shoulder blades and tiny ribs through his skin, and there was something else, too, something shuddering and twitching inside his thin torso. "No," Sister Agnes said. "I've never seen her before. Mother Joe had never met her either until this horrible sickness took hold of the city and she began dropping off children." "Do you know if she's dropped off children anywhere else?" "I have no idea." "Can you find out?" "Whatever for?" Sister Agnes said. "I'm wondering if she knows anything about my brothers. Maybe she took them somewhere, to a different orphanage or something." Edith trudged past her with another baby girl and went over to the changing table. More babies started to wail. "I suppose I can try," Sister Agnes said, "but I'm afraid we've got more urgent matters to attend to at the moment." Pia looked around at the frightened faces and small hands reaching out between the metal bars, and the horrible ache in her chest grew heavier. Edith went by her again. "Are you here to help, or just look around and feel bad?" she said. Pia wanted to hold the baby boy longer, to give him what small measure of comfort she could provide. But the others needed to be looked after, too. She handed him to Sister Agnes. "There's something wrong with him," she said. "He needs a doctor." Sister Agnes took the baby and put him back in his crib. "I'm sure he does," she said. "They all do. But people are still dying from the flu, and there aren't any doctors to check on orphans right now. The only thing we can do is ask our sisters in the sick hall to examine him, and pray God will take care of his precious soul." Weak shafts of sunlight filtered in through the 3 narrow windows in the baby ward, cutting through the dimness but doing little to ward off the chill. Pia sat in a rocking chair feeding a bottle to a frail baby girl, wishing she had a warm blanket to cover them both up, and that there was a cushion on the hard seat. Ever since getting lashed with the leather strap on her first day at St. Vincent's 10 days ago, she slept on the floor between Gigi's bed and the window, making sure to get up before Sister Ernestine came in to wake them. Gigi gave her their pillow, but the wood floor was hard, making her hips ache, and she shivered every night from the cold. In the wee hours when she couldn't sleep, she listened to the sounds coming from elsewhere in the orphanage, drifting up through the splintered planks, wailing voices, singing voices, frightened voices, young voices crying into the night. Sometimes she couldn't tell if she was awake or dreaming. She set the bottle down, put the infant on her shoulder to burp her, and watched Edith move along the rows of iron cribs. One by one, Edith lifted babies out of their cribs, put them in with others, turned over their soiled mattresses, then put the babies back again. She worked like a machine, never stopping to comfort the crying children or smile at others who begged for attention with pleading eyes. Pia didn't understand how she could ignore them. Maybe she'd been working there so long, her heart had turned to stone. Either that or her indifference was a means of survival. Hopefully, Pia wouldn't be there long enough to find out. Sister Agnes entered the baby ward and marched toward Pia, her chin high, the skirt of her habit twisting around her legs. "Good morning, dear," she said. "I have news." She smiled, absent-mindedly rubbing the birthmark on her cheek. Pia sat up straighter and tried to reply, but the words froze in her mouth. Was the nun about to tell her what happened to her brothers? "I wanted to let you know Mother Joe spoke with the nun who took care of you at St. Peter's Parish," Sister Agnes said. Pia nodded. Maybe she should hand the baby to Sister Agnes before she said another word. If Ollie and Max were dead, she wasn't sure what would happen. She might faint, or fall over, or drop dead. She pressed her elbows into the arms of the chair, bracing herself. "The nun informed Miss O'Malley that you'd lost your family because you cried out for them in your sleep while you were recovering," Sister Agnes said. "She said you called for your mother and father and for Ollie and Max, who you said over and over were only babies. No one has proof one way or another what happened to them. So you see, it was only a matter of hearsay. The nun at the parish told Miss O'Malley what she believed, and Miss O'Malley told Mother Joe." Pia slumped back in the chair, weak with relief. The baby in her trembling arms suddenly weighed as much as a 10-year-old, but she kept patting her back, unable to do anything else. "Thank you, Sister Agnes," she managed. "You're welcome, dear," Sister Agnes said and turned to leave. Pia sat up again. "Wait," she said. "Do you think Mother Joe would be willing to help me find out what happened to my brothers?" Sister Agnes frowned sympathetically. "I'm afraid not," she said. "St. Vincent's can barely keep up with the care of the children we have now, let alone spare the time or resources to look for more. Besides, we wouldn't even know where to begin." "What about letting me leave so I can look for them?" "Heavens, no," Sister Agnes said. She shook her head so hard her cheeks jiggled. "Like it or not, dear, it's up to us to keep you safe now. And Mother Joe takes her job and the reputation of St. Vincent's very seriously. She'd never let you loose on the streets of Philadelphia, where there are all manner of ways a young girl could find herself in serious trouble, not to mention people are still dying from the Purple Death." "Do you think she could find out if my father has returned from the war?" Sister Agnes put her hands on her ample hips. "Look around you, dear. Do you believe we have the time or resources to search for the parents of any of these poor children?" Pia's cheeks grew warm. "No, Sister Agnes," she said. "I suppose not." Chapter 11. Pia. 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, Pia stood at the narrow, mullioned window on the 4th-floor room of Ward No. 6, looking out over the Delaware River outside St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum. It was a late Sunday afternoon, a few minutes before supper time, and a gathering of gray clouds hung low and ominous in the sky. It had been raining all day, and the swollen river churned swift and deep, the bare trees on the opposite shore like black fingers reaching out of the rocky banks. Upstream, a stone bridge crossed the water into a jumble of brick buildings and towering smokestacks. The orphanage play yard stretched out toward the water, the brown, fenced-in lawn filled with gray puddles and soggy grass, the empty iron swing sets and slides like the skeleton of some half-buried beast. Despite the dreary weather, she would have given anything to open the locked window, to rid the room of the stench of fear, loneliness, and urine that seemed as thick as the paneling on the walls. She wondered if the other 18 girls, talking and whispering on the 10 beds behind her, felt the same way. She would have asked, but they probably wouldn't answer. Had she known what their reaction was going to be, she never would have admitted she didn't like touching people when one of the girls asked her to braid her hair a few days ago. She would have lied and said she didn't know how. Instead, she told the truth. And now they watched her from the corners of their eyes and kept the younger girls, including Gigi, away from her, as if she were someone to be feared. Even Jenny avoided her. It felt like school all over again. She told herself she didn't care, that she was used to being shunned. And the only thing she cared about was leaving. But it hurt more than expected. Maybe because they all had something in common, being unwilling prisoners of this place, and she'd thought that would make a difference. But she was wrong. Every day she wondered how many people were still dying in the city, and if Ollie, Max, and Vater were out there somewhere. She'd overheard the nuns talking about the end of the war a few days earlier, how despite the lingering threat of flu, thousands of Philadelphians had gathered around the replica of the Statue of Liberty on Broad Street to celebrate. Fear and grief had kept many people home, but those who attended stood shoulder to shoulder, most still wearing masks, and cheered nonstop as flags flew from buildings and bands played. Since then, every time the ward door opened, and even though she knew it would take a miracle for him to find her in the orphanage, she prayed it was Vater coming home from the war. It never was. Like the rest of the girls, her days consisted of making the beds and sweeping the floors, then prayer, meals, and work. Free time was spent in the fenced yard or, during inclement weather, in a large recreation room in the north wing. On Sundays, everyone attended church in a chapel in the back of the building and had a period of rest before dinner in the afternoon. Pia worked in the baby ward 7 days a week, with time off for sleep, meals, and an hour of recreation after supper. Edith was the only girl who would talk to her, and she hardly talked at all, other than what needed to be said while caring for the babies. Pia had to admit Edith scared her a little bit, like a tight lid on a simmering kettle, ready to explode at any second. 1 minute she was brooding silently. The next she was cussing out the girls from the laundry if they didn't put the basket of clean diapers in the right spot. Pia didn't want to get on her bad side, so she kept quiet and worked hard. New babies came in nearly every week, some from the city and others with bottles of breast milk from St. Vincent's Home for Unwed Mothers, which was next door. Sister Agnes once brought in an infant in a wicker basket with a note attached that read, "This infant was found on the sidewalk between 50th and 51st Streets." Another baby, a newborn, arrived with a letter that read, "Dear Madam, knowing my little infant will get better care in your institution than I am able to give it, I for the present leave it in your charge. Born Monday 7 a.m. She has not been christened. I call her Mary. Yours ever truly, a poor mother." With every child that came in, Pia prayed it would be one of her brothers. It never was. Now, blinking back tears as she stood at the window, she couldn't help thinking about last Thanksgiving, when Mutti was pregnant and her father hadn't enlisted yet. They had all been certain the war would be over soon, and life had seemed full of hope and possibility. They couldn't afford a turkey, but in an effort to fit in, Muti had allowed Pia to join Finn at a Thanksgiving massacre, which meant dressing up like a ragamuffin to scramble for pennies in the street and go door to door begging for treats. It was all in good fun, especially since everyone on Shunk Alley had so little to share, and no one cared if they got treats or not. But she and Finn tossed newspaper confetti in the air and followed the other kids, some in papier-mâché masks or giant hands, others wearing mops on their heads, or their parents' oversized clothes. Pia and Finn didn't have masks, but they drew on their faces with coal and beet juice, and for those few hours, no one cared that she was German. It was the most fun she'd ever had, and she made Finn promise they'd do it every year, as long as they were able. Now they were all gone. Muti, Ollie and Max, Finn, maybe Vater too. And she was being kept in an orphanage. How was it possible for life to turn into a nightmare so fast? It was a Sunday when she tried to escape St. Vincent's after noticing a window slightly open behind the altar during communion. She let everyone go ahead while they filed out of the chapel after the service was over, then looked around to make sure no one was watching and crawled under a pew to hide. Once the room was empty and quiet, she rolled out, ran behind the altar, and tried to open the window all the way. If she got out, she wasn't sure how she'd get through the fence surrounding the grounds, but she had to try. At first the window wouldn't budge, as if it were locked or painted shut. But she took a deep breath and tried again, grunting with the effort. Finally, it slid up part way, the swollen wood screeching against the frame. Certain someone must have heard the noise, she glanced over her shoulder to make sure no one was coming, then tried to open it farther. It was no use. There was no moving it. She bent over and started climbing out, hands ready to brace her fall into the bushes below. It was going to be a tight fit, but she could make it. Her head and torso were out, her hips squeaking under the pain, when suddenly someone grabbed her ankles and yanked her back inside. Her chin bumped against the sill, her arms scraped along the wood, and she hit the floor hard, knocking the wind from her lungs. Gulping for air, she turned over and looked up, her heart like a train in her chest. It was Mother Joe. "What on earth do you think you're doing, Miss Lange?" she said, her voice shrill. I, Pia said. "Stand up this instant." Pia did as she was told, gasping for air and brushing off her dress. The skin on her chin felt scraped, her elbows bruised and sore. "There was a bird," she said. "A baby bird. It was stuck in the window, and I—" Mother Joe held up a bony finger. "Stop," she said, making Pia jump. "Don't say another word, Miss Lange." She closed the window, then crossed her arms, pushed her gnarled hands beneath her sleeves, and regarded Pia with burning eyes. "Now, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to remember, God is listening." "Yes, Mother Joe." "Did you or did you not partake in the Holy Communion not less than 15 minutes ago?" "Yes, Mother Joe." "And does that not mean that you, right now, at this very moment, have the body and blood of Christ in you?" "Yes, Mother Joe." "And do you or do you not know that lying is a sin punishable by eternal damnation and whatever penalty I deem necessary to make sure you don't repeat the offense?" "Yes, Mother Joe, I do." "Very good, Miss Lange. Now, think it through for a minute, and tell me again what you were doing hanging halfway out the window. Pia dropped her eyes to the red carpet, chewing on the inside of her cheek. Miss Lange? I was trying to leave, Pia said. Mother Joe frowned. Why would you try to do that? Are you unhappy here? Do we not take good care of you by giving you a place to sleep and food to eat? Yes, Mother Joe. Then why, pray tell, didn't you go to the baby ward after the service was over like you were supposed to do? Why did you try to climb out that window? Because I think my brothers might still be alive. Sister Agnes told you about them, didn't she? She did, Mother Joe said. Then she gave Pia a cynical look. So, you want to leave and search for these brothers of yours, is that it? Pia nodded. Yes, Mother Joe. I see. She sighed and looked off to the side, thinking. After what seemed like forever, she continued, I suppose something can be arranged for you to take your leave of us. But not until we're certain the threat of flu has passed and the city has had time to recover from the resulting chaos. Pia blinked, unable to believe what she was hearing. Really? She said. I mean, do you mean it, Mother Joe? I don't say anything I don't mean, Miss Lange. Tears filled Pia's eyes, and she nearly cried out. Finally, after all this time, she was going to be free to look for Ollie and Max. She almost wanted to hug the old nun. Thank you, Mother Joe. Yes, well, in the meantime, trying to leave without permission and lying to your superiors carries its own punishment, Miss Lange. Pull yourself together and come with me. Pia followed Mother Joe down the steep staircase to the basement, a strange mixture of apprehension and relief twisting in her stomach. Would her punishment for trying to climb out the window be peeling potatoes or washing dishes, scrubbing the dining room floor, or cleaning urine-soaked sheets? 3 lashes with a leather strap? Whatever the price, it was worth getting caught now that Mother Joe had agreed to let her leave. The only problem was, other than going home to see if Vater had gotten her note from the people who lived in her old apartment and seeing if she could find Finn, she had no idea what she'd do next or where she'd go. She had no money, no family, no home, but at least getting out of the orphanage was a start. Hopefully the first step in finding out what happened to Ollie and Max. In the basement, she and Mother Joe crossed the dining room and entered the kitchen. A brick-walled room that felt like an oven and smelled like cold dirt, spoiled milk, and raw onions. 2 red-faced nuns stirred oversized kettles on a coal stove, and a third sliced loaves of bread on a wooden table with the longest knife Pia had ever seen. 3 boys of about 5 or 6 years old sat in a corner peeling a mountain of potatoes, their shoes nearly buried in brown skins. Another boy poured milk into mugs lined up on a bench. He glanced up at Pia and accidentally spilled milk over the edge of one mug, dripping a little on the wood. The nun slicing the bread reached over and swatted him on the ear, making him jump, and scolded him for not being more careful. After the kitchen, Pia followed Mother Joe down a narrow hall, past a room filled with piles of dirty linens and empty washtubs. Pia couldn't imagine where Mother Joe was taking her. If washing dishes or working in the laundry wasn't going to be her punishment, what was? Excuse me, Mother Joe, she said, but may I ask where we're going? You'll see soon enough, Mother Joe said. Remember, patience is a virtue, Miss Lange. At the end of the hall, Mother Joe stopped at an ancient-looking door with rusty hinges and an iron latch. She pulled her ring of keys out from under her scapular, unlocked the door, and led Pia into a passageway with a rock floor and hulking archways. Closed doors lined the walls, each with a square hole in the center. A cave-like odor of mold and wet stone filled the space, and cobwebs dangled from the uneven ceiling. It looked like an old part of the building, one that hadn't been used in ages. "What is this place?" Pia said, her voice trembling. "We use it for quarantines and isolations. Over the years, we've had outbreaks of typhoid, tuberculosis, yellow fever, polio, numerous cases of insanity, and more recently, of course, the Purple Death." Nausea stirred in Pia's stomach. "You keep children down here?" she said. "If the need arises," Mother Joe said. Pia wrapped her arms around herself, goosebumps prickling on her skin. Being ill was bad enough. Being kept in this cold, eerie chamber on top of that had to be torture. How many poor souls had suffered and died in this awful place? And why had she been brought down there? To take care of a sick child being kept in one of the rooms? At the end of the hall, Mother Joe stopped in front of a black iron door. It looked like the entrance to hell. "You'll be staying in here until you've learned your lesson." Fear and panic clutched Pia's stomach. She thought about turning and running, but where would she go? Back upstairs? To her ward? To the playground? There was no way out, no escape. If she tried to run and got caught again, her punishment would only be worse. "For how long?" she said. "Until it's long enough. But Don't try to argue with me, Miss Lange, or your stay will only get lengthier. We have an agreement, remember? Once I feel it's safe for you to leave St. Vincent's, I'll arrange it. But first, you must pay the price for your sins." Pia shivered, her breath growing shallow and fast. "Yes, Mother Joe." Mother Joe nodded once, then searched for the right key on her ring. When she found the one she was looking for, she unlocked the door and pulled it open, the hinges screeching like a wounded cat. An iron bed with a straw mattress sat against the back wall of the stone room, its legs bolted to the floor. Mother Joe motioned her inside. Pia edged forward, her legs like water. The musty space was no bigger than her parents' old bedroom, with crumbling walls and a tiny, recessed window near the sagging ceiling. She'd never seen a dungeon, but imagined they looked and felt like this. The sour air, thick with the memories of human suffering, the walls stained with black mold and something that looked like clots of blood. How many children had been locked in this room? How many had died? She turned to look at Mother Joe, praying this was only a threat or a warning. "Please, Mother Joe," she said. "You don't need to leave me here. I promise I've learned my lesson." "I'll send down your meals," Mother Joe said, "and you can use the bucket to relieve yourself. I strongly suggest you use this time to pray, Miss Lange, to ask God for forgiveness for your sins and to help you be a better Christian." Pia's mouth went dry as dust. She tried to think of something to say, but words escaped her. Her tongue felt like stone. Mother Joe fixed critical eyes on her for a long moment, then left the room and slammed the door behind her, the dull clang of iron echoing in the empty passageway. Pia stared at the door, frozen and in shock. The key rattled and turned in the lock. Then Mother Joe's footsteps banged along the stone corridor, went through another door, and disappeared. Something about the sounds, the heavy clank of iron, the clack of shoes on cold stone, the silence that followed, reminded Pia that if anyone found out about the things she'd felt and the things she'd done, she'd spend the rest of her life in a place like this, either a prison or an insane asylum. Maybe she deserved to be locked up. Being in this cramped, cold room, she imagined how Ollie and Max must have felt in the dark cubby, frightened and confused, wondering where the people who loved them had gone, why no one had come to save them. She lay down on the bed and curled into a ball on the moldy mattress. A flood of fearful tears came first, then crushing guilt and grief. She closed her eyes and tried to remind herself that Mother Joe had agreed to let her go. Then she could begin searching for her brothers in earnest, and she wouldn't stop until she learned the truth. She owed them that, at least. Hopefully Mother Joe wouldn't forget she was down there. Chapter 12. Bernice. December 1918. Watching the city slowly come back to life from the third-floor window of her new residence on Philadelphia's west side, Bernice squinted at the winter sun peeking over the row houses across the way. Long pink rays stretching over snowy rooftops and black water towers. According to the papers, over 47,000 Philadelphians had contracted the flu, and over 12,000 had died during the first 4 weeks after the Liberty Loan Parade. By the second week in November, deaths from influenza and pneumonia were a quarter of what they had been the prior week, and against the wishes of the state health department, churches, schools, vaudeville houses, and saloons began to reopen. However, the end of the war caused a resurgence of the flu due to Armistice Day celebrations and the release of soldiers, so the Committee of the American Public Health Association encouraged shops and factories to stagger their opening and closing hours and advised people to walk to work when possible instead of using public transportation to avoid overcrowding. Streetcars, doctors warned, were seed beds for the flu. Now, it seemed, many Philadelphians had taken the message to heart. On the short stretch of slush-covered sidewalk below Bernice's room, men in long coats and black hats hurried to their jobs with newspapers and lunch pails under their arms, some still wearing masks. A beggar woman in a ratty dress stood on the corner, holding out a dirty hand. The men ignored her, giving her a wide berth. Astonished that the world could return to normal after everything that had happened, Bernice knew that, for her, nothing would ever be the same. Her beloved husband and son were gone, never to return, along with the naive part of her that had believed in hope and happily ever after. For reasons she'd never understand, God had taken everything good and precious from her. Some days she still felt paralyzed by her loss, her chest filled with the sinking weight of the absence of her child. She didn't recognize herself in the mirror anymore and wondered if she might shatter beneath the heavy burden of grief. Not 1 minute passed when she wasn't aware Wallace was gone. But the twins gave her a reason to wake up every day. And she reminded herself that from now on, if she wanted life to turn out a certain way, she needed to be the one who made it come about. All the prayers and begging in the world wouldn't get you what you wanted or deserved, no matter how good a Christian you tried to be. She turned and looked at the boys, asleep side by side on her bed. With regular nursing and more solid food, their cheeks had begun to fill out, and a rosy glow had returned to their skin. They settled down, easier at bedtime, and became more content with every passing day. She had named them Owen and Mason. Owen, after her late father, and Mason because she liked the sound of it. They were good names, strong and solid and true, like real American names should be. And even though it was still hard to tell the twins apart sometimes, she grew more and more fond of them as time went on. Their new home consisted of only one room, with just enough space for a dresser, bed, and chair. But it was far enough away from the Fifth Ward that no one would recognize her or the babies. And that was all that mattered. When she saved enough money, they would move to a bigger place. But for now, it was perfect. She couldn't believe her luck when she found it. The older couple had been putting up the room for rent sign on the building's front door just as she was walking by, and it helped that they were immediately smitten with the twins. When she told Mr. and Mrs. Patterson she was a war widow and a nurse who was trying to start over, they readily agreed to give her the room without a deposit. Not only that, but they offered to watch the boys so she could go back to work. It seemed too good to be true. So far, everything was working out in her favor, which was further proof that taking the twins had been the right thing to do. It helped, too, that the Red Cross had asked true American women to open their homes to the many unfortunates orphaned by the epidemic, because she certainly was a true American. If only she could stop thinking about abandoning Wallace. The guilt of leaving him felt like a boulder in her chest, making it hard to sleep and breathe and eat. By now, someone had seen the 2 ribbons on her old apartment door, white for Wallace and black for herself. By now, they had found him and the dead nurse and taken them to the morgue. She'd left ribbons on the Lange's door, too. 4 of them, black for Mrs. Lange and white for Pia and the twins. No one would suspect that the Lange children were alive unless Pia had returned and found the boys missing. Even then, there was nothing Pia could do about it, nor any way she could figure out who took her brothers. Bernice had never spoken 2 words to the girl, not to mention that during and after the chaos and commotion caused by the flu, with so many deaths happening so quickly and new cases still being reported, no one would have time to look for 2 small boys anyway. Still, she had nightmares about what she'd done, dragging the nurse's corpse into her bedroom and putting her in the bed she'd shared with her late husband, struggling to put one of her own night dresses over the nurse's head. She could still see the woman's blood-clotted nose and twisted mouth, her blue face and staring eyes rimmed with blood. She could still picture Wallace lying motionless and cold beside her, a woman who was not his mother. Did he know his real mother had deserted him and left him alone with a stranger? Would he and the nurse be buried together as mother and son? The thought was almost more than she could bear. She pushed the image away and wiped her eyes. She had done what was necessary to save the twins and to save herself. The nurse would have died from the flu anyway. A little rat poison hadn't made a difference one way or the other, and Wallace would be reunited with his real mother in heaven someday. That was all that mattered, not where his body lay. Right now, she needed to take Owen and Mason over to stay with Mr. and Mrs. Patterson. It was time to put on the nurse's uniform and go to work. In the middle and upper-class neighborhoods of northern Philadelphia, Bernice's plan to collect donations for the city's orphanages had turned out to be more profitable than she'd hoped. Perhaps surviving the epidemic had made those left behind more willing to help the less fortunate, or maybe her story about the orphanages and asylums being overcrowded with children who had lost parents during the flu tugged at their heartstrings. Whatever the reason, people's generosity, even if they could spare only a few coins, felt like more proof that taking the twins had been the right thing to do. Between that and the nurse uniform, she felt practically invincible. Naturally, there were times when the sight of her outfit filled people with fear and they told her to go away. But she understood they were scared of the flu, not her. More often than not, people seemed pleased and grateful to see her. Sometimes they asked her to come inside for tea and biscuits, or to check in on a sick loved one, more than a few with the flu or pneumonia. At first, she was reluctant to give medical aid, but once she realized those visits resulted in larger donations, She readily agreed to check for fevers, wipe brows, and recommend elderberry or peppermint tea for sore throats and stomach aches. In some cases, she dispensed drops of laudanum from the bottles she'd found in the dead nurse's bag. For earaches, the vapors, gangrene, measles, syphilis, epilepsy, and insomnia. On days when grief was the only thing she could feel, she prayed to God she'd catch a deadly illness so she could be with her son again. She loved Owen and Mason, but not like she loved Wallace. Something was missing that she couldn't quite put her finger on when it came to them, like a disconnect of the natural bond mothers felt so deeply for their children, or the savage maternal instinct that would have made her petrified of dying and leaving them behind. She wasn't willing to die for them like she was for Wallace. She tried to feel the same way about the boys, wanted to feel it more than anything, but it couldn't be forced. If something happened to her, the twins would be fine with Mr. and Mrs. Patterson. And after everything she'd been through and everything she'd lost, she had no remorse about using the donations to pay rent and put food on the table for Owen and Mason, especially money from those who were not native-born. The number of immigrants living in big houses and nice neighborhoods both surprised and angered her. They had stolen jobs from real Americans and didn't deserve to be living the American dream. And according to the papers, the poorer sections of the city had been hardest hit by the epidemic, so it seemed only fair that the rich, no matter where they had been born, should help the poor. She just had to keep knocking on doors. While canvassing a new neighborhood 10 blocks south of the one she'd visited the previous day, she turned off the main thoroughfare and made her way past a barber shop and pool hall, then hurried along the sidewalk toward the residential area 2 blocks over. Feeling strong and enjoying the warmth of the sun in the winter sky, she couldn't help thinking about everything she wanted to buy the twins for Christmas. New clothes and shoes, wooden blocks and teddy bears, and if things kept going the way they were, they'd be able to move into a larger apartment as soon as one opened up in the building. Moving to another city so no one could find them had crossed her mind, but it'd be nearly impossible to find someone else to take care of Owen and Mason, especially for free. Right now, she needed Mr. and Mrs. Patterson's help, at least until the twins were old enough to go to school. Besides, Philadelphia was her home. She belonged there more than most. As she hurried past a recessed stairwell in front of a brick workshop, a flash of movement caught her eye. She stopped and looked over the iron railing, down the stone steps. A boy in a worn jacket and ripped pants sat at the bottom of the stairs, resting his elbows on his knees. He looked to be about 7 years old, with a head full of greasy, dark hair and dirty hands. It's just another homeless immigrant, she thought. The city was full of them. She started walking again, then had an idea. She turned around and went to the top of the stairwell. "What are you doing down there?" she called to the boy. "Are you lost?" The boy stood and spun around to look up at her. Anxiety furrowed his dirt-smudged brow. She started down the steps. "Do you speak English?" He moved backward, nodding. "Some." "What's your name?" He frowned. She stopped halfway down the stairwell and pointed at him. "Your name?" "Nelek," he said. "Are you hungry, Nelek?" Using her hands, she pretended to eat. He nodded again, harder this time, a hollow desperation widening his eyes. She motioned for him to come up the stairs. "Follow me, then," she said. "I'll take you someplace safe for a hot meal and a fresh change of clothes." He shook his head, confused. She smiled to prove she meant no harm. "It's all right. You're not in trouble. I'm going to help you." She waved him toward her. "I can get you food." After a long hesitation, he finally followed her up the steps. They walked for over 30 minutes until she stopped in front of a brick building with row after row of curtainless windows. She'd noticed the building a while ago, during one of her donation outings, and she was relieved she'd remembered how to get there. To her surprise, Nelek had followed her the entire way without stopping or complaining. A painted sign over the double doors read, St. Joseph's Orphan Asylum. The first time she'd seen the building, the horrible stories her brother had told about orphanages had come flooding back, and she crossed to the other side of the road. Now she couldn't believe she was going inside. Pushing away her fears, she took the steps up to the porch and smiled back at the boy. Suddenly, she froze, certain she couldn't follow through with her plan. Then she reminded herself that the city's problems were a direct result of too many immigrants. The overcrowded tenements filled with foreigners had contributed to the intensity of the flu epidemic, and ultimately the death of her son. She owed it to Wallace to do what she could to keep things from getting any worse. Nelek stopped at the bottom of the steps and gazed warily up at the sign, his brows knitted. "Come," she said, waving him up on the porch. "They will feed you here." She opened the door and waited for him, trembling with fear. What if the nuns could tell she wasn't a nurse? What if they called the police or tried to keep her there? What if they turned Nelek away? Maybe she should have taken him to an almshouse or an asylum instead. "It's all right. No one's going to hurt you." She wasn't sure if she was trying to convince herself or Nelek. He put his hands in his pockets and scuffed a holy shoe against the sidewalk, then finally clambered up the steps. They went through the entrance into a short hall lined with straight-backed chairs opposite a closed door. The musty smell of old wood filled the air, along with a powdery fragrance similar to lavender or talc, but tinged with the hint of something sour, like sweat or rotten fruit. At the end of the hall, a nun sat behind a desk. She looked up when they entered. "May I help you?" the nun said. Bernice cleared her throat and approached the desk on wobbly legs. She couldn't help but imagine starving children locked in back rooms, their skin thin and white, their desperate eyes sunken in their shriveled faces. An image of the nun forcing her to stay there with Nelek flashed in her mind, and she almost turned and ran. Then she gritted her teeth, glanced down at her nurse uniform, and reminded herself why she was there. Except she had no idea what the procedure was for dropping off a child at an orphanage, or if they accepted immigrants. Maybe they'd lock her up for even trying. "I found this boy on the street," she said, her voice tight. "Do you have room for him?" "Is he healthy?" the nun said. Bernice nodded. She had no idea if he was or not, and she didn't care. "We're nearly over capacity right now," the nun said, "but I'll check." She stood, came around the desk, and rapped on the closed door in the middle of the hall. Without waiting for an answer, she opened it and stuck her head inside. "We have a drop-off." A voice on the other side mumbled something Bernice couldn't make out. The nun nodded, then closed the door and pointed to the chairs against the wall. "Have a seat," she said. "Someone will be with you shortly." Bernice led Nelek over to the chairs, amazed to think it might be so simple to get an immigrant off the street. He took a seat, his hands still in his pockets, and the nun went back to her desk. Bernice wasn't sure what to do. Should she sit down and wait, or go? Would they want to know her name or ask if she knew anything else about the boy? More than anything, she wanted to get out of the orphanage, to leave the horrible place behind, but departing now might look unprofessional. Nurses didn't walk out. Nurses stayed and faced their fears. The nun reached into a drawer, then came around the desk again to offer Nelek a package of Necco wafers. He smiled and took it. "Thank you, miss," he said, then yanked open the wrapper and popped a wafer into his mouth. The nun regarded Bernice. "Don't worry, my dear," she said. "We'll take good care of him. Thank you for bringing him here, but there's no need to stay. I know you're needed by so many others, so feel free to go, knowing the good Lord will surely bless you for helping this poor child." Breathing a silent sigh of relief, Bernice only nodded because she didn't know what to say. Nelek gave her a weary smile, his innocent eyes filled with gratitude. She turned away and headed for the door, a pang of guilt tugging at her heart. He had no idea what was in store for him. Her brother had told her how nuns used candy to lure children into believing they were nice. Now she had seen it firsthand. Then again, why should she feel bad? It wasn't her fault Nelek was on the street. Where were his parents? She'd heard stories about immigrants dying on their journey to America, so maybe something happened to them on their way here. And if that were the case, he would have eventually ended up in a poorhouse or orphanage anyway. Maybe his parents should have thought of that before they tried coming here. Chapter 13. Pia. On a Monday afternoon, a few days before Christmas, Pia was easing a sleeping infant into a crib when she looked up to see Sister Ernestine enter the baby ward and start toward her. She covered the baby with a blanket and waited for the nun to reach her, suddenly on edge. It was the first time she'd ever seen Sister Ernestine in the ward, and she couldn't imagine why she was there. Had Pia done something wrong? With Sister Ernestine, it was hard to tell, and she didn't dare ask. The last thing she wanted was to be locked in the basement again. Luckily, Mother Joe had let Pia out of the dungeon-like room after 4 days, but it felt like she was there for an eternity. She'd never forget the dark shadows that had swallowed the cramped chamber as the weak light coming through the tiny window faded, leaving a blackness so complete she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Even now, she could still see and hear the rats scurrying along the rock floor and feel the bone-chilling cold. And no matter how many times she washed her hair with cold water and lye soap, she could still smell the stale urine and mold from the straw mattress wafting from her pillow like a cloying, phantom perfume. She chewed the inside of her cheek, wondering what Sister Ernestine wanted. Sister Ernestine came to a halt a few feet away, stopping so abruptly her wattled chin shook. "Come with me, Miss Lange," she said. Then she turned and headed back to the door. Pia glanced over her shoulder at Edith, who was in the rocking chair, feeding a baby, to make sure she knew she wasn't abandoning her, and to see if she too was surprised by Sister Ernestine's appearance. Edith jerked her chin in the air to acknowledge what was happening, but as usual, her face was impossible to read. Pia took a deep breath and followed Sister Ernestine out of the baby ward, down the long corridor, and into another hall. She couldn't imagine where they were going. When they turned left toward the front foyer instead of right toward the other wards, her heart beat faster. She hadn't been in the foyer since her arrival. Was Mother Joe finally going to release her? Was Vater there, waiting to take her away? Had someone found Ollie and Max? Sister Ernestine unlocked the door to the foyer and held it open, her face a blank slate. Pia hurried through it and scanned the room, her eyes darting from the front entrance to the reception desk and back again. Vater was nowhere to be seen. Neither was Mother Joe. A nurse waited at the reception desk, her dirty blonde hair neatly combed into a low bun behind her military-style hat. She had a baby in her arms. Pia gasped and ran toward her, an overwhelming mix of relief and terror rushing through her chest. Someone had found one of the twins, but where was the other one? When the nurse saw Pia hurrying toward her, her eyes went wide. She took a step back and clutched the baby protectively to her chest. Pia reached for him, but the nurse pulled him away. Pia couldn't imagine what she was doing. Why wasn't she giving her the baby? She stood there, panting and fighting the urge to rip her brother from this stranger's arms. "It's all right," Sister Ernestine said to the nurse. "Pia helps care for the babies here at St. Vincent's. You can give him to her." "But the nurse said, she's just a child herself." Sister Ernestine sighed long and loud. "I can assure you, nurse," she said. I'm sorry, but you neglected to mention your name?" A strange expression distorted the nurse's features, as if she'd suddenly forgotten how to speak. Then the odd look was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by something that resembled apprehension. "I'm sorry, sister," she said. "Please forgive me. I'm Nurse Wallace." "Well, Nurse Wallace," Sister Ernestine said, her tone short, "I can assure you it's perfectly fine to give the child to Pia. I wouldn't have brought her out here otherwise." Nurse Wallace eyed Pia warily, then reluctantly handed her the baby. Pia gathered the warm bundle in her arms, a soft laugh escaping her throat. She looked down at his face and rubbed a hand over the top of his small head, her flooding eyes blurring her vision. Overcome with relief that one of her brothers was alive, she paused for a moment to take in this miracle before asking about the other one, to breathe in his sweet scent and feel the weight of his body in her arms. She blinked back her tears so she could see his features more clearly, to figure out if it was Ollie or Max. She went to kiss his forehead. Then she stopped. A note pinned to the baby's blanket read, "The mother of this child died of the flu last night. She was a Romanian beggar." Pia gasped and examined the baby closer, her horror growing. His eyes were hazel, not blue, and the corners of his lids turned down. His nose was too wide and his chin too pointed. Her stomach dropped and her legs nearly gave out. It wasn't Max, and it wasn't Ollie. She gaped at the nurse, panic-stricken. "This isn't my brother," she said, her voice quaking with fury. "Who are you? And why would you play such a cruel trick on me?" Nurse Wallace recoiled, staring at Pia as if she'd lost her mind. "Miss Lange," Sister Ernestine barked, "apologize this instant." She took the baby and addressed the nurse. "The baby woke up and started to fuss. I'm sorry, Nurse Wallace, I can guarantee you this is not our usual procedure. Sister Agnes is under the weather today, otherwise she would have been here to meet you and take the child. I thought Pia could manage it, but apparently I was mistaken." She gave Pia a withering glare. Pia's eyes flooded again. "I'm sorry," she said. I thought the baby was—" The words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't go on. Nurse Wallace smoothed the front of her uniform and pulled at her collar with shaky hands. Then she straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin, trying to maintain her professional composure. "I apologize for the confusion," she said. "I only know the boy's mother was in the country less than a year, and his name is Nikolai. I was asked to bring him here, and that's the extent of my involvement." She glanced down at her uniform again, as if gathering her courage, and cleared her throat. "But I have to say, I certainly never expected to be treated so rudely, especially by one of your orphans." She gave Pia a disgusted look. "I understand completely, Nurse Wallace," Sister Ernestine said. I have no idea what's gotten into Miss Lange, but I can assure you she won't misuse you again." She looked down at the baby in her arms and adjusted the blanket around him, her face red, her temples pulsing in and out. Pia couldn't tell if she was furious or embarrassed, and right now she didn't care. It took all of her strength not to fall to her knees and sob. "Well, I should hope not," Nurse Wallace said, "because I certainly don't deserve it. I'm leaving now. Good day, sister." She started to turn away, as if about to storm out, then changed her mind. Her face had suddenly turned hard-bitten, her mineral gray eyes full of cunning. "Before I go, I have to ask, have you thought about having Miss Lange evaluated for a mental disturbance? She seems quite unstable to me, maybe even prone to violence. Perhaps she'd be better suited to an institution meant to help people like her." Pia's mouth fell open, and panic ignited her chest. Why would the nurse say such a thing? Was it possible she had learned about the strange things she felt when she touched people? Had the nurse discovered the horrible things she'd done? "No," she said, louder than intended. "I'm not crazy. I just thought—" She hesitated and lowered her voice, choosing her words carefully. "I'm sorry for shouting at you, Nurse Wallace. It's just, I don't know where my brothers are, you see, and I thought, well, it doesn't matter what I thought. I was mistaken, and I hope you'll accept my sincere apology for my offensive behavior." Nurse Wallace looked down her nose at Pia. "I suppose I will accept your apology," she said. "You're just an insolent child, after all. But just so you know, more than likely I'll be coming back here to help other orphans at some point. And if I see another outburst like that, I'll have no choice but to talk to Mother Joe about recommending you for a mental evaluation." Pia dropped her eyes to the floor. "Yes, ma'am," she said. "Thank you for accepting my apology, ma'am." "You're welcome," Nurse Wallace said. She pulled at her collar again and regarded Sister Ernestine. "Now, if you'll excuse me, sister, I must be on my way. I hope next time we meet it will be under better circumstances." "I'm sure it will be," Sister Ernestine said. "Thank you for bringing in this poor boy. We'll take good care of him." Nurse Wallace nodded, then turned, marched across the foyer, and went out the door. Sister Ernestine scowled at Pia, her expression murderous. "What in the devil is wrong with you, Miss Lange? You scared that poor nurse half to death. Haven't we taught you anything about proper behavior?" The baby in her arms woke up and started to howl. I'm sorry, Sister Ernestine," Pia said. "It won't happen again." She held out her trembling arms for the baby. "Here, I'll take him back to the ward." Sister Ernestine made another disgusted face and passed the boy over to her with as little care as she'd give a sack of potatoes. "Get on with it, then," she said. "And if I hear so much as one more cross word out of you, I'll make sure Mother Joe sends you to the loony bin myself." "Yes, Sister Ernestine," Pia said. "I'll behave from now on, I promise." She held the crying baby against her chest and turned to leave, struggling to stay upright, afraid she might fall into a sobbing heap on the floor. When she was alone on the other side of the foyer door, she buried her face in the baby's soft neck and wept with him, their forlorn wails filling the empty hallway. Chapter 14. Bernice. 20 blocks from her old neighborhood in the 5th Ward, Bernice entered the foyer of a 2-story row house, went into the hall, and knocked on the first door. Practicing what she was going to say, she ran her hands along her coat pockets and squared her shoulders. Since finding Nelek in the stairwell, she'd picked up 6 more homeless immigrants, 3 boys and a girl, ages 4 to 10, and a 15-year-old boy with his 3-year-old brother, and dropped them off at different orphanages around the city. She had to admit, separating the 15-year-old from his little brother before taking him to a home for industrious boys was harder than she thought it would be. What with both of them crying and her having to lie about reuniting them someday. But it was the right thing to do. Boys aged 14 and older were hard to place. Remembering the 3-year-old's tear-stained cheeks, she pressed a hand over her milk-filled breasts and thought about Owen and Mason back home with Mr. and Mrs. Patterson. Were they sleeping, eating, crying? Hopefully they were happy and playing, and the Pattersons were watching them more closely now that they were reaching for things. They were also starting to babble and react to their names, and she couldn't wait until they started saying Mama. At the same time, her heart ached knowing she'd never hear Wallace call her that. And, if she was being honest, she didn't relish the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Patterson were trying to teach the twins to call them Grandma and Grandpa, or that they got to spend so much time with the boys. But there was nothing she could do about any of it. She had no choice. She had work to do, and she couldn't afford to upset the Pattersons. On top of it all, she was still reeling from the shock of seeing Pia Lange at St. Vincent's when she dropped off the Romanian baby. Just thinking about the headache she'd had for days afterward was enough to make her stomach turn. When Pia ran toward her, at first, Bernice thought the girl had recognized her or remembered her from the 5th Ward. Then she reminded herself that Pia hadn't witnessed the angry words she'd exchanged with Mrs. Lange, and she certainly didn't know Bernice's real name. Pia had never even made eye contact with her, let alone paid any attention to anyone besides the Duffy boy, who she looked at with dreamy eyes. When Pia wasn't with him, or in school, or inside her apartment, she sat on the stoop with her nose in a book. Maybe she wondered where she'd seen Bernice before, but was too upset over the Romanian baby to care. Hopefully, the threat of a mental evaluation had frightened her enough to make her steer clear if they crossed paths again. She had to admit she felt a twinge of remorse when Pia reacted the way she did, crying out so pitifully when she realized the baby wasn't one of her brothers. But the feeling disappeared as quickly as it came, especially after Pia got cross and screamed at her. That was when Bernice remembered one of the reasons why she'd taken the twins in the first place, along with wanting to save them from their undesirable German heritage. Pia was too immature and unpredictable to take care of the boys. She'd proved that by putting them in the cubby and leaving them there. Just because she was their big sister didn't mean she deserved them. Whatever happened to her afterward was her own fault. If anything, she deserved to be punished. Bernice had to admit something else, too, that she was surprised by how easily ideas came to her, like threatening Pia with the mental evaluation and using her son's name when the nun asked who she was. Sometimes it felt like other, more mysterious forces were at work, helping her do what she needed to do. She certainly never thought of herself as clever or cunning, but something had certainly changed. Now she was about to find out if her latest plan for rescuing immigrant children from their parents' bad influence was going to work. She'd chosen the neighborhood on purpose. If only someone would answer the door. She knocked again, starting to get annoyed. Finally, the handle turned and the door opened a few inches. A young, dark-haired woman with brown skin peeked out. "Yes?" the woman said. Bernice gave her a warm smile. "Hello," she said. "I'm with the Red Cross collecting donations to help the city orphanages, which, as I'm sure you've heard, have become overcrowded with children who lost their parents during the flu." The woman looked Bernice up and down. Her brows knitted together, then opened the door all the way. The rank animal aroma of boiled mutton drifted out into the hall, along with something that smelled like warm dust. "I'm sorry," the woman said in heavily accented English, "but I cannot help. I have hard time taking care of my own children." "I understand," Bernice said. "If you don't mind me asking, how many do you have?" "3. A girl and 2 boys." "How nice. May I ask how old?" "My daughter is 3, my sons 4 and 7. Bernice raised her eyebrows. "Oh, my. Sounds like you have your hands full." The woman looked slightly puzzled, but nodded anyway. "I'm Nurse Wallace. And your name is?" "Yasmin," the woman said. Bernice put a hand over her heart, feigning delight. "Oh, my goodness," she said. "What a beautiful name. How long have you been in the United States, Yasmin?" Yasmin held up a finger. "1 year." "And your husband? He works?" Yasmin dropped her eyes. "Please, don't worry yourself," Bernice said. "Along with collecting donations, the Red Cross has given me permission to offer help to those in need. There are so many families struggling during these difficult times. We want to do our part whenever we can. My husband has job, but it pays very little." "I understand," Bernice said, "and I know that can make things challenging. Would it make a difference if I could get you some extra food?" Yasmin gave an embarrassed nod, her eyes glassy. "All right, I'm happy to help. Let me take your boys back to our Red Cross Center, and I can get them a hot meal and some new clothes. After that, I'll send them home with additional food, which has been donated by the city." Yasmin chewed on her thumbnail and glanced over her shoulder. Sensing her hesitation, Bernice gave her a reassuring smile. "If you'd rather not," she said, "I understand. You don't know me, and I'm asking to take your children. But just so you know, I'm not sure how much longer the city will be helping in response to the aftermath of the epidemic. I'd bring some food back to you myself, but I have too many other families to visit before the day is over." Yasmin stopped chewing her thumbnail and sighed, her shoulders dropping in submission. "I send my oldest with you," she said. "His name is Hassan." "Very good," Bernice said. "But if you send both boys, they can carry twice as much food back home." Yasmin shook her head. "No, the other is too young, too little." "I understand." Yasmin called over her shoulder for Hassan, then looked back at Bernice. "How long he will be gone?" "He'll be home by supper time," Bernice said. "You have my word." Standing in the well-appointed foyer of the Orphan Society of Philadelphia on Market Street, Bernice grew impatient, waiting for someone in charge to take the Ukrainian boy off her hands. She had never waited this long at any of the other orphanages, and she was beginning to worry there was some kind of problem. There weren't any nuns here, which made her think she should come here more often, but not if it was going to take forever. A child's muffled voice, soft and crying, and the firm voice of a woman floated down from upstairs. Bernice moved toward the staircase, straining to hear but couldn't make out any words. She went back to where the Ukrainian boy sat on the floor playing jacks, oblivious to the fact that this might be his new home. His name was Sava, and he was 7 years old. His mother was back in their cramped rooms on Tasker Street, waiting for him to return with food and extra clothing. He looked up at her and smiled. "Would you like to play?" he said. She shook her head. "Are you certain?" he said. "It is a new game to me, and I like it very much. Maybe you will too." She shook her head again and turned toward the window. Despite his dark hair, Sava's deep-set eyes, his masculine nose, even his dimpled chin reminded her of her late husband and what she imagined Wallace might have looked like at that age. It was uncanny and more than a little unsettling. The sooner she was free of him, the better. Otherwise, she might change her mind and take him home. And how would she explain that? Outside the window, a horse-drawn wagon full of children, girls and boys of all ages, pulled over to the side of the road and stopped. A boy wearing a newsboy cap stood in the wagon bed and looked up at the orphanage. An older girl held a toddler in her lap. Another boy had his arm around a little girl who looked like his sister. While the driver waited, a man climbed down from the passenger seat, motioned for the boy in the cap to sit down, and started up the sidewalk. He took off his hat and hurried through the door into the foyer, bringing with him the smell of burning wood and rank cigars. A door slammed upstairs, and footsteps clicked along the hall and started down the staircase. Bernice, Sava, and the man looked up the steps at the same time, waiting. A thin woman in a gray dress came down the steps with a boy of about 10, wearing a starched white shirt, brown jacket, and pressed trousers. He gripped a small, tattered suitcase with both hands, holding it in front of him like a shield. Tears glazed his red eyes and dampened his freshly scrubbed face. When they reached the bottom, the woman rested her hand on his trembling shoulder. "Good morning, Mr. Kent," she said to the man. "Good morning, Mrs. Cromwell," Mr. Kent said. "Are we ready?" "Yes," Mrs. Cromwell said. "I've explained to Barry that a new family is waiting for him, and he needs to be on his best behavior. Isn't that right, Barry?" Barry bit his lip and nodded. "Good," Mr. Kent said. "Let's be off then, shall we? The train leaves in 30 minutes. He put his hat back on and headed toward the door. Mrs. Cromwell gave Barry a gentle shove, and he followed Mr. Kent across the foyer. "Don't forget to mind your manners," Mrs. Cromwell called after him. After they were gone, Mrs. Cromwell approached Bernice with a warm smile. "May I help you?" "Yes, please," Bernice said. She glanced over her shoulder at Sava. "But first, may we speak privately?" "Of course," Mrs. Cromwell said, and led her to one corner of the room. Bernice lowered her voice. "His mother asked me to bring him here because she no longer has the means to care for him. He's not aware he's staying." Mrs. Cromwell nodded. "I understand." "Do you have room for him?" "Yes," Mrs. Cromwell said. "Your timing is perfect. As you just saw, one of our beds was recently vacated." Bernice nodded. "If you don't mind me asking, where were the children in the wagon going?" Mrs. Cromwell beamed proudly. "I'd be happy to tell you," she said. "A number of years ago, the Children's Aid Society started a wonderful program to help homeless, abandoned, and orphaned children by transporting them out of the big cities and placing them with rural farm families. The children in that wagon have families waiting for them out in Michigan. They'll be treated as natural-born children in the matter of schooling, clothing, and training, and given $100 when they turn 21. Bernice raised her eyebrows. "They have families waiting? How is that possible?" Mrs. Cromwell clasped her hands at her waist. "Well, not all of them. Some arrangements were made ahead of time, of course, but posters have been put up to let the townspeople know the trains are arriving. Then an open house will be held where families can choose from the rest of the children." Bernice couldn't believe what she was hearing. It was one thing to put children in orphanages in an effort to get them away from the bad influences of their immigrant parents. Sending them away by train to rural farm families would be even better. "Babies, too?" she said. Mrs. Cromwell nodded. "Sometimes, yes." Bernice glanced at Sava. "What about him?" she said. "Is there time to take him to the station before the train leaves?" Mrs. Cromwell furrowed her brows. "No, not this time," she said. "But in the future, perhaps. Does he speak English?" "Yes," Bernice said. "That's helpful," Mrs. Cromwell said. "We only send white, English-speaking children on the trains. The less desirables are too hard to place." Bernice tried to hide her disappointment. "I see," she said. Of course, foreign children were hard to place, especially those who didn't look American. It made perfect sense, but she was hoping she'd stumbled upon an easier way to get immigrants away from their parents. She went over to Sava, who was still playing jacks. Mrs. Cromwell followed. "Sava," Bernice said. "Say hello to Mrs. Cromwell." Sava stopped playing and looked up. "Hello." Mrs. Cromwell squatted beside him. "That's one of my son's favorite games," she said. Sava grinned at her, his chestnut eyes dancing. "How old is he?" 10. "Maybe we can play together sometime," Sava said. "If I come to visit again." "Maybe," Mrs. Cromwell said. "But right now, I have a question for you." "Yes?" "Are you hungry?" Sava nodded eagerly. Mrs. Cromwell straightened. "Then come with me," she said. "We'll see what we have cooking in the kitchen today. I think it might be bean loaf. Do you like bean loaf?" Sava shrugged, picked up his jacks and pushed them into his pocket. Mrs. Cromwell gave Bernice a quick wink, then headed toward a door at the back of the foyer. Sava started after her, then stopped and looked back at Bernice. "You come too?" he said. Bernice shook her head. "No, I'll wait here," she said. Sava shrugged again and followed Mrs. Cromwell. Suddenly he stopped, ran back to Bernice, and held out his hand, offering his prized jacks. "You want to play with these until I come back?" A thick lump formed in Bernice's throat. She tried to say, "No, thank you," but couldn't find her voice. Instead, she smiled and took the jacks. Sava grinned up at her, then hurried after Mrs. Cromwell, who was holding the kitchen door open for him. He waved at Bernice, then disappeared into the orphanage. When they were gone, Bernice set the jacks on a chair and ran out of the building. Chapter 15. Bernice. Climbing the porch steps of the 2-story brick house in the upper-class neighborhood of North Philadelphia, her third house of the morning, Bernice couldn't stop thinking about the problem she'd had with a Hungarian Jewish boy the previous day. Thanks to her uniform, sending immigrant children away by train had turned out to be easier than she thought. The conductors never questioned her story about the children being sent out for adoption. And for the most part, the children seemed excited about the adventure. If they were homeless, she told them they were being adopted and someone would be waiting for them on the other end. If they thought they were picking up food for their families and returning home, she told them their parents would be at the station when they got back. Doubling her efforts to collect donations to pay for the tickets had been the biggest problem so far, until yesterday, when she picked up a pair of Hungarian brothers, one 10 and one 6. After a long walk through a cold, driving rain, she led the boys into the train station, looking forward to going home afterward, to dry clothes, the twins, and a hot cup of tea. She might even splurge and pay a hansom cab to take her there. Having memorized the departure schedule of any train that went to the same out-of-state towns that accepted the other orphan trains, she bought 2 tickets for train number 6, leaving for Ohio in 20 minutes. As expected, the locomotive waited on the tracks, billows of steam hissing from the iron pistons. A wave of leaden smoke churned from the stack and collided with the low sky, cloaking the crowded platform in a sooty, damp haze. "Why did we come to this place?" the older boy said. "Where is the food to take home to our parents?" "It's at a farm outside the city," Bernice said, holding out their tickets. "They will have fresh milk, eggs, bread, and cold storage potatoes. But you have to pick it up and bring it back." The younger boy took the tickets and started toward the train, but the older one grabbed him by the shoulder, yanked the tickets from his grasp, and handed them back to her. "We will go nowhere," he said. "You told my Onyo we would be returning home right away." Bernice clenched her jaw. It was the first time any of the children had questioned her, and she was in no mood to argue. "You will be," she said, "as soon as you get back from the farm." The boy shook his head. "No," he said. "You said nothing to my Onyo about a train." He grabbed his brother by the hand and turned to leave, pushing his way through the crowd. Caught between anger and panic, Bernice didn't know what to do. If the boy told someone she had picked them up and was trying to put them on a train, they might call the police. Plus, she'd already bought the tickets. "Wait!" she called after them. "Let me explain." The boy stopped and glared back at her, anger darkening his features. She caught up to them and made a sad face, feigning sympathy. "I'm sorry," she said. "I wasn't supposed to tell you this, but you need to get on the train if you want to see your family again. They're packing to move to Pittsburgh as we speak, and they'll pick you up at the station there." The older boy's face fell, his anger replaced by fear and confusion. His little brother stared up at him with worried eyes. "Someone is taking your parents by car," she continued. "They knew how much you boys would have wanted to ride in the automobile, but there wasn't enough room for both of you, and their belongings too, and they didn't want to disappoint either of you, so they—" "But the tickets," the older boy said. "We have no money to pay." "A donation from the Red Cross," she said. He looked doubtful. "If I were you," she said, trying to sound friendly, "I'd much rather ride the train anyway. Haven't you heard the saying, 'Keep away from the fellow who owns an automobile. He'll take you far in his motor car, too darned far from your pa and ma. If his 40 horsepower goes 60 miles per hour, say goodbye forever. Goodbye forever.'" The boy shook his head, his mouth set in a stubborn line. Her patience was growing thin. "If you don't get on this train," she said, "I'll have no choice but to take you to an orphanage until your parents can come get you. Do you think they'll have enough money to travel back here any time soon?" The boy's eyes grew glassy, and he shook his head again. "Then you'd better get on the train. You don't want to take the chance that you'll never see your mother and father again, do you?" He gazed down at his little brother with concern, thinking and uncertain, then reluctantly took the tickets. Misery clouded his face. He glanced at Bernice one more time, then, without another word, led his brother over to a passenger car and climbed on. Thinking about it now, Bernice wondered what the boy thought when the train kept going. Past the Pittsburgh station, out of the state of Pennsylvania and beyond. She pictured him watching out the window, his chest filling with panic, at the same time trying to act like nothing was wrong to protect his younger brother. It made her think about Daniel, putting her in a box, how frightened she was about being sent away, how devastated to think her parents wanted to get rid of her. A twinge of guilt tightened in her chest when she thought about causing the same kind of pain. Then she reminded herself that the boys would be better off away from their immigrant parents, and surely one of the rural farm families would be happy to have 2 boys instead of 1. She shook her head to clear it and realized she'd been standing on the porch of the 2-story brick house in a daze. How long had she been standing there? Had she knocked on the door yet? She looked around, trying to remember. A white porch swing hung from the rafters, swaying slightly in the cold breeze. Stone pots sat on each side of the door, filled with dirt and the dried remnants of flower stems. The name on the mailbox read, Winston. Bernice took a deep breath, reminded herself why she was there, and knocked on the door. Part of her hoped no one was home. Her feet hurt, and she was already thinking about taking the rest of the day off. She'd certainly earned it. Then the door handle turned, and the door opened. A young couple stood looking at her, their red-rimmed eyes and pasty complexions suggesting they might be suffering from the flu. She hoped they weren't going to ask her to come in and take care of them. "You're too late," the man said. "He's gone." "I'm sorry," Bernice said, "but I'm not sure what you're talking about." "What took you so long?" the woman wailed, her face contorting in agony. She leaned against her husband, one trembling hand over her mouth. He wrapped an arm around her to hold her up. "It's not her fault, darling," he said in a gentle voice. "He was too sick. There was nothing anyone could have done." "I'm very sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Winston," Bernice said. "But I have to ask, who was sick?" "My baby boy," Mrs. Winston cried. "Our son. He's dead." She buried her face in her hands and started to collapse. Bernice went rigid. The memory of losing Wallace slamming into her like a runaway train. The world went gray, and she reached for the doorframe to steady herself. She had come to this middle-class neighborhood looking for money, and had found death instead, more than anything she wanted to run. But nurses didn't run. Mr. Winston half-carried, half-dragged his sobbing wife to a cushioned bench in the foyer, propped her up with a ruffled pillow, and knelt beside her. "I'm sorry you've come all this way for nothing," he said to Bernice. "No one can help us now." Bernice swallowed, trying to find her voice. "My sincerest sympathy for your loss," she managed. "I know how hard it is to lose a child. I lost my son, too." Mrs. Winston lifted her head to look at Bernice, her eyes like bleeding holes in her skull. "We tried everything," she said in a weak voice. "We gave him Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup, onion syrup, chloride of lime, kerosene, whiskey. Nothing helped." Bernice took a deep breath and on wobbly legs went over to the bench and knelt in front of the distraught mother. "Is there anything I can do for you?" she said. "Someone I can get? A family member, perhaps? Or a priest?" Mrs. Winston shook her head frantically, her chin quivering. "Not yet," Mr. Winston said. "It's too soon. He only just left us. Not 10 minutes ago." Mrs. Winston scraped the heels of her hands across her eyes, leaving red marks on her cheeks. "He was so beautiful," she said, beaming through her tears. "So perfect." Bernice nodded, forcing a sympathetic smile. "How old?" "Only 3 months," Mr. Winston said. "Oh, dear," Bernice said. "I'm so sorry." She had to get out of there, had to get up and go. But she couldn't. Her legs suddenly felt useless, her insides like gelatin. She started to straighten to say goodbye, but Mrs. Winston seized her hands. "I want you to see him," Mrs. Winston said. "I want you to see how beautiful he is before they take—" "No," Bernice said, louder than she intended. "No, I can't. I'm sorry, but I need to—" "Please," Mrs. Winston begged. She stood, pulling Bernice up, and started to drag her by the hands across the foyer. "I want you to see our boy. He needs people to see him, to remember him, like he is now." Mr. Winston grasped his wife by the shoulders and tried to slow her progress. "It's all right, darling," he said. "She doesn't have to if she doesn't want to. She lost her son too, remember?" With that, Mrs. Winston stopped and let go, her face falling as if she'd had a sudden realization. "I can't do this," she cried. "I can't live without him. I want to die. I want to go with him." Then her legs buckled and she fell on the floor howling, her knees and elbows cracking on the tile. Tears flooded Bernice's eyes. She knew exactly what Mrs. Winston was feeling. An anguish so overwhelming it felt like a giant hand had ripped out her insides. Every wail from the poor woman pierced Bernice's chest. She wanted to go home, to get as far away from this shattered mother as possible. If she stayed any longer, the fragile pieces of her broken heart would fall apart again, too. Then she looked at Mr. Winston, standing there helplessly, watching his wife shudder and scream on the floor. No matter how hard it was for her to see this grieving couple, she couldn't abandon them yet. "Do you have any whiskey left?" she said. He nodded and went to get it. She knelt and rubbed Mrs. Winston's quaking back, perfectly aware it provided no comfort, but doing it anyway. "It's going to be all right," she said. "I know it doesn't seem possible right now, but you're going to get through this. It will take time, trust me, but you're going to pick yourself up and keep going because your husband needs you, and because your son would want you to stay strong." Saying those words reminded her that Wallace would have wanted her to stay strong too. And she wondered again if, somehow, he was behind her, finding the twins. The nurse showing up at her apartment, and her seeing Mr. and Mrs. Patterson's room for rent sign. Her life had been completely turned around since he left this earth. There had to be more to it than luck. Mr. Winston returned with the bottle of whiskey and knelt in front of his wife. Bernice got the woman up on her knees, and he held the bottle to her lips. At first, Mrs. Winston turned away and shook her head, her eyes closed. Then she grabbed the bottle with both hands and drank a good number of generous swigs, barely stopping long enough to breathe between swallows. Bernice let her drink quite a bit, then pried the bottle from her grasp and gave it back to Mr. Winston, who took a few swigs too. Mrs. Winston slumped over and lay sobbing in Bernice's lap, her tears falling on her nurse's uniform. Bernice rubbed her convulsing shoulders, fighting her own flood of emotions. Mr. Winston leaned against the wall and eyed Bernice gratefully. "Thank you for helping us," he said. "I wish I could do more," she said. Then she had an idea. Following the chubby nun with the birthmark down the shadowy hallway of St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum, Bernice couldn't help thinking about how easy it had been to convince Mother Joe to give her a baby. All it had taken was a piece of paper with the name and address of the adoptive parents and her reassurance that they were a suitable family of high moral standing. The fact that she'd dropped babies off at St. Vincent's before certainly helped, but she wouldn't have been able to do any of it without the nurse uniform. In fact, she was dropping off a child now, a 10-month-old Irish girl whose mother was living on the streets. After that, she was going to choose a white baby for Mr. and Mrs. Winston, who recently lost their infant son. It was the first time she'd been taken to the baby ward, and when she entered, she slowed, shocked to see row after row of white cribs in the high-ceilinged room. Babies of all ages filled every mattress, napping, wailing, drinking bottles, sucking thumbs, and cuddling blankets. She stopped at the first crib, her hand on her hammering heart. A newborn, swaddled in cotton gauze, lay on his back, blinking up at her, his velvety pink mouth in a tiny O. He reminded her of Wallace and the twins. The Irish girl on her hip peeked into the crib, too. "Papa," she said. Bernice wanted to scoop the baby boy up and take him home with her, but she couldn't. She already had her hands full with the twins. Plus, she was here to look for a baby for Mr. and Mrs. Winston. Maybe he could be their new son. Noticing she'd stopped, the chubby nun turned to look at her. "The Lord has blessed that little one," she said. "His new family is picking him up tomorrow." "How wonderful," Bernice said. "Will he be staying in the city?" "Yes," the nun said, "in a lovely big house with his two big sisters." Bernice smiled. At least the infant would have a home, and in Philadelphia, no less. They needed to keep babies like him here. "I had no idea you had such a large number of babies in your care. Why are there so many?" "Because of the sin of this world, Nurse Wallace," the nun said. "And more recently, of course, because of the flu. We're not sure yet how many children were orphaned in the city during the epidemic, but hundreds, certainly. Maybe thousands." She turned and kept going. Bernice followed, thinking again about how grateful she was that Wallace would never have to live without her. At the other end of the baby ward, a pale girl stood folding diapers, while another rocked and fed an infant. Bernice swore under her breath. She recognized the girl in the rocking chair. Was there no escaping Pia Lange? Chapter 16. Pia. Christmas came and went at the orphanage, with a short, bedraggled tree put up in the recreation room by the nuns, extra church services, and gifts for each child, either a book or small toy, donated by the parishioners of St. Vincent's. Pia received a stuffed rabbit with pink ears and gave it to Gigi. A week later, Pia looked up from feeding Nikolai and saw Sister Agnes enter the baby ward and march down the center aisle, the cross around her waist swinging back and forth. Pia sat up straighter, hoping the nun was coming to tell her Mother Joe had finally approved her release. Then she noticed a nurse behind her with a baby girl on one hip, and her stomach twisted. It was the nurse who threatened to have her sent for a mental evaluation, Nurse Wallace. What was she doing there? The nurse stopped at a crib and viewed the baby inside, her hand over her heart. The girl on her hip looked to be around 10 months old, with a head full of red hair that reminded Pia of Finn's mother. She was barefoot and bare-legged, in a dress that looked 2 sizes too big. Why hadn't Nurse Wallace left the baby at the front desk like the last time? If only Pia could leave or hide instead of facing her again, but there was nowhere to go. All she could do was keep quiet and concentrate on feeding Nikolai. Sister Agnes addressed Pia and Edith, who was folding diapers at the changing table. "Girls," she said, "this is Nurse Wallace. She's dropping off this poor child who was left outside the steps of a hospital, bless her heart. Not to mention, along with her regular duties, she's recently found homes for 3 of our hard-to-place older children. Isn't that wonderful?" "Yes, Sister Agnes," Edith and Pia said at the same time. Sister Agnes turned toward the nurse. Surely there's a special place in heaven for you, Nurse Wallace." Color rose on Nurse Wallace's cheeks, and she gave the nun an awkward smile. "It's my pleasure, sister," she said. "I've always loved helping children." Pia looked directly at the nurse for the first time since she came into the room. If she loved helping children, would she help her? More than anything, Pia wanted to ask if she'd run across twin baby boys during her visits to orphanages and hospitals. But what if she was still upset about their last encounter and followed through with her threat? Sister Agnes took the baby girl from Nurse Wallace and directed her attention to Edith. "Please show Nurse Wallace the youngest infant in our care," she said. "It seems she's found a lovely Christian couple willing to take one of our babies. Another blessing, to be sure." "Yes, Sister Agnes," Edith said. She finished folding the diaper in her hands, then led Nurse Wallace into the sea of cribs. With Nikolai fed and asleep in her arms, Pia stood and approached Sister Agnes and the red-headed baby girl. "She's beautiful," she said. The little girl seemed confused and frightened as she blinked and looked around with glassy hazel eyes. "This is Alana," Sister Agnes said, pushing a stray curl off the girl's forehead with a gentle hand. "It's such a charming name, isn't it?" "It certainly is," Pia said. She cupped Alana's cheek in her hand and smiled at her, brushing her thumb across her soft skin and waiting. Thankfully, no pain throbbed in Pia's head, no nausea churned in her stomach. The girl felt healthy. Pia tickled her under the chin. "Hello, sweet Alana. I know you're scared, but we'll take good care of you, I promise." Sister Agnes beamed at Pia. "Bless you, child. You've certainly found your calling helping these destitute children. I'm sure there's a special place in heaven for you, too, right next to Nurse Wallace." Pia forced a weak smile. If Sister Agnes knew the truth about her brothers, she wouldn't think Pia had found her calling, or that she deserved a special place in heaven. Quite the opposite. And surely the nuns wouldn't let her take care of the babies at St. Vincent's. Shame crept up her neck, making her skin hot and itchy. "Sister Agnes," she said in a quiet voice. "Yes, child?" "May I ask you something?" "Of course." Sister Agnes brushed another curl from the little girl's forehead and tried to push her hair behind her ears so it would stay out of her face. "Do you think Nurse Wallace might know something about my brothers? Or maybe she'd be willing to look for them?" "I have no idea," Sister Agnes said. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask." She kept fussing with the baby, straightening the collar on her dirty dress, rubbing a smudge from her cheek. "Could you ask for me?" Sister Agnes looked at her then, surprised. "Whatever for? She seems nice enough and more than willing to help. There's absolutely no reason to be afraid of her. And you know what they say, child. The Lord helps those who help themselves." Saying she had every reason to be afraid of Nurse Wallace was on the tip of Pia's tongue, but obviously Sister Agnes hadn't heard about the incident with the baby in the foyer. Pia was about to tell her what happened when Edith and Nurse Wallace came back down the aisle. Nurse Wallace had a baby boy in her arms, a 3-month-old named Joseph, who had arrived a few days ago. Sister Agnes put Alana in a crib with another baby and hurried to meet them. Pia laid Nikolai in his crib and followed, trying to gather her courage. If it turned out to be the only chance she had to ask the nurse for help, she couldn't waste it, no matter how scared she was. But she had to be careful. Edith and Nurse Wallace were letting Sister Agnes admire Joseph. "Nurse Wallace," Pia blurted out before she lost her nerve, "if you don't mind, may I ask you something?" The nurse looked up from the baby, her face unreadable. "Certainly," she said. Pia did her best to act friendly. "Thank you," she said. "I was just wondering, Sister Agnes said you know a lot of people, and you said you loved helping children, so I was wondering if you could help me find my brothers. They're twins, just 4 months old, and, well, almost 7 months now. But anyway, they have blonde hair and blue eyes, and they've been missing since October." Nurse Wallace pressed her lips together, then gazed down at the baby again. She shifted him higher into the crook of one arm and adjusted the blanket around his head. "I suppose I can try," she said without looking up. "What part of the city are you from?" Pia couldn't help noticing the way the nurse clenched her jaw after she answered and how her temples pulsed in and out. Was she annoyed? In a hurry? Whatever it was, Pia couldn't let her reaction stop her. "The 5th Ward," she said. "We lived on Shunk Alley. You might not know where that is because it's—" "I know it," Nurse Wallace said. Pia pressed her nails into her palms, trying to maintain her composure. She didn't want to seem too anxious or upset the nurse again. She was the only person who might be able to help. "Have you been there since the flu started?" "No," Nurse Wallace said. "I have no reason to go into that neighborhood." "What about all the orphanages and hospitals you've been to?" Pia said. "Have you seen twin boys with blonde hair and blue eyes anywhere?" Nurse Wallace finally looked up at her and shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I haven't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really must be going." She started to turn away, then stopped and regarded Pia again. "I find it interesting that you said your brothers were missing. What happened to them? Did someone take them?" Pia glanced at the floor and swallowed. "My mother got sick, and I got sick, and—" "And what?" Nurse Wallace said. She stared at Pia with hard eyes, almost as if she could read her mind. Pia felt like she couldn't breathe. I don't know," she said. "That's why I need your help." Nurse Wallace sniffed dismissively. "Well, if I hear or see anything, I'll be sure to let Mother Jo know." Clearly finished talking to Pia, she directed her attention to Sister Agnes. "Thank you again for helping me, sister. I hope it comforts you to know this child is going to a wonderful home." "No, thank you," Sister Agnes said. "The good Lord knows we could use more people like you in this city." "I do what I can," Nurse Wallace said. She started to leave, then stopped and turned to Sister Agnes again. "Perhaps next time I find a nice family willing to take in a baby, you could bring a few of them to another room for me to choose from. It breaks my heart seeing so many at the same time, knowing I can't possibly help them all." "Oh, yes," Sister Agnes said. "Of course, I understand." "Thank you," Nurse Wallace said. "I'd appreciate that." She gave Edith and Pia a quick nod, then started toward the door again. "Wait," Pia called after her. "Could you ask the other nurses you work with if they've seen twin boys anywhere?" "I will," Nurse Wallace called over her shoulder. Pia started to follow her, hoping to say more, but Sister Agnes caught her by the arm. Pia pulled away before she could feel anything wrong with the nun. "That's enough, child," Sister Agnes said. "It's all right to ask for help, but don't badger the poor woman. She said she'd keep an eye out for your brothers, so I'm sure she will. That's all she can do." "Their names are Ollie and Max," Pia shouted after Nurse Wallace. Sister Agnes gave her a hard look, shaking her head, then followed Nurse Wallace out of the baby ward. After they were gone, Pia stared at the closed door, hopelessness falling over her like a shroud. Even if Nurse Wallace could help, Pia didn't think she would. Between what happened the first time they met and the fact that she was busy helping so many other children, she probably didn't have the time or desire to get involved in Pia's problems. Pia trudged back to where Edith was changing Alana into a clean nightdress. "I don't think Nurse Wallace likes me," she said. "Who cares?" Edith said. "I know she doesn't like me." "What makes you say that?" "You heard her tell Sister Agnes she doesn't want to come in here again. It's because of me." "How do you know?" "Well, first off, she wouldn't even look at the girls, and second, she didn't want Yakov, even though he's the youngest boy here." Pia frowned. "Why not? He's perfect." "Because he's Turkish." She said the couple specified a white baby. "Oh my God, what did you say?" "I asked why she'd give any baby to a couple of bigots." Pia gasped, then started to chuckle. "Good for you," she said. "I wish I were that brave." For the first time since Pia arrived, Edith smiled. A week after Nurse Wallace dropped off Alana, Pia and Edith hurried through the door leading out to the play yard to get some fresh air before supper. The sun was out for the first time in weeks, and they couldn't wait to feel its warmth. Pia followed Edith down the steps and across the lawn toward the river, sidestepping melting snow and piles of slush. The other children walked around the yard, jumping over puddles and running sticks along the fence. Sister Ernestine stood guard at the door, ready to reprimand anyone who dared get dirty or wet. Pia and Edith headed straight for the far edge of the yard, an unspoken understanding between them that they wanted to get as far away from the orphanage and the watchful eyes of Sister Ernestine as possible. When they reached the fence, Pia gripped the rails and gazed out over the river, wishing she could climb over to its rocky banks and follow the shores back into the city. The river looked deep and brown and cold, and the smell of muddy water hung in the air, equal parts iron and wet rock. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and turned her face toward the sun. Since Thanksgiving, the weather had been dreadful, with snow or icy rain every day. Sometimes it seemed as though the sun would never shine again. Then, this morning, it had finally broken through the clouds. She and Edith had waited all day to get outside, and she intended to soak in its rays for as long as possible. Blue jays screeched in the pines bordering the yard, and a train whistled in the distance. Except for the chill and the breeze, it almost felt like spring. She turned to Edith. "If I'm still," she said, then stopped. She'd almost said, "if I'm still here this summer," but remembered she hadn't told Edith she'd be leaving. She couldn't count the number of times she'd asked Sister Agnes if Mother Joe had mentioned releasing her, but she hadn't confided in anyone else yet because she didn't want to jinx it. Plus, it seemed like Edith had finally warmed up to her, and she didn't want that to change either. If she knew Pia was leaving, Edith might grow distant again. Then again, Pia wasn't sure it mattered anyway, because Sister Agnes's answer was always the same. When Mother Joe made up her mind to let her go, Pia would be the first to know. She cleared her throat and started again. "When it gets warmer," she said to Edith, "maybe we can bring the babies outside for some fresh air. It would do them good to get out of that stuffy ward." "They're only allowed outside on the hottest days," Edith said, "because that's when the baby ward turns into an oven. And you know we can't open the windows." Pia sighed. "Of course we can't." "We can't do anything," she thought. "Hey," Edith said, "who's that sitting on the swings? I've never seen him before." Pia turned toward the yard. It was an older boy, maybe aged 14 or 15, with his head down, the heel of his shoe striking the slush and scraping it back into a wet pile, over and over again. Pia gasped. It couldn't be. She started toward the swings, then stopped, squeezed her eyes shut, and opened them again. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She squinted and studied the boy again. No, it wasn't him. The hair was too long and stringy, the face too thin. Maybe the stress of losing her family and being locked in an orphanage was making her see things that weren't there. Then he lifted his head, and she knew. She ran over to him, her heart racing in her chest. "Finn?" she said. He looked up at her, misery darkening his features. Then his eyes went wide, and he jumped to his feet. "Pia," he said, "what are you doing here?" Her legs nearly gave out. His voice was unmistakable. The accent, the way he said her name. "You're alive?" she said. "I am," he said. "And I'm happy to see you are, too." He stared at her with that mischievous one-sided grin and those familiar hazel eyes. Yet despite his smile, sorrow lined his features, aging him beyond his years. "But all this time," she said, "I thought you were dead." "Nay," he said, "not yet." She put her hand to her trembling mouth. "I can't believe this." "It's me, lass. And I have to say, I can't believe it either. But I'm mighty glad to see you." She laughed and threw her arms around him, not caring what she might feel when they touched. The only thing that mattered was that he was alive. He hugged her back, his cheek against hers, his warm, quick breath on her skin. Thankfully, she felt nothing but joy at seeing him alive, and the genuine depth of his warmth and affection. No weight on her chest or ache in her bones, no discomfort in her throat or head. His clothes and hair smelled like the city streets, automobile fuel and vegetable stands, wet cobblestones and electric trolleys. Unlike her and everyone else at St. Vincent's, he hadn't been in the orphanage long enough to absorb the cloying odor of old wood and cold porridge, or the ever-present stench of sorrow and fear. Afraid to find she was dreaming, she didn't want to let go. Tears sprang in her eyes. Then she realized Muti was the last person she'd hugged. And even though she normally didn't want to be touched, embracing Finn felt like being covered with a warm blanket after months of being cold. She felt like she'd been wandering lost and alone for an eternity, and now, finally, someone else was holding her up. Then a strange sound, like a yelp, drew their attention toward the orphanage. It was Sister Ernestine, thundering toward them, waving her arms and scowling. "Get away from her!" she shrieked. "Move apart from each other this instant!" Finn stepped back and put his hands in his pockets, and Pia let go of him, her empty arms aching. When Sister Ernestine reached them, she was out of breath, her wattled chin quivering like wet cheese. "What on God's earth is going on here, Miss Lange? You know close contact with the opposite sex is not allowed." Pia braced herself for another chiding, or worse. Beads of sweat broke out on her upper lip. "Nothing's going on, Sister Ernestine," she said. "He's an old friend, and we were surprised to see each other, that's all." Sister Ernestine pushed them farther apart and eyed them up and down. "That better be all," she said. 13-year-old girls are perfectly capable of getting themselves into a delicate situation with boys, Miss Lange. So you have permission to talk, but no physical contact." She glared at Finn. "Keep your hands to yourself. Understand, young man?" Finn nodded. Sister Ernestine stood there for a moment as if trying to decide whether or not to take further action, her narrowed eyes darting back and forth between their faces. Then, finally, she turned and marched back to her post near the doorway. When she was gone, Pia let out a trembling sigh of relief. "Holy Mother of Mary," Finn said. "She's a disagreeable one. and she's got a face like a blind cobbler's thumb." As usual, he was trying to make her laugh, and she loved him for it. "You have no idea," she said. "She's got a leather strap hidden under her habit, and she likes to use it." "Aye, that's no surprise," he said. "She looks like she rules with an iron fist." Then he gazed at her, his face serious. "So tell me, how'd you end up in this bloody awful place?" She lifted her chin and straightened her shoulders, trying to seem stoic. "You first," she said. "Where have you been, and how did you end up here?" He let out a long sigh. "Remember the last day I saw you, when me mum called me inside?" She nodded, dread tightening her throat. "Me brother had started coughing that morning. We took him to the hospital straight away, but we couldn't get in. We waited and waited, but by midnight, he was dead." "Oh, no," Pia said. She wanted to hug him again, to let him know how much she cared, but Sister Ernestine was watching. "I'm so sorry." "And before his worn-out body was even cold," Finn continued, "me mom and granddad insisted we leave the city and get away from the flu. I wanted to tell you, to go back to Shungali and make sure you were all right, but Mom refused to let me go. Somehow my granddad secured a horse and wagon, and we left from the hospital that very night to go to my uncle's house on the Jersey shore. By the time we crossed the state line, my granddad had died on the wagon. We left his body in front of a church to save me," Mom said. "The problem was, we took the damn flu with us. Everyone in the house was sick within a few days but me. Some of the neighbors caught it too." "And your mother?" Finn dropped his gaze and kicked the wet ground with the toe of his boot. When he looked up again, his eyes were glassy. "She didn't make it. Same as me uncle and his wife." Pia's eyes filled too. "Oh no, that's horrible. I'm so sorry, Finn." "What about your mom?" he said in a gentle voice. His tightly creased brow made it clear he already knew. She bit her trembling lip and nodded. "She's gone." It was the first time she'd shared the news with someone who wasn't a stranger, and the past few months of grief and loneliness suddenly overwhelmed her, making her dizzy. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to stand steady. "I sent you a note," she said, "like we used to on the clothesline, remember? You must have already left." Thinking about it now, sending a note seemed foolish. She should have done more. She should have done mountains more. He shook his head, miserable, and started to reach for her, then stopped. "I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you." "It's not your fault." "What about your brothers?" he said. "Wee Ollie and Max." She shook her head. The swift return of guilt and grief, devastating and raw. For a second she thought she might collapse. How could she tell him what she had done, that her brothers might be dead because of her reckless decision? She turned away to hide her face. "Oh, God," he said. "I'm so sorry, lass. I wish I could do something to make it all go away." She swallowed her sobs and turned back to him, praying he wouldn't read the truth in her eyes. She wasn't ready to confess everything, not yet. "Tell me how you got back to Philadelphia," she said. He put his hands in his pockets, as if to keep from hugging her, and sighed again. "I stayed at my uncle's as long as I was able, but when the landlord realized everyone else was dead, he kicked me out. I had nowhere to go, so I jumped a train and came back home. The first thing I did was look for you, but I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but there's someone else living in your apartment." "I know," she said. "Keep going. What happened next? Where have you been living? On the streets. And I was getting along right well until yesterday, when the cops caught me stealing. Guess the lockup was full 'cause they sent me here instead. He lowered his gaze briefly, then fixed soft eyes on her. I thought you were gone too, lass. Can't tell you how glad I am to find out you survived. She hung her head. Sometimes I wish I hadn't, she said. He lifted her chin with a gentle hand. Don't say that, he said. I know you've suffered greatly, and sometimes you feel like you won't make it another day. Trust me, I feel the same way. Then he gave her a half grin and jerked his chin toward Sister Ernestine. But you wouldn't want to leave me here all alone with Sister Congeniality, would you? She tried to smile, but her mouth twisted and her face folded in on itself. Oh, don't cry, he said. Go on now. Tell me what happened. She swallowed the thickness in her throat and tried to find her voice, knowing she had to tell him the truth, praying he wouldn't think differently of her. I came down with the flu too, she said, but someone found me and took me to the... She hesitated, not sure she could go on. He waited patiently, watching her with haunted eyes. She glanced around to make sure no one was listening. Then, in halting words that burned her mouth and shattered her heart, she told him what happened. When she got to the part where the bedroom cubby was empty, her knees went weak, and she had to sit on the slush-covered ground. Finn swore under his breath and knelt beside her, a safe distance away. It's my fault, she wailed. The bloody hell it is, he said. You were doing what you thought was best. I would have done the same thing. You couldn't let your brothers starve. You didn't know you were getting sick. And you sure as hell had no way of knowing some nasty clod would go in and take them. But I forgot to lock the door. He shook his head vehemently. Doesn't matter. Whoever took the lads, if they were trying to help, they should have left a note, saying where they were. They did leave a note, she cried. It said, May God forgive you for what you've done. Ah, Christ, he said, shaking his head. I'm sorry, lass. That's just downright vile. But what if they died in there? Don't cut yourself up like that. Were they sick when you left them? She shook her head. I don't think so. But even if they weren't, I was gone for so long, she said in between sobs. Aye, but you don't know when they were found, right? Might have been the day you left, for all you know. I have to find out what happened to them. I just have to. You will, he said. We'll do it together. She wiped her eyes with trembling hands and gaped at him. How? How are we going to do anything when we're locked up in here? Mother Jo said she'd release me when she thought it was safe, but I'm starting to think she only said that to make me behave. He grinned and brushed a tear from her cheek. Aye, lassie, he said. I thought you knew me better than that. You ought to know. They can't keep Finn Duffy locked up for long. Chapter 17. Bernice. Bernice stood in the doorway of a stone colonial in an upper-class neighborhood on the north end of the city, at a loss for words. Seeing the dark-haired boy wearing a yarmulke next to the white woman in the foyer had taken her by surprise, and she didn't know what to say or do. If the boy were only visiting, why would he come to the door too, and in his stockinged feet? He looked to be around 6 years old and was holding a tin spinning top in one hand. The woman, in a stylish, high-waisted dress the color of peaches, stared at her, one manicured hand on the door, waiting to hear what she wanted. The boy stared, too. "I'm with the Red Cross," Bernice finally said, "and I'm collecting—" Then she suddenly remembered the Red Cross had asked true American women to take in children orphaned by the flu. That had to be why the boy was there. What other explanation could there be? She pulled herself together and gave the woman a warm smile. "I'm sorry, I'm so used to saying the same thing over and over, I nearly forgot what I was here for." "I've already made a donation," the woman said, "and no one is sick in our home, so I'm not sure why you're here either." Bernice glanced at the mailbox, desperate for a name. "Graham," it said in copper letters. "I assume you're Mrs. Graham?" "Yes," the woman said. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Graham. Please forgive me for the confusion. I've visited so many houses and have repeated my speech so many times it's become automatic. But I'm here today to thank you for taking such good care of this unfortunate child who found himself without a home during the flu." Mrs. Graham glanced down at the boy. "Oh," she said. "Well, it's been no problem at all. He's been a delight." "That's wonderful to hear," Bernice said. "I'm glad it's been going so well. Your help has been very much appreciated. But the main reason I'm here is because I have some very good news. We've found a member of the boy's family, and they're willing to take him in." Mrs. Graham drew in a sudden sharp breath, placing a hand over her middle as if suddenly ill. "Oh, my," she said. "I see. Well, that is good news, but I have to say it's a bit of a surprise. I didn't think it would happen so fast, if at all." She looked down at the boy again and gave him a warm smile. "Did you hear that, Tobia? You are going to have a new home soon." The boy frowned and moved closer to her. When she lifted her gaze and regarded Bernice again, moisture glazed her eyes. "I must ask, have you met them? This person who claims to be his family?" "Of course," Bernice said. "It's his great-aunt. She's perfectly lovely, and she's looking forward to seeing him." "Then why didn't she come with you?" Bernice's cheeks grew warm. She hadn't expected to find the boy here, but she couldn't pass up the opportunity. And she thought she'd handled it well, so why was this woman questioning her? Why did she care what happened to a little Jewish boy? "She didn't come because she lives in New Jersey," she said. "I'll be taking him to her by train." "When?" Mrs. Graham said. "Why, now, of course," Bernice said. Tears welled on the rims of Mrs. Graham's eyes, reflecting the light from the late afternoon sun. "But he's not ready," she said. "I need time to pack his things and—" "That's fine," Bernice said. "I'll wait." Mrs. Graham bit her lip and gazed down at the boy again, blinking back her tears. He watched her with worried eyes. She knelt in front of him and straightened his collar. "Don't worry," she said. "We talked about this, remember? That you might have to leave someday. But you're going to be really brave, remember?" The boy nodded, his chin starting to tremble. Mrs. Graham hugged him hard, then straightened and regarded Bernice. "I tried to prepare him for this," she said. "But unfortunately, I think I forgot to prepare myself." "I understand," Bernice said. "These things are never easy. But try to take comfort in the fact that he'll be better off, with his own family." Nodding, Mrs. Graham pulled a cotton handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped her nose. "Yes, of course, you're right." She glanced over her shoulder as if unsure about what to do next. He only had the clothes on his back when he came, so I bought him a few new outfits and some books and toys. It should only take a few minutes to get everything together." Then she turned to Tobiah. "Put on your shoes, all right, sweetheart?" Tobiah nodded again, then gave Mrs. Graham the spinning top and did what he was told. When he was finished putting on his shoes, Mrs. Graham took him by the hand. "I'm just going to let him say goodbye to everyone," she said to Bernice. "Then we'll be back with his things." She sniffed and started out of the foyer, Tobiah by her side. "All right," Bernice said. "I'll wait here." When Mrs. Graham and Tobiah were gone, she checked her watch. If Mrs. Graham didn't take too long packing the boys' things and Bernice hurried, she could make it to the station in time to put Tobiah on the train to Virginia. Chapter 18. Pia. January 1919. The days following Finn's arrival at St. Vincent's were cold and dreary, with sleet or snow every day and every night. The nuns said it was the longest storm they'd seen in years. No one was allowed outside, and the ward windows were coated with thin sheets of ice, making the orphans shiver even harder in their beds. Pia saw Finn only during free time, when she sat cross-legged on the plank floor in a corner of the recreation room, pretending to read or do cross-stitch while he sat a few feet away, drawing or playing solitaire. They spent the entire time whispering back and forth, trying to come up with a plan to escape. Edith glanced at them every now and then from the other side of the room, her face a blank slate. She'd become distant again since Finn's arrival, and Pia couldn't blame her. After all, they used to play cards during recess or sit together reading books while the other girls whispered behind their hands and laughed at them. Now Pia spent all her time talking to Finn. She tried to convince Edith she still wanted to be friends, but she couldn't tell her the truth, that they were planning a getaway. It was too big a risk. Not that Edith would tell on them. Pia was certain she wouldn't. But she might ask to come too, and that would only make the planning more complicated. It wasn't like Pia wanted to leave just to be free. She was doing it for her brothers. Keeping the secret had cost Pia her friendship with Edith and made working together more difficult, but there was no other choice. Hopefully, she'd have the chance to explain and say goodbye before she left. Having been assigned to stoke the boilers when the orphanage was able to get coal delivered, Finn searched for a way out of the maze of connecting cellars beneath St. Vincent's, but so far had no luck. After the janitor caught him wandering off several times, he started keeping a closer eye on him, asking him what he was up to and making it harder for Finn to explore. When Finn wasn't stoking the boilers, he was mopping floors or washing dishes in the dining hall, making it difficult to memorize the nuns' routines or watch for opportunities and ways to escape. On the other hand, Pia's days never changed. Working under the watchful eyes of Sister Agnes and the other nuns who helped in the baby ward while she and Edith ate and slept, she had no freedom at all to wander or search for unlocked doors. Still, she tried to determine the length of drops from windows and the likelihood that the ground below might eventually lead to an escape route. Finn thought they could climb over the play-yard fence and scramble down the rocky cliff to the river, if only the weather would change so they'd be allowed outside. She reminded him that the fence was tall and topped with pointed black spires.